awesome street foundry right here in downtown San Francisco. It is the Wargaming.net Gold League, and it is time for the Season 3 Finals. I'm Joshua Clutchway, joined on the set by Randall Holcomb, and this is it. We have 4 teams that remain: Fnatic, Hammer Time, Top Tier, and Simp. And today we're going to have a declared winner. The best of the best in North America is going to be determined. Yep.
Great matches yesterday from every single one of our teams. Fantastic all across the board, intense and incredibly close. Today, though, Fnatic, Hammer Time is going to be our first match. That's a really intense matchup.
It is intense. You think about what Fnatic was able to overcome. The Googly Boppers, the biggest underdog so far that we have in the league. But then you look at Hammer Time against #RU. One of the biggest series we've ever seen, one of the craziest series we've ever seen, taking it to a shootout in the finals. Yeah, a shootout.
I liked the way the new rules were going for that shootout. I felt it was very well done, especially by Hammer Time, understanding a superior strategy and just showing that they have the ability to learn from other teams in the league. This is actually going to be a rematch of Fnatic between Hammer Time.
Rematch indeed. We have a number of matches lined up for today. We have 4 total. First up, it's going to be Fnatic versus Hammer Time, and we'll get more into those matches a little bit later on. But we want to recap a lot of the excitement that we saw in Season 3 so far, ladies and gentlemen. We had a lot of fun in Season 3, so let's take a look at some of the best moments of the season. Moves in just in time, Spoon's placement.
Look at that shot, right through cover.
Lord Command, oh, it's out, Lieutenant Carter. He juked it. It bounced. T1 saying, get on my level, bro. Get on my level, bro.
Cat fast.
Very effective. Go, Godzilla, boom.
It's time for the top 5 moments from Season 3 group play of the Wargaming.net Gold League. At number 5, the #RUT1 Kazo takes out Doc Golem's Waffentrager. At number 4, the well-coordinated track shot from Soviet, saving his battle buddy, Nagatron. At number 3, the intense engagement between Simp and the Googly Bobbers on X.
And now it's a pincer attack. Which tanks will they target first? Looks like the IS-3 Heavy 20 E-Quals. Baroness pushes up against Endo. Baroness fighting the fight against Sing. Sing down to 62. Sing's gonna fall back, but Spoon from behind gets the hit. Baroness pushing up against Adroxus. Tuxel in the T1 trying to get behind and go for the fly cap as Bananas to the wall has falls to Adroxus.
Number 2, it's the infamous standoff between Savagey and Millard.
One bounce. Another bounce could save Savagey. Another bounce from Savagey. Millard at 548. Another bounce. Whoa, nice shot from Savagey. Millard is going to be in some serious trouble.
And at number 1, the impeccable tag team play from Zakumi and Tofu Smurf.
One more hit on Tofu.
Oh, with 1 HP, Tofu lives. Tries to line up one more shot. Zakumi trying to block for him. He blocks a shot against him. Doc Golem down to 131. Zakumi still blocking for Tofu Smurf. A couple bounces, even more blocking coming out of Zakumi. Zakumi goes for the kill. Tofu Smurf with the shot takes down Rylak. Striker at 587. J-Smooth from the side with the flank. Continuing the fire in the IS-3. And there's only 1 tank left alive. Simple Tankers on the warpath.
This is the Wargaming.net Gold League. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Had to use that repair kit on my microphone. I apologize about that, but I'm good to go. And we have 4 matches tonight. First off, Fnatic versus Hammer Time. And we were talking about this before we went to the commercial break. This is huge. Hammer Time barely making it against #RU. And if they can make it against Fnatic, this will be another big upset.
Well, the last time Fnatic and Hammer Time played, it was fairly one-sided as far as the score goes. However, the matches were intense and very, very fast. The first one you remember was on Himmelsdorf, very close match.
Yep, and after that we're going to have Simp versus Top Tier. And the biggest upset that happened earlier from last night was Top Tier taking out Cunningham's. Top Tier, a new team that joined us in Season 3. The Cunningham's veterans of the Gold League, and they go home. Top Tier continues on. And this is going to be a big challenge for Top Tier to take down Simp, because Simp has been the #2 team in North America from Season 1 and Season 2. Top Tier, however, they are using some different type of lineups.
Yeah, IS-6s on mines, that's almost unheard of. They're pretty much the only ones to run strats of their style, and they even managed to succeed with a Tier 7 tank on Cliff, bringing a Tetrarch to change up the tiering. I was a bit confused, but also a bit impressed with their performance.
It was funny to watch Rookkill look at me going, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
I completely shut down.
It surprised all of us, and it surprised a lot of the people watching chat. But overall, their type of tactical play should not be discounted as well. Yes, it was surprising to see those type of tanks, but the way they were able to implement those strategies is key for Top Tier. Well, we do have the 7x42 rule format for the Gold League, which is different compared to the pub games. And to detail that rule format, Rookkill made a little segment. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, it's Rookkill, and I'm here to explain to you the 7x42 format. Many players that are unfamiliar with the World of Tanks competitive scene often ask, what is the 7x42 format? Each team is comprised of 7 players with a maximum of 42 tier points. Also, the highest tier allowed is tier 8.
Each tank is worth points equal to its tier.
While teams could bring less than 7 players, they would lose 1 point per missing player. So, it's not recommended. To help illustrate, a team could bring 2 IS-3s, 2 T-69s, a WZ-132, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. They would, however, lose 1 of the T1 Cunninghams if they played with 6 players. Once a lineup is set, the match begins and both teams fight for victory on any of the 8 maps in official play. Abbey, Cliff, Ensk, Himmelsdorf, Mines, Prohorovka, Ruinberg, and Steppes. That's the 7x42 format in a shell. So don't forget that with the 8.9 patch, you and 6 friends can give it your best shot.
And we're trying to find out who's going to be the best of the best once again in that 7x42 format for North America to represent this region in the World Finals for World of Tanks happening in April in Poland. So far, Fnatic has their spot secured. Simp, however, is in a bit of a flux if we have one of these teams defeat Simp and go on and defeat Fnatic in this tournament.
That's a pretty thin chance though, Clutch. After they made it through that first one, they looked pretty strong. And even though it was pretty close, I'm wondering if they take first place. That's really nice for them. They've solidified it pretty much by getting to second.
Yeah. At least second place, or if a team defeats them but goes on a Fnatic and Fnatic defeats them, then Simp is still going to the global finals.
You have to get first. That's the only way.
That team has to get first. Well, Twitter is how we love to give out gold codes, guys. So make sure to follow us on Twitter at WGLNA, #rollout. The first question during this match is, what tank is your favorite to #rollout with? And the correct answer, of course, is the T-32, but we'll accept other answers as well. But we have some gold codes to give out. It's for 2,000 gold, 200,000 credits, and 7 days of premium. A great way to start your Tanks career or to just boost it a bit. People that love to play World of Tanks. And speaking of boosts and numbers, man, we still have betting going on for all of our matches. And the betting begins once the face-off has started with the very beautiful Lord Elise. All you have to do is follow what the bot says in chat, follow the syntax correctly, and the person with the most points, I think, is going to get a special prize at the end of the night. So stay tuned for that as well. Betting is only open for 3 minutes after the coin flip, so make sure to get your bets in during that time. That does it for the pregame show, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to kick on over to the beautiful Lauren Elise for our first face-off. Lauren?
Thank you, Clutch. My name is Lauren Elise, and we are going to do our first match of the day. We're going to do our face-off. I'm here with both team captains. To my right, how do you feel? You're about to play against Fnatic. Are you guys nervous at all?
We're a little nervous, but we're confident. If we play well, capitalize on mistakes, and just do better, we should be fine. But Fnatic is a tough team. They've been here for a while, and they know how to play well together, so it's going to be tough.
Does it change playing in front of a live audience at all?
Oh, it definitely does. Normally, everyone's used to just playing in their own homes, just relaxing, reclining. Here with the lights and all the cameras in your face, it is a different environment.
Well, you and your team have made it to the second day of finals, and that's huge. So good luck to you and your team. This is your third time, two-time champion. Has anything changed for you at all?
Nope.
Do you have any words that you would like to say to this team that's about to play against you?
It's hammer time.
All right, let's get to our coin flip. As the higher seed, you get to choose heads or tails. What will it be?
Heads.
All right, let's see if I can land this coin today. And it is tails. You get to choose the map or defer.
Himmels.
Pick the spawning point.
South.
All right, you guys heard it. Thank you, gentlemen. You may have a seat.
Before we leave, I want to say something to Soviet.
Bravo! Let the games begin. Let's battle.
Thank you, Lauren. I wonder how much that jersey costs and if they're on sale after this series. I might want to buy one.
In large size?
In large size, or maybe XL size.
All
What
right.
size you wear? Small?
Medium.
Medium?
Yeah.
Well, I got a shirt from a gentleman that was here that really enjoys esports and gave me a large. I said, that's okay, man. Totally fits. Don't worry about
You got
it.
a jacket, too, from WCG?
I did get a jacket. That's in a large. And then I got a jacket for World of Warplanes, and that's in an extra large.
Where's my stuff, guys?
Yeah, Rookhill needs some swag. Needs some swag from you guys. Well, let's talk about Fnatic Gaming. Fnatic has performed exceptionally well, formerly Fulcrum, now joining one of the most premier organizations in the world of esports. And this team is to be reckoned with continually. They outperform every other team in North America. Yet, they're not unapproachable. We have seen teams take a series off them in group play. We've seen teams take them to Game 7. But this is a team that is probably considered the most professional. They can devote the most time and has the most accolades on their roster, on their books as a team together. And they're also a lot of fun to hang out with, to socialize with. The fans love them. And this is the pinnacle, really, of the esports World of Tanks scene with Fnatic.
Yeah, they've done fantastically. And we're actually going to see them face off on the same first map that they played against Hammer Time in their last series. Himmelsdorf, again, we remember that Nagatron was the one who was cut off for a little while. We had 3 tanks from Hammer Time jumping on him, but unfortunately, they were not able to kill him in time. Soviet came to the rescue and just won it from there.
Well, Hammer Time does have 1 game on, according to the stats that we have, over Fnatic, but the win rate's different. Fnatic at 75, Hammer Time at 60. But we do bring up Himmelsdorf is the map that we've seen Fnatic not have the best of luck with, or actually, some losses based on either positioning or the type of flexibility they're trying to bring to the different executions of their strategies that didn't go so well, or they're surprised by another team's aggression. So it's almost a haphazard stat.
Yeah, well, though alternatively, you can say that Hammer Time did play the map very well. Many of their opponents have been incredible. They've just been successful against them. It's a good map, it's very even, and a lot of these teams understand how to approach it.
Hammer Time is a team that is consistent with the type of team dynamic that they bring. And one of the best reasonings that I heard from Drynets when they had the face-off against Fnatic during the group play was that we're not going to try to do anything crazy. We're going to play our game, and we're going to play our game against Fnatic. And Fnatic really appreciated that approach. They said that's the right type of mentality you have to take in World of Tanks. But what can Hammer Time bring that's different? That's always the question for any team facing Fnatic. What can they bring that is going to surprise Fnatic? That is the toughest challenge out of this entire league.
And I think you really pointed out a strong point. That's what they need. They need something different. They can't play what they've always played because I feel like Fnatic will be too well prepared. They're going to have to come out with something new, maybe a different approach, or an approach that probably wouldn't be predicted out of them. Maybe they could try that simple approach, taking that hill, that east side, and I don't think if I were Fnatic, I would be saying that's what I'm going to expect out of Hammer Time. But at the same time, what is Fnatic's plan? Because they can't sit there and be reactive to Hammer Time. They need to be proactive and set the tempo themselves.
They have to be proactive, and we're going to see a lot of that D-line, G-line type of spread unless it goes to the hill. And that hill play is a thorn in the side in some teams or a huge boon for others. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the game. It's time for match one, battle one between Fnatic and Hammer Time. The winner moves on, the loser goes home in the Gold League Season 3 Finals.
As we get into the game, I'm looking at the tanks. I see an identical lineup from both teams. Antonio Handsome and Soviet in 5100s, Hugo Maximus, Jackie Rudo, and Nagatron in IS3s, and Friction and Relics in T1 Cunningham's in the blue. That is Fnatic. The other side, Hammer Time, NYPD, and Drynets in 5100s, Overlord Prime, Photo Finish, and Zazzy in IS3s. T1 Cunningham's, First Tanks, and Kriegsmaster. Also look at the Wet Ammo racks there, Clutch. Some people don't believe that they need durability, they need that damage.
Hugo Maximus and Jackie Rudo, along with Nagatron, are going for the Wet Ammo racks. And just Photo Finish for Hammer Time.
That's dangerous, Clutch. We've seen that.
It's dangerous, but you look at the type of danger that it brings, right? It's more of a defensive play rather than an offensive loadout.
Well, it's hard to be offensive if you
when you're dead.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
True.
When you blow up and someone just did 100 damage to you.
NYPD and Creekmaster will be taking the hill, and here's that D-line, G-line spread between the two teams. Overlord Prime is going to be in the 4-5 line just in this window. Nothing scouted for either team. Yeah, shots fired though coming out of Overlord Prime.
You know, both of these teams are taking very similar approaches to the map, and with that, it's going to come down to a lot of those shots going across the courtyard here. Hugo playing dangerously, popping back up and down, but remember the IS3, the top of the turret, as we've just seen out of Hugo, is susceptible to being penned. The mantlet isn't very strong, and as you can see just to the right of Hugo's gun, he's taken a hit. I don't hear any modules being damaged, but he is down to 1,041 hit points now.
Zazie is on the other side of Overlord Prime, down the same line, seeing if he can get any type of movement, seeing another blind shot coming out of Overlord Prime.
Although look to the hill, Clutch. I just saw T1 Kriegsmaster take some damage from Relics, and now Relics gets that hill control. Little does he know there may be a surprise waiting, and there it is. NYPD pops up, looks for the T1, and gets the kill. Well done. That is a T1 advantage for Hammer Time.
Also an HP advantage against that Hugo Maximus shot, so when it comes to the HP value, Hammer Time is in the lead. But still close to call with only 8 minutes into the game, or 8 minutes left of the game rather. Antonio Handsome, the 5100, fires and misses against Kriegmaster. Kriegmaster in the T1 will fall back slightly, but he could stay in the position to see if there is a full commitment or another heavy tank on the hillside approach. That information is crucial for Hammer Time to set a different tone down in the alley where most of those tanks are.
Yeah, although both of these teams, I'm not seeing quite what they're going to do to change it up. Both of them have met each other. They found that they cannot push on through to the other side. And with that, I'm thinking we're going to see some stuff maybe on the west side. T1's moving up. Maybe they bring a tier 8 to shadow them. And as I see, now Friction making that scout run in the west that I was talking about. Now, they do have one T1 less, and that is important. They cannot risk losing Friction. He represents spotting damage, that control in the west, also potential cap pressure and defense. It's a lot in the T1s, and especially in North America where we see such dynamic T1 play.
Indeed. The dynamic T1 play that we saw from Hammer Time last night, for example, and what we saw throughout the whole group league season of Season 3.
Yeah, they've just been known for exceptional use of their T1s, and as you can see, one of them is still alive with half health, just getting caught out but still able to survive. The other one, First Tanks, is still alive. And now I'm seeing actually a shift. What is that in the northwest?
Well, that's moving over to the west, as you called from Hammer Time. I mean, Fulcrum could have done, or excuse me, Fnatic could have done the same thing, but they're vying for more of that hill-type strategy. And because Kriegmaster has fallen back, the push that could happen from that 5100 from Antonio Handsome would not be seen at all.
I feel like they're deliberately leaving their west side exposed to kind of bait in that cap pressure. You know, from the north side, you see a lot of those cap fasts. You move along the 1-2 line, you get a bunch of tanks down south, then you push over and get yourself right against the cap point there using the church as cover. And that is a great way to just put yourself in a corner without any real escapes, but it is a generally safe cap fast position.
NYPD still hanging back with his battle buddy Dryness in the 5100s on that western flank. A push coming out of first tanks, takes a little bit of damage on the side, sees friction. Can he get a shot against friction through this hole? I don't think so. I believe his profile's too small.
Precisely. You need a slightly taller tank like a 5100 to shoot through that wall. And
first tank's going to continue to go down to the south. How is Fnatic adjusting, though? Because here come 3 heavy tanks moving into this position.
No big adjustments yet. I don't think Fnatic is quite ready to give ground, although this is somewhat reminiscent of what we saw in their previous time that I saw them play Himmelsdorf. There's that west side control, there's this east side play from Fnatic, and we're going to see the aggression, I think, out of Hammer Time. But will they make the same mistake as last time? Notice that Nagatron is not even close to the same corner he was in last time. He's actually more towards the center of the group. Not going to be caught out on the flank or cut off at all.
Or cut off in the courtyard, which we've seen before.
Precisely.
Well, Overlord Prime in the IS-3 is primed in his position down the Gulf line to get into a good spot. To get a couple shots as soon as the scout of the IS-3 is seen. Hugo Maximus not turning in time. Shot fired. It looks like that was a bounce. Hugo, not necessarily blind fire, but retreat fires too high.
Just throws that shot out there hoping for something. And NYPD is using that position you were talking about previously, shooting through the wall, and he makes one solid connection on Hugo Maximus. Great shot into the side of his turret even.
I want to detail this wall a little bit here, as you can barely make a shot right through this area, right in there, and that's where he was able to do it. Very nice play coming out of NYPD.
And now, as you can see from the mini-map, there's a great position and a lot of potential for Hammer Time. I'm wondering what Fnatic will do, because I'm not as confident in their position. They need to make a push, make something happen, because Hammer Time has felt them out and knows all of their positions. On the other side, though, Photo Finish, he did take a hit a little earlier, and that could hurt them if they try and push up the tank alley.
And the 5100s are still vying for the west. First tank still with them, along with Overlord Prime and the IS-3 in that corner cover down the Gulf line. Fnatic has not moved necessarily from the defensive position of the 6, 7, and 8 line. However, they are sending one of their heavies all the way in the south down the Kilo line, getting closer over to 1. And the light tank, the one remaining light tank, Friction, will be leading that to try to scout, at least be that initial scout, sometimes a sacrificial scout, if there is indeed a push to the south coming out of Hammer Time.
And there's some more fire trade. Hugo Maximus firing onto Overlord Prime. Jackie Rudo abandoning that reverse angled position in order to make himself a harder target from the west. He's looking for a target, takes a hit from Photo Finish. Nice shot into the top of his turret. But there's a little bit of payback as Zazzy takes a hit.
Photo Finish in the IS-3 waiting to lock in another shot against Jackie Rudo. Hammer Time is playing a patient yet progressive game against Fnatic as they're continuing to push in and get more map coverage based on their initial position, moving all the way to the west and then moving to the south. Jackie Rudo takes another big hit. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. They must destroy all the enemy tanks or cap the flag in order to get a win on either side. And Photo Finish is still staying behind the rubble. Fnatic is now pushing over to the west, and this actually could be devastating.
They actually might just be. Here's Antonio Hansen. First shot onto Overlord Prime. Teases target. Second shot. Buddy takes a hit in return. Third shot down to 590 before he is forced to back off. Then another shot. Snapshot into NYPD. Beautiful shot.
NYPD was in a terrible placement. His turret was not in the right place to get a shot. He shot into the wall.
But now on the 8 line, Jackie Rudo goes down, and Hugo Maximus and Nagatron are looking to kill Photo Finish. First shot, it takes him down to 661, Photo Finish, but Photo is getting away. No, he doesn't. That's Hugo with the track shot.
Antonio Hansen down to 68 HP as Overlord Prime is going to push up in the IS-3. Nagatron takes down Photo Finish in the IS-3, and Overlord Prime gets a track shot on the T1. Lots of track shots have been happening here in San Francisco for these tanks. Dryness now pushing up 1:50. And the engagement is happening with Fnatic and one of the heavy tanks on the D line, but this could be a flag cap. Well, Friction gets a T1 kill. Overlord Prime and Dryness are now pushing in. And Overlord Prime gets a shot from behind against the 5100. Antonio Hansen up against First Tanks. First Tanks in the T1 trying to keep it in the firefight or waste a shot. Antonio Hansen gets the kill. 20 seconds left
But Clutch, Hugo Maximus, and Nagatron have won in the north. Now they're returning to base.
That's too far. They're not going to be able to make it in 12 seconds.
But can Antonio save it? There's the possibility that he delays the cap long enough for those IS-3s to get back, and there's the possibility for it there. But Hammer Time with a huge advantage, and that's it.
Nope, Drynitz gets the kill against Antonio Handsome, and Hammer Time takes battle number 1 over Fnatic.
Well, that's one way to turn it around. Much better play this time for Fnatic versus Hammer Time on Himmelsdorf. Hammer Time last time being over-aggressive and really blowing their advantages. This time, very comprehensive, very well played. Played that 1-2 line I was talking about, pushing into the cap, and actually finding a few Fnatic tanks a little bit, I'd say, out of position, overexposed even.
The curse of Himmelsdorf continues for Fnatic, but Hammer Time now has a lead against one of the biggest teams in the world for World of Tanks. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the series continues between Fnatic and Hammer Time. Stay tuned.
You know, starting out, I really did not believe, personally, that this could be happening. It really opened my eyes in August 2012 when we formed our team.
I actually remember the day that we got back from, it was WCG USA qualifiers, where we came back, and he was like, dude, this is real, this is serious. And I was like, that's kind of what I've been talking about.
I really saw, you know, firsthand.
I'd been kind of off and on pro gaming before pro gaming had even existed, and I was in college whenever MLG had come to exist, and I passed on more than one opportunity to become a part of what the pro scene in gaming was. And ever since then, I had always regretted it. So whenever I saw World of Tanks starting to get to that point, I jumped on it. So I dropped everything I was doing at the time and really went full power into this.
It was actually very hard for me because I already, at that point, had a 7-year stint with my career. I was pretty high up, IT director, and to really kind of be able to see the world, to enjoy myself doing what I do, opened my eyes, and I made a change. I did pretty much almost completely went full-time for becoming a professional player, and that has been awesome. Now it's, when I say, you know, I'm a professional gamer, and absolutely no doubt in my mind that that's what I am.
It was just a unique experience, a really cool thing to do, and it's changed my life very significantly since then.
And it's only getting better.
Very positive outlook coming out from Soviet and Nagatron of Fnatic, but they're going to need that positivity to carry them on against Hammer Time. They're down 1 battle, not an unfamiliar place to be for Fnatic. We've seen them come back from behind even more. The next map is going to take place on Mines. Detail for us, quickly, Rookkill, the possibility of a high-octane firefight.
Well, if any of you know the meta of Mines right now, it's pretty simple. Meet at the hill. You're going to see light tanks, maybe 2, maybe 3, probably 2. Head up to the top of the hill for each team, whereas 3 tanks will sit down below. So what you'll be seeing is you'll see a few tanks go up to the hill, probably fighting somewhere on the east side of that, while some tanks stay right down below towards the 4 line. And actually, first tank to make it to the rock where tanks go to die, I expect to die very quickly. I
have been trying to see the type of counter that teams are bringing from that middle WZ-132 1390 melee that's happening in the center of the map. And, well, IS-6s is a possibility. Not all IS-6s, and I talked to Top Tier about this last night because there was multiple light tanks they could have destroyed with 1 shot. But their IS-6s were just too far. The light tanks were undercover, and they were too slow to get there.
And a problem, though, when you have IS-6s is you lack mobility, but the thing is you hit so hard that it's dangerous for a 1390 to try and poke. 3 good shots could take out a 1390. Just all they have to do is roll high enough. And you see how often some of these catch fire. I mean, the engine's in the front. It's just very common to see that happen. So you could see IS-6s, but is that really characteristic of either team?
Not all IS-6s, and that's the difference that Top Tier brought. They brought a T-32 and a T-69. The second time. What was crucial was the T-69 because it's that finisher type tank, where if you do enough damage that it's 1 or 2 shots away, you move in, you get the kill, and you get behind cover.
And actually, speaking of T-69s and IS-6s, the performance of the T-69 against an IS-6 was a little bit lacking. It made me think that maybe the IS-6 is the tank you bring to counter out T-69, simply because the way heat doesn't correct very well, it doesn't work against those side skirts of the IS-6. And the sharp angles really make that thin armor actually rather effective, especially if you can get a high ground advantage on a T-69.
So the possibility perhaps is bringing 2 IS-6s to fight in the bottom of the hillside. So you see a lot of those T-69s pushing up against them, but they're still so slow.
The thing is, I don't think it's characteristic of either of these teams. That's the thing to expect from maybe top tier, but I don't think Hammer Time would adopt that, and I'm certain that Fnatic wouldn't bring any IS-6s. I'm expecting maybe a 5100 with the 90 mil could come out. If I see that at the beginning, that tells me there's hill play. If I don't see that, that's anything but. So it's more like 1390s, T-69s, Pershings, 5100s that we should see.
Well, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for battle number 2 of Hammer Time versus Fnatic. The map is Mines. Let's battle.
All right, there we go. We see it. 5100, 2 T-69s, a 1390, and a WZ-132. Now, Antonio's actually going to bring the 100 mil, which means he will be loaded a little bit late for the initial engagement, meaning the T-69s will be the ones that get early fire on the tanks going to the hill. On the other side, Pershing, T-69, and 3 1390s. That could be very heavy hill play with the 3 1390s. Also, notice every T1 is mounting the 37mm Browning. That is not the 20mm that we usually see, the little machine gun. This pens a little better and hits hard, but it's also still an autoloader.
Look at this. NYPD, Drynitz, and Zazzy in the 1390s going for the same strategy they used against #RU. #RU met them to the north, and that ram was one of the biggest highlights we saw from yesterday. This is a surround. I'm going to stick with these guys on the east.
I think Nagatron might smell this push coming. He's checking the east side, but he's going to be too late. And there, Soviet is able to spot it, and we have a fight right off the bat. Jackie Rudo and Hugo Maximus, though, are in a crazy spot. They need to get on the hill quickly, but they're in a pincer.
Drynitz takes a couple shots, and Hugo Maximus takes out Kriegmaster the T1 first. Zazzy continues to move. Hugo is the target, and Zazzy will line up the shot. Jackie Rudo now on his own. The Pershing and Overlord Prime, the T-69 try to land another hit. Jackie Rudo falls, but the firefight continues as the AMX 5100 has not taken any damage yet, and Soviet is at 660 HP.
Wow, Nagatron's at 1 hit point. 1 hit point, guys. And anything, almost anything could kill him. A T1 very easily can kill him. I think even if he rams a T1, he might even kill himself. Although this was a very dangerous run for Hammer Time. It looked successful at first, but the 5100 Antonio Handsome just shut them down. So Drynitz and NYPD drop in exchange for Hugo Maximus and Jackie Rudo. That's both T-69s down for an exchange of 2 1390s.
A photo finish in that Pershing could be the prime tank to try to hunt down Nagatron, but Nagatron's a smart player. He's going to try to bait him out and allow Antonio Handsome to land those shots in the 5100, even Soviet to move in for the kill.
Well, actually, Soviet's going to be the one out front. You want to preserve Nagatron. Even with 1 hit point, your gun still works, and I'm fairly certain Nagatron may have saved his kit. If he was smart enough to be able to do that, then he's got no damaged modules, no dead crew members, and also remember, these guys have perfect crew skills. Every single crew skill that can be applied to a crew member is on that crew member in their tanks. So these guys are performing optimally. And with that, if he has a dead crew member, they're actually going to be performing a little bit better because of a commander's crew skill.
Well, photo finish is going to join Overlord Prime and Zazzy. He's the 3 amigos right now that's left for Hammer Time as they're going to go back to the east. And they're going to stay within cover. No one is taking the high ground of the mines itself, of the hill. And they could use that longer range fire of that Pershing to line some shots towards the flag cap. However, they need to be cautious since one of the tanks from Fnatic is to the south and could put some flag cap pressure on himself.
You know, I'm waiting for that T1. I'm waiting for Relics and Friction to get some work done. They really have that advantage there with Relics in the position he's currently in. That's way in the backfield. I'm expecting he's about maybe 45 seconds out from that cap that you were talking about. And with that, they'd have to send someone back, allowing, I think, Fnatic to take the hill. And if they can take the hill, they can fire on returning tanks, back shots, and we've seen how effective that can be in the past. But if the player is not careful about it, they could actually end up bouncing. We've had some crazy bounces from players on the hill.
Especially against these T1s, we've had some track shots.
Oh, man.
I've never seen this many track shots in all of my World of Tanks career.
Well, I can see how they do it, because if you look at the tracks on the T1, they extend longer than the body of the tank.
Overlord Prime cresting over the hill in that T-69 tries to line up a shot against Nagatron with 1 HP.
They can see him?
They can see him.
Oh, Nagatron.
Overlord Prime cannot get the shot. Cannot get the shot at all.
Well, with that, you're going to actually see a response from Soviet and Antonio. Nagatron, actually you were talking about baiting earlier with Nagatron. This actually works out in that.
Well, there was a
manner.
response from Soviet onto Zazie. Zazie takes a hit. Down to 595.
Yeah.
Soviet at the top of the hill is going to lock him down. Photo finish and Overlord Prime do not want to move in against Soviet's position because, one, Antonio Handsome could lock either a straight shot down from the cliff and get behind him, or Nagatron could land a long-range snipe shot.
Now, remember what I was talking about from the hill and cap? We could be seeing that in a moment. Relics has made his way into the backfield, and with that, we could see that Antonio Handsome or Soviet maybe grabbing that hill and using that to begin cap pressure. Also, Relics could be used to just spot, not revealing exactly where it is. And there it is. Photo finish, Overlord Prime are both lit, revealing their position, and that the fact that Zazie is not present with them. And that is important. The fact that he is absent may mean we could see a push from Antonio and Soviet onto Zazie, or we could see all three, Nagatron, Soviet, and Antonio, jumping onto that T-69 and the Pershing.
They have to make a move now, because the longer that tank is on that flag cap, the less time they're going to have to make a decision. And Photo Finish and Overlord Prime are looking for a possible push onto the hillside. Photo Finish in his 400-meter range gets a nice long-range shot and takes down Friction.
Nice. He was getting a little bit aggressive, but good job by Photo Finish to predict that. Now Antonio is perfectly set up to counter this. Nagatron fires on Photo Finish. Photo Finish returns, and now Antonio misses the first shot onto Photo Finish. He cannot afford to do that. Second shot is a track shot. I think Photo burns his kit.
Overlord Prime, the T-69 with a long-range shot, takes down Nagatron, but now they're in the crossfire. Soviet misses against Overlord Prime. Photo Finish tries to land another hit. Who does he aim for? Antonio Handsome. Does he track him? Antonio tries to move forward. Overlord Prime to the 222. Photo in the Pershing trying to block for him. Overlord moves back. He gets the shot and the kill. Nice play by Antonio Handsome, but Photo Finish is up against two autoloaders, and he is in trouble. Not anymore, though, as he takes down Antonio Handsome, and Zazie is still on the play. Soviet lands another hit. The Pershing at 5 HP. 125
Oh, Soviet
left.
puts it into the gun of the 5100.
But he gets the kill. Zazie still left alive here, and he takes down the T1. It's 1390 versus 1390. Soviet at 125 HP versus Zazie at 595. Zazie cruising close. He saw Soviet, and he's going to move in for the kill. Soviet running away to the north.
But Soviet is a huge disadvantage right now. One shot will kill Soviet. He has to depend on some kind of track shot or miracle bounce in order to take on this 1390 head-to-head. He's going to have to play a seriously insane game in order to 1v1 this 1390, who's sitting at how much health?
595. Now, Soviet went for a smart loop, trying to get behind cover to the east. Zazie going for the best play. Don't chase down Soviet. Make him come to me. And he's going to the flag cap, and that's going to initiate now. A minute and 38 seconds for Zazie to hold the line.
That's dangerous. Soviet, though, could delay the cap, and if he predicts the position of this 1390, he could be able to destroy him from out of spotting range. That's what I think Soviet needs to go for the most. But as you can see from the position of that 1390, that's going to be difficult. I don't think he'll be able to spot him from range at all and make that happen. We'll have to see what he goes for, though, as Soviet does make the approach.
2 minutes, 58 seconds. Zazie behind bush cover in a great position.
But Soviet destroys a tree. And I don't know if Zazie spotted that.
There's a little bit long range, and there's multiple trees there that could cover other trees.
There's so much
in the
destructible cover that Soviet is destroying. If Zazie is paying attention to that position, he may have noticed. Now, Soviet does get a little bit closer. They're so close to actually beginning that engagement. He just doesn't need to destroy this house. One wrong move.
He's seen. Zazie sees him, lines a shot, and he gets it. Hammer time is up 2-0 over Fnatic.
What a start to this series. Fnatic not able to get momentum yet, but Hammer Time starting off very strong, but close, very close in that last one.
You look at the approach that they brought in the East, reflective of what they did against #RU. Against #RU is a crazy firefight. They lost the T1s in this series very early, and without that option, that was very open for Fnatic to use that flag cap pressure. However, Prime positioning from the Pershing for the long-range shot, later on getting the other T1, and then it became a brawl fight between Nagatron at 1 HP. He was taken down by the T-69, and at Mines, they pushed in. The Pershing, that shot into the gun, you just call it RNG, call it luck, call it whatever, but that was huge.
Yeah, that was huge, along with a few other missed shots. Soviet was saying this in the interview that we showed yesterday. how you just can't afford to miss. He stressed how that's unacceptable for his team, and because of a few of those missed shots, that really changed the game for Fnatic. Shots that could have allowed Soviet in the end to have enough health to take on that other 1390. Also, as you guys see here now on screen, this is the beginning of that fight. This is the two T69s caught out almost completely alone, and they just go forward. That's the reaction. It's, we don't know what to do. Default is forward. But it allowed Hammer Time to take that fight, get those kills, and then actually escape.
For the best direction. For the best direction. We're going to take commercial break. We come back. Battle number 3 of Hammer Time versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
I'm a college student, second year of college. One day I was just walking through a game store, and then something caught my eye. It was a picture of a tank, you know, that big explosion picture you had. And I was like, oh my God, I've heard of this on TV. So I saw the game, I said, you know what, I'm gonna try it out. And that was the summer of 2012. I was playing one day, someone said I sucked at the game. They were like, you're a 45%er. And from that point on, I worked on my stats. I just played tanks over and over again. My stats slowly went up. I went up to 52, 53%. I was a 60%er. And then on a whim, NYPD said, do you want to play on tournaments? And I told them, why not? And the first tournament I'm in is the major leagues. I guess I can actually see how difficult it is to be a professional gamer because you actually have to travel around the world. There's a lot of pressure, I admit, that I didn't expect. Like when Season 2, I was actually a bit shaky when I was playing on stage because it was my first time playing in front of a camera, you know, actually going for money. And it's not for everyone. Because honestly, this is something you do, it's not a hobby anymore. Like some people do play as a hobby, they play it well, but if you want to become really competitive, you really have to sink time into the game. It's quite a lot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Hammer Time is up 2-0 against Fnatic, the top team in North America. Can they go all the way, 2 battles away from making it a possibility, or another huge comeback from Fnatic? We're going to find out. Crazy Ivan rule in place on mines. It's time for the battle. Let's get into the game.
Taking a look at the tanks, there's been a little bit of a change here, but not for Fnatic. They're going to stay with 5100, 2 T69s, 1390, and the WZ-132. Other side, that's where the change is. 2 T69s, 2 1390s, and Zazzy's going to take a WZ-132. Notice both are mounting the 100mm, so they're firing APCR. And I expect them both to meet at the hill in the traditional manner.
The traditional fisticuffs that we're going to see between these two tanks.
But who will get there first? Looks like Nagatron wins the race.
Nagatron is up there, WZ-132, who takes the first shot.
He's going to look for the block, but almost everyone is able to get out of the way. Zazzy is stopped, and that will allow some T-69s to get plenty of damage. 234, and there he goes down. First kill is Zazzy.
Nagatron and WZ-132 holding back, and he's actually going to fire into the side of NYPD. Soviet choosing to fire against Drynitz, and he's going to unload down to 636, 385. Soviet now going to target fire again. Drynitz, Nagatron moving in for the kill. The HP sharing is beautiful between Fnatic, Nagatron, and Soviet here. NYPD is going to try to push up to take down Soviet, but Soviet moves up. Shot missed from Soviet, though, and Nagatron down to 483 in a WZ-132. NYPD lands another shot, sets him on fire. Return fire, Nagatron.
One hit point.
1 HP again. NYPD now has to run. He is out of shells.
How does he do the 2 matches in a row, people? Nagatron is alive at 1 hit point.
Incredible. Hugo Maximus in the T-69 now pushing up against the NYPD. NYPD down to 124. One more shot, he will fall. It's a missed shot from Hugo Maximus. Jackie Rudo cruising up. Hugo gets a hit. Kriegmaster, the T1, last one left alive. This will be the first battle point on the board for Fnatic. As the T-69 is now pushing for the kill. Kriegmaster hanging back behind the bushes, trying to draw this out as long as he can.
I think Nagatron's engine is broken.
Is Nagatron just not working?
He is not in good shape. Poor guy.
I'm
just sorry for him. He caught fire. He's sitting there at 1 health. He's just hurting.
Kriegmaster trying to fire on anyone, and Nagatron gets the last shot on the kill, and Fnatic puts a point on the board.
Well, that was an incredibly short battle. How long was that? It was like 3 minutes.
That battle was fast and furious, but both these teams are bringing everything they got. And Fnatic being down 0-2, nobody wants to be in that position, but especially the stakes that Fnatic has right now. I mean, recently joining this international esports team. And here we go again. You're going to see the battle going back and forth here on the hill. Ryukill, it was really good selective firefighting happening here from these tanks from Fnatic.
But I have to give it to Nagatron as the MVP for this battle. He blocked the right tank, allowing the rest of his teammates to get the right kill. And then on the top, you see this great just WZ-132, 1390 combo, and just health point sharing. Nagatron getting in the way at the perfect time. And you know, Soviet is going to go down here, but Nagatron is still going to win.
And he does.
Just
Let's watch
barely,
that burn.
though.
Let's watch
Just
that burn
barely.
once again, all the way down to 1. You have to. I wonder how much sweat was emanating from Nagatron during that fire. But they're able to take the battle and put a point on the board. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back. Battle number 4 between Hammer Time and Fnatic. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Hammer Time is still up 2-1 over Fnatic. Fnatic, the team that has taken Season 1 and Season 2, has taken home $100,000 so far in the North American Gold League for World of Tanks. But don't count them out just yet. They still have a number of battles to go through. In the next battle, battle number 4, is going to take place on Prohorovka, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for these teams. We get ready for the battle.
I'm taking a look at the tanks. I see a Pershing, 2 T-69s and 2 1390s for Fnatic in the blue, spawning in the south. In the north, in the red, 2 T-32s, an Object 416 and 2 1390s.
That Object 416 versus a T-69, when you look at the lineup, this T-32s, I love it. But this is that longer, more defensive play, while you have the faster 1390s and even the T-69s in play from Fnatic here. So it's two philosophies at work between the two teams.
Although I'm reminded of one of the first times we saw T69s versus T32s and the performance we saw then from Fnatic, actually.
In Season 2, that's right, but that's because Heat had changed on the T69, reducing the penetration by 50. And you saw a number of fizzles happening on those T32s. To me, I thought it was glorious, but to many others, they thought, wow, that's really changed the dynamic of the T69s. We need to rethink this approach.
Yep. And because of that, I think they're going to try and avoid engaging in that traditional hull-down position because of the strength of the T32's turret. It's going to be very difficult for T69s to deal with that. And so you see that east side play from Fnatic and the west side play from Hammer Time.
Look at the aggression, though. They're already going into the enemy territory. They can be pushing up here against the overmatch that's going to happen to the north. Are they going to commit?
I think it would be unwise.
The surprise
at this
is
point.
lost. Soviet and Nagatron are up there to the north. They do see Kriegmaster hanging out by the hobo campfire in the wrecked train. Whatever escaped out of this train that wrecked, that's a giant beast.
Yes. Perhaps a tank?
Perhaps a tank, indeed.
Well, in the meantime, in the middle of the map, T32s are getting ready to begin engagement. See shots fired, no connections yet. Hugo looking for a shot, does not, but he takes a shot in return.
Photo finish, able to land it.
That's Nagatron taking down Kriegsmaster. T1
and now
advantage.
they're going to push over. NYPD sees him the object 416, and Nagatron takes a hit. So does Soviet. Trading out the HP, it's going slightly in the favor of Hammer Time so far. And Soviet takes another big hit down to 587.
Where did that even come from?
It's from the 1390s or the T32s. The T32s are more focused on Hugo Maximus, Jackie Rudo, and Antonio Hansen, but Drynet's now moving up to reinforce the T32s in the middle in case there's a potential overmatch from the Pershing. But that object 416 as well with that. This is a lot of consistent fire going up against these T69s, and now they're going to be pushing up across the railroad tracks. They're going to focus on Overlord Prime first. Photo finish trying to block him, but nice concentrated fire coming out of Fnatic.
But do they have enough shells left to finish off the C32? There's so many hit points, and I saw fizzles and bounces. Jackie is one shot away from death, and their photo finish is focusing on him, and Jackie's reloading. He's just gonna go down.
And he falls. NYPD in the object 416 hiding in the bush, but Nagatron's going to push
on
up
fire.
against him.
And he puts it out. He's at 346 hit points now. Should be the next tier 8 to go down if Hugo will risk going over.
And photo finish, block him in time. Drynet's no, falls to Hugo. Photo finish, lining up another shot, but Antonio Hansen moves into the T69 to finish it off. And he can't get it. Hugo Maximus in the Pershing able to close it out. Now it's Zazie in first tanks, and Zazie is on the run in the 1390, a little bit to the south, but he's going up towards the bowl to get away from that fire of Fnatic. Zazie could do this though. 108 for Hugo, 207 for Antonio. It's Soviet that has the most HP.
But there's so many guns alive right now, and because Zazie is only one tank himself, I doubt he can get that much fire out.
He needs to keep moving. Soviet's lining up those shots, gets another one. 601, even the T1 relics getting a couple hits. Zazie takes down one though. Hugo in his sights. The Pershing, however, lives. And first tank's the last one left alive for Hammer Time.
And that is Cap beginning. Relics is on Cap. Soviet will join him, and soon will Friction. Blue base, though, is under attack, revealing the position of the final T1 first tanks. Great comeback by Fnatic here, just showing how great they are at getting the momentum, even though they may drop the first two battles.
I want every team to take note of the type of aggression we saw here in Prohorovka. This map has changed over the evolution of the 3 seasons here in North America and even worldwide, and some teams have been playing very stagnant on this map. But using the east, using those railroad tracks, we saw a really good implemental style coming from Fnatic.
And do you hear what I'm hearing? I'm hearing something. I hear members of Hammer Time actually saying something to Zazie. I'm getting the feeling that Hammer Time is a little bit frayed right now, not quite able to hold it together after losing both Mines and Prohorovka.
I think they're okay. A couple things went wrong for them, but a lot of things have gone right for them so far in this series. But yeah, we could overhear Hammer Time talking to each other during that series. Hugo Maximus, performance-wise, let's take a look. 2,081 HP, 9 out of 16 for those direct hits and penetration hits. Soviet, 8 for 11. Antonio Hansen, 8 for 8 in the T69. Nagatron did fall, and he got 5 out of 6, but he was unable to unload. He was able to load out his drum, and 3 for 4, Jackie Rudo.
Well, I thought I saw a few fizzles. Maybe it was the T69s, but we were talking about this earlier. Those T69s against T32s, very difficult to make your heat shells count against that armor. And this is a marked improvement for Fnatic since the first time we saw them take on T-32s with T-69s. Now you can see how disciplined they are and just how effective, even though the T-69 really does fall short against incredibly well-armored opponents.
We're going to have a commercial break. When we come back, battle number 5 between these two powerhouse teams in this series. Stay tuned. You're watching the Gold League. It's currently tied up between Hammer Time and Fnatic, 2-2 so far, and the next battle will take place on Ensk. I'm Joshua Kletchgray, joined on the set by Randall Rukil-Holko, my battle buddy throughout all of World of Tanks, man. We've been doing this for almost a year, and we've seen these teams progress in such a way that is almost staggering when you look at what the game was like in Season 1 and how much it has changed in Season 3 because of the meta changes, the tank lineups, and even the approaches these teams are bringing to maps, especially with Ensk.
Yeah, before the league started, we had artillery playing in the game. After that change, everyone had to figure out how to play 742 again. Everyone started at square one, and we've just seen how far they've come. And they really have. Fnatic leading the way all the way, right behind them. Simp. Hammer Time, though, joined us a little bit later, but has been performing incredibly well and is now one of the top 4 teams in America.
And Hammer Time will be spawning to the south of the map, and the win rate so far for this map is 55% favoring the south, 42 to the north, with 1 draw with the stats of Season 3. Now, East play is still, it's a viable option, but a lot of teams in Season 2 were favoring that railroad long shots with the Pershing, sometimes the Object 416. But we have seen some looping play of going all the way to the east in that dedicated approach. But too dedicated, it leaves you way open for the flag cap. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two teams are going to bring. It's time for battle number 5, ladies and gentlemen, between Fnatic and Hammer Time. The map is Ensk.
Taking a look at the tanks, I see 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s against 2 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and NYPD is going to be bringing that Object 416. It really is a sick tank. Just such a low profile and a really potent gun.
Very potent. At first I thought it was inaccurate at long range with some reports I was seeing, and I talked to some of the pros and they said, no, that's false. Whoever told you that is a liar.
Now, it's not the most accurate
no,
gun,
obviously,
yeah, but
it's more accurate than a 1390, I believe. I'll have to look at the stats.
It's around the same range. It's not like one of those guns you'd prefer to snipe with, like maybe something on a Panther 2. Like
I've had more success sniping with it than a 1390.
Well, that's because it has heat on it, and heat at range doesn't actually fall off. And it'll just perform the same at, 10 meters as it does at 500. Well, it's just, you have a little bit of accuracy fall off there at range.
Speaking of east, here we have to the south. Hammer Time heading to the eastern portion of the map, but not a full commitment again. They're going to have one of the tier 1s hanging back, and this is going to be crucial for Fnatic to look at the type of scouting information they're going to see all the way to the west in those city blocks. They're going to continue to move down to the south, down the 1 and 2 line, and they're going to continue to get that approach, and that's going to be more information for Fnatic knowing, guess what, they went east. We can push in, get some really good spots around that flag cap, and then harass them. However, they have none of their T1s back to defend east, or at least scout it, and because of that, does that make it difficult if there is a full commitment happening from Hammer Time?
You could actually see a cap trade.
Exactly.
In this
and
situation.
The long shots going down the railroads for the reset.
Well, yeah, I think the south has an advantage in that situation. The north being very open, I think would be a little bit easier to defend. But I feel like Fnatic is playing this a little bit risky.
I think they're all in. I think both teams are all in right now.
But they're very spread out. I don't think that they've quite taken into account all ranges of possibilities, in that you saw Jackie Rudo leading the way with so many tanks far behind that if Jackie had been caught out, he could have been evaporated instantly. But now they're going to begin peeking around in the south, as the north is going to see just about the same motion. T1 in the north is the only defender, though. And there it is, spotting onto Overlord Prime, and photo finish will reveal members of Hammer Time in the north.
And they're going to fall back a little bit, and shots fired. Did it land? Looks like it's a no.
Well, not well-placed blind fire, though. It was somewhat correct, except for Friction was a little bit smarter and realized, well, they've guessed me, and I should probably leave.
Friction is seen. Shot fired to take down the supplies, and Overlord Prime gets hit. 1054 to 1500. And that's going to start a reset Blue Base Center attack with those 3 tanks. The fire's going to continue on both sides. Now 3 are up on the red, and this could be close. Nope, there's another reset, 21 and 20, 25, and now another reset down to 23, and it's tied up, and this could be a draw if they cap at the same time.
It is possible, but there's going to be so many resets for the next few seconds. I don't expect this to end for another 30, maybe 40 seconds.
Photo finish down to 305. Hugo Maximus pushing up a little bit further in the IS-3. Blue Base still under attack at 8 seconds. He needs to get a reset here. There's a reset down to the south of the red.
Magatron may be able to get it, but he's
Hammer Time at 1 second, and they're going to cap the Blue Base.
They do, yes.
We're waiting for the window, and Hammer Time is able to get it, and that's it. Hammer Time takes battle number 5. That was intense, and it was kind of what we predicted, that long-range firefight for the resets happening on the railroad.
It was just the fact that Nagatron ran out of shells in the north. He was at 5100 firing at range. He made a few connections early on, but once he was out of shells, there was no one else with any range to make a reset. Everyone for the side of Hammer Time got into solid cover. I did not expect that, I have to admit. It was very surprising to see them just positioned that well, and for Fnatic not to be able to respond in time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this means that Hammer Time is 1 victory away from defeating Fnatic. Fnatic has to win 2 more times in order to take this series. If any potential draws do happen, it could also take us to a shootout. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, battle number 6 between Hammer Time and Fnatic. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Currently, Hammer Time is up 3-2 against Fnatic. We're about ready for battle number 6 between these 2 teams. This could be the biggest upset of all time if Hammer Time wins this next battle.
Yeah, they've just gone so long, though, without being defeated. It is kind of bound to happen eventually. Someone is bound to eventually figure it out. Hammer Time came incredibly close to overcoming Fnatic in a few maps the last time they fought, and I guess they learned from that last experience, and they understand their opponent much better than they did last time. We're seeing them play much more comprehensively, make their shots count, and just all together playing much stronger than we've seen them in the past.
Fnatic said that they respected Hammer Time, and if there's one team that could potentially create an upset, it could be them, or at least they were impressed with what they were bringing to the season play. But in the finals, it was up in the air between #RU and Hammer Time. People would say that Hammer Time was favored because of their experience, but #RU had some great aggression, and that's the closest series that we've had in a final setting between the two. And you know, #RU brought them to the shootout, and it went to that split of Hammer Time on Malinovka compared to the one block, the flying V from #RU. Hammer Time did it, and now it's brought them to this moment. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Battle number 6 on Ruinberg between Hammer Time and Fnatic. Who can take it? We're going to find out.
For the tanks, 2 5100s, a Pershing, and 2 1390s. Notice that both the T1s have remounted that 20mm again. On the other side, the red, Hammer Time, 2 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and a 1390. That's going to be Zazzy scouting out for Hammer Time.
The difference is that IS-3, that Pershing, and that 1390.
And actually, we may have a disconnect. I'm not seeing any players moving right now. Your side, Clutch?
I'm not seeing any players either. It looks like the technicians are with the players. It is a DC. Darn it.
Happens.
It is a DC. We're going to go ahead and exit out of the battle.
Yep. Happens from time to time.
Let me check.
Any response from our admin on what exactly is going on?
Not yet. I just want to make sure that everything was correct in the map loadout, and everything was correct when it came to sides. So that was not the case. So must have been a disconnect with one of the computers. Our technicians are working on it. Had a weird bug happening yesterday that got fixed that actually increased the anxiety of #RU versus Hammer Time yesterday, and that turned out to be one of the best series we've ever seen in World of Tanks. So we'll keep you guys updated on what's happening here. But I want to talk more about Ruinberg. Let's go ahead and load up the telestration because we're seeing a lot of the same thing happening on this map. We're seeing the south go east and the north go west, but not as much movement towards the Delta Village. And that's usually where we see the north go to. And we've seen a lot of teams have a lot of great engagements favoring the Delta Village, and some teams not as much, trying to get there from the north in slower tanks. So Rukil, give us the rundown on this map.
Yeah, so from the south, in order to approach the Delta Village, it's actually a longer route to go from the south to the Delta Village than it is to go from the north to the Delta Village. You have this big open area, the TIE Fighter, as you've named it, Clutch, which, as you say, looks like a TIE Fighter, but it's so much easier to cross from the north. But because from the south, you actually have the camping grounds, and those camping grounds create so much cover and slow down even your faster tanks like 1390s, making it a longer distance. So it's generally safer to go along the K line and then along the 0 line to make your way to the Delta Village.
Yeah. Well, the F crossroads, I feel, is sometimes underutilized by a lot of these teams because if you're able to, and again, it's very dangerous to try to push it in that location because of the amount of cover from the fountain and the distance. But if you're able to lock down that position either from the south or the north, that allows you to almost cut the map in half. And also gives you really good coverage if you go for the north flag cap and try to take down people fleeing from the Delta Village to get to the north.
Yeah, just that whole F road, everything from the fountain to the Delta Village is very strong.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the game is started. Let's go ahead and jump into the game. Looks like all the players are good to go. And here we go. I'm going to follow NYPD, sparring to the south. Hammer Time, one battle away. San Francisco, if you're cheering for Hammer Time, let me hear you. Who here wants Fnatic Gaming to move on?
Ow. That someone out there is really...
That's sheer cannon.
Yeah, that hurts.
Well, Fnatic could do it. Fnatic could do it. It's just Fnatic, not Fnatic Gaming. I'm used to their old name. Zazzy behind the fountain along with Kriegmaster. Kriegmaster going to the north, and Fnatic is going to go to the Delta Village. You're going to favor that position, playing it standard. I would be too if I was down a battle.
Now, I actually have to say something about this position I'm seeing out of Soviet from Fnatic. This is something I've seen practiced a few times before, and I've wondered if this is really the best use. It's smart in some ways, but I feel like it also kind of can hurt Soviet. He's kind of trapped in this road if we see Hammer Time aggress on him from the correct way. However, the strengths are, of course, that you get to spot from east to west very well, and you can get cover from your allies like Soviet has now, Antonio Hansen, Hugo, and Jackie from the east. difficulty is, I feel like Soviet is a little bit exposed, and he's kind of stopped his light scout tank without a whole bunch of armor.
Well, during that positioning of Soviet, first tanks went down from Jackie Rudo, and NYPD got shot as they crossed the F crossroads. And look at the spread from Fnatic. They are all over the map, and we have a full-on train of pain coming out from Hammer Time with the lead of their 1390 Zazis are going to go up towards the flag cap.
Do I smell a cat fast?
I think this is a big possibility, but Zazi gets tracked from Antonio Hansen. Look at that defensive position. Hugo Maximus with the cross shot in the Pershing. And Antonio could push out in the 5100.
But is he spotted? Oh, yes, he is. He needs to be careful. He may take too much fire in return, risking it. And then he does actually take down Zazi. No actual damage in response from Hammer Time.
No damage. NYPD could not get the shot. He was behind cover to not get hit from Hugo on that cross shot. That's a huge victory for Fnatic with that tier 1 going down and also that T1. However, they still need to play this a little bit patiently here and use that cover in their movement. Even moving across the TIE Fighter could be open to some shots if these tanks go down to the F crossroads. Not going to be the case though. Fnatic is going to move more to the north in a defensive spot and wait for the spotting position of the T1s and the light tanks to find out where Hammer Time is on the map.
Now Hugo Maximus is taking a little bit of fire. He took one hit in order to get some damage out, but it feels a little risky because I believe shells pen trucks now, so it doesn't actually work as perfect cover. It's just peeking out now, looking for Overlord Prime, and there's great spotting coming out of Hugo right now. Actually, that could even be Soviet helping out there. And he may come in on the flank. That could be huge, and we could see T1 pressure in the south from Fnatic. Soviet now on the flank, and he zeroes on photo finish. Misses the first shot. It's a little bit of a low ground, guys.
Photo finish and Overlord Prime. Overlord Prime was aiming through the window, the keyhole, but was unable to get Hugo Maximus. Photo finish falls, and that cross shot from Soviet. That's what Soviet needed, and now Overlord Prime returns fire. A big hit against Soviet, 681 out of 1100.
And here come the 5100s, Jackie Rudo and Antonio. Actually a bounce onto Jackie from Dryness, and that's not a bounce onto Antonio as they find this IS-3. Overlord Prime will go down very soon.
And he falls. Fnatic on the warpath as no tanks have been destroyed. Shot into the side of Hugo Maximus as Drynitz and NYPD try to return fire. Drynitz at 926, NYPD at 897. Drynitz pushing out in the 5100. He sees Antonio Hansen, Nagatron, Hugo Maximus, and Jackie Rudo. And here comes the concentrated fire from Fnatic. Soviet gets the kill against the T1. Drynitz takes down Hugo, but Jackie Rudo in the 5100 has enough HP to take down Drynitz. Nice ram damage here. Possibly both are reloading, and from the rear is coming.
Oh, nice. Now he's turned him sideways. Very nice for Antonio. He's going to have an easy kill once he gets shots on target. And there's a tank sandwich.
Drynitz in between, still waiting for the reload. They're just going to hug it out. Oh, there's the shot. One more, and Drynitz will fall. Loaded, and Jackie gets it. And Fnatic ties up the series, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to bring us to battle number 7. Between these two teams, I can't believe it. Battle number 7, once again, in the series that we've had so far at the finals live from San Francisco. These are the best series we've ever seen, Ruko.
Yeah, Hammer Time has improved so much since they began playing in the league, and Fnatic also leading the way. But Hammer Time is just, when you get to see the other guys at the top, they don't get to advance as quickly as everyone else because they're leading the way. They're trailblazing for the American scene, and because of that, Hammer Time is able to learn from them, understand their opponent, and they're doing a fantastic job here today. But Fnatic is getting that momentum now.
They're getting the momentum indeed, and they need to continue with that momentum into this next battle. Battle number 7, it turns into a best of 1 between these two teams. Quick commercial break. When we come back, we find out who moves on and who goes home in the Gold League. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Two teams, Hammer Time and Fnatic. One battle away to determine who moves on to the finals and who will participate in the third, fourth match. Money is on the line, $50,000 for the winner, $25,000 for second place, and the $100,000 prize pool breaks down from there from all the teams. Each team, I believe, already gets $2,000 just making it to the finals.
Yep, all the teams that we saw yesterday that did not make it through will be receiving about $2,000 in prize money. It's a good amount there for them.
Good chunk of change, yeah. Real money, cash money. You know?
But of course, first place, so delicious, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, Fnatic knows the taste, and it's tough because they know what it's like to be first place. Hammer Time, they've been in the top 8 once in Season 2, and they performed well there, but they are so close, and the tension, honestly, is palpable in the building right now. People, when we asked who's cheering for who, more people were cheering for Fnatic because it's more of an established name, but a lot of people were still rooting for the underdog, and that is Hammer Time. This is it, folks. The battle is on Cliff. Here we go. Battle number 7 of Fnatic versus Hammer Time. Let's battle.
All right. For tanks, I'm looking at a Pershing and a T-69 with 3 1390s on the side of Fnatic. Also 20 millimeters on those T1s, friction relics. On the other side, First Tanks and Kriegsmaster T1s are actually going to be mounting 37 Brownings on their T1s. That is something to look out for with 3 1390s and 2 T69s. That marks possibly an aggressive strategy out of Hammer Time.
Imagine the nerves running through both these teams right now. I don't care how good you are and how much of a veteran you are, you have to be thinking, this is close, guys. We have to make every single one of our shots. We have to execute perfectly on the strategy we're going to bring, and that strategy from Hammer Time is going towards the west with all of their tanks.
That is one heck of a way to approach the map. It's safe in one way, but a little risky in a few others in that you are putting yourself in a low ground. We've seen teams in our league during regular play that actually kind of got themselves a loss because they were unable to put themselves on that high ground. That's the risk here in this strategy, but it looks like they will succeed in getting that position.
Zazie sees the Pershing of Hugo Maximus. He fires, Hugo takes a big hit to the front, but Drynitz takes down Relics, and that's the first T1 down. But here comes Fnatic around the corner, and they're going to be matched with aggression against the T69s. Big hits against Antonio Handsome. He's down to 635. Photo finish backs up. NYPD gets hit as well. Overlord Prime takes a couple hits on his side, trading fire back and forth. Jackie Rudo and his T69. Who's going to be the first TR to fall? Will be Soviet down to 392. Antonio down to 398. Now down to 148. Zazie at 362. Drynitz can still push up. Hasn't taken any damage yet. Neither has Nagatron.
But with the advantage, they have an overmatch. It's just they need to push in. Although the advantage for Hammer Time is they could just push onto one of these sides and possibly get the kills necessary to throw the game into their favor. But watch out for that cap, which may start in a few seconds.
Nagatron pushes in as they focus on Jackie Rudo. Overlord Prime down to 168, and they both fall at the same time. Soviet is down. Zazie at 117, Nagatron at 606. This is close, folks, but Hugo Maximus pushes in with the Pershing, and Hammer Time's in a little bit of trouble here, but they've reduced so much HP against Fnatic. Hugo trying to land a shot against NYPD. Now he's going to push. Photo finish. Trying to get another shot, and he falls. Antonio Handsome at 148 to 1390. Cannot push in. Photo finish pulls back on the cliff. NYPD is going to be stuck on his own next to the donut.
And now that Jackie is reloading, he is split from anyone else. Nagatron waiting to find where that push from Hammer Time will come, and I'm seeing Cap begins.
Cap, pressure is happening for Hammer Time. Fnatic is going to have to deal with this quickly. Who do they have all the way to the north? Is that one of the T1s?
That's Friction T1, and he spots First Tanks and Kriegsmaster, but he is out in the open, and he does fire. He takes down Kriegsmaster.
Nice shot from Friction.
At that range with the 20 mil, that is fantastic right there. Great play from him. Now he has to take down First Tanks, though. And that's a bit risky because Tier 8s may be able to get the cross shots necessary to take him out. And he blind fires. It's a reset.
Photo finish in the T69, hugging this wall, and he's going to pop up to the right here, where typically we see Pershings and other heavier tanks stay in a hold-down position.
At the same time, though, Jackie, Nagatron, and Antonio have not moved all that far. They're still assuming that the members of Hammer Time are still in their positions. But guess what, Clutch? They're not.
Minute and 15 left. And Hammer Time's going to push in and take down Friction.
But Friction does spot Photo finish, and now Friction is taking fire.
And he falls. Ammo rack, dry nits in the 1390. Takes a hit, though, from far away. NYPD in the 1390, not able to get a shot in. And Photo Finish is still holding back here.
Nagatron misses one shot, and that may mean that that 1390 will live a little longer. 54 seconds left on the cap timer, and Jackie Rudo may be able to get that cap, but I'm not sure if he can even spot that far. No, he actually cannot. There's too much in the way, too many bushes, too many trees. He blind fires, no connection yet. Second shot does not connect. One more, and another. He gets it!
Jackie
he gets
Rudo.
first tanks!
Jackie Rudo takes it. Beautiful shot from Jackie Rudo, resetting, taking out the damage from the T1. The damage being done, of course, the flag cap pressure. Photo Finish now gets hit from Antonio Hansen. Antonio Hansen blocking that position and trying to push Photo Finish away. 5 minutes, 42 seconds left on the clock.
Just beautiful play from the T69, Jackie Rudo. He carries this game on his shoulders right now. He was also knocking one tank out of the fight just with his position. I don't think 1390 NYPD is going to be able to rejoin the fight safely at all, and there he goes.
Jackie Rudo takes down the NYPD. Jackie is the MVP of this battle. Photo Finish at 183. However, it's still anybody's game. Photo Finish pushing up, still hugging tightly.
And Dryness is spotted by Nagatron. Nagatron is not spotted in return, I don't believe.
Dryness is hanging way up there. Shot fired close to him. It does land. There's a second one, another one. One more shot and Dryness falls. It's a bounce, but he goes down. It's up to Photo Finish. 3 against 1. Photo Finish in the T69, 183, maybe going on the run. 4 minutes and 52 seconds left on the map. 3 tanks from Fnatic, 1 tank from Hammer Time.
Now, he, in one clip, in 4 shots, I don't think he can finish off Nagatron, Antonio, and Jackie. Now, in the past, we've seen Nagatron not actually bring an automatic fire extinguisher on his 1390. So if that T69 can catch Nagatron on fire, he can actually finish this off with 4 shells. But that's very, very thin.
Photo Finish moving up to the top of the cliff edge. The closest tank is that medium, Jackie Rudo. Photo Finish does not see him. Vice versa, they don't see each other. Photo Finish now circling to the south of the donut. All 3 tanks for Fnatic now to the center. They could spot each other in a matter of seconds. Photo Finish turning the corner, sees Nagatron. Nagatron fires, he gets the kill, and Fnatic goes on into the finals.
Beautiful play by Fnatic on Cliff. Absolutely phenomenal. The blind fire from Jackie, just bravo to him. Absurd. It was the 4th shell, the last one, and he makes the shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the closest series we have ever seen in World of Tanks. Fnatic was on the line. Rubbing Relics' bald head for good luck. Hammer Time, this is a team that continues to impress not only us, but the international scene as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Hammer Time. Rookhill, bring up the stats for Jackie Rudo. I'm sure his shoulders are hurting right now from carrying his team in that battle.
He did about 1,901 damage with 2 kills. Fired many times, not all of them were a connection, but guess what? He was able to make a kill at about 400 meters on a T1 that he could not see. That is just amazingly impressive. And that's not even a tank hiding in a bush, that is a tank hiding in the open. Just phenomenal.
Incredible play. Again, Hammer Time using the strength of their T1s. That is their legacy so far, as we've seen in group play. It was working for them here. It was putting the necessary pressure against Fnatic. Fnatic was low on HP, but they played with calm heads, man. And I was nervous just watching that to find out what was going to happen. Photo Finish at the end. Nagatron saw him, went for the shot, got it. It was going to be a brawl mode. Nagatron would have won because of the higher HP. But such impeccable play from both these teams. Congratulations to Fnatic moving on to the finals, and we're going to find out who they're going to be up against, and that could either be top tier or Simp.
Yeah, although it's anybody's game there, though, Coach.
It is anybody's game indeed. The crowd is going all over the place, shaking hands, saying congratulations, but one of the members of one of the teams that unfortunately got knocked out was Simple Tankers, and that's the leader, Jay Smooth, and he's with our very own Lauren Elise. Let's kick it on over to Lauren.
Hi, everyone. I am here with Jay Smooth. What do you think about that match?
Wow, I can't believe that match. It was back and forth. Hammer Time putting it to the #1 team in the U.S. Took them to the brink. An incredible blind shot to save the day by Jackie. Crazy.
I mean, we were sitting down there before, and before they even started the match, you said it was like 85% Fnatic was going to win, 15% Hammer Time. I don't think it was that clear cut.
No, I was absolutely wrong on that. I just thought Fnatic had put in so much practice. They've been cleaning things up. They're so precise in what they do. And Hammer Time is good. They are a great team. They get a little bit of a roller coaster, and they can be beat. And we saw that during the regular season. But holy cow, they were on their game today. And I believe it just shows how close all these teams are when we get here to the finals. Besides the first game yesterday with Fnatic, every other game has gone to 7 and even 8. Incredible competition here. We had a close one yesterday, and I think the scene is on the up and up.
Me too. I think that Fnatic is a fantastic team, but I think that this also gives hope to some of the underdogs, some of the other teams that are coming up on the scene and trying to get their chance to play against them. Do you think that this proves that there's confidence for those underdogs?
Yeah, and I mean, just look at top tier qualifiers, and now they're playing Simp, the #2 team in the USA, for a chance to play Fnatic, the #1 team. I mean, that's anybody who wants to put a team together, get out there, get in the qualifiers, look where you can be. I mean, these games are close. The competition is awesome. If you're not here, you're missing out.
Thank you so much for the words, for being up here, for talking to us and the fans about this. It's been awesome. Are you looking forward to the next match?
Hey, next match, we got to go with our other guys, Simp. So, but it's going to be great. Top tier brings some crazy lineups. It's going to be fun to watch.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Clutch, and welcome to The Garage. Today in The Garage, we're going to take a look at the Josef Stalin III.
IS-3 is one of those tanks that I think is a little bit overrated. Its greatest accomplishment was scaring the living bejesus out of the Western powers. So much that they actually created the Conqueror and M103 tanks specifically to destroy this. On the plus side, though, this is a scary vehicle.
Let's go ahead and check out the tracks.
Look how wide the tracks are. And this is to allow the heavier weight of the tank to be spread out over a greater surface area. Reduces ground pressure, means it's less likely to sink in mud or soft ground.
Better traction.
Correct, better flotation more specifically.
Okay.
It's powered by 520 horsepower diesel, 12-cylinder. What people don't realize is that as they look at IS-3, they see a sloped outer armor. This is just thin sheet metal. The actual armor itself is in here and is much more steeply sloped. So when an incoming round comes in, firstly, it hits this, which then hits the main armor plate. IS-3 is well protected no matter what angle you shoot at it from. Now, although this is very good defense, inside it causes great comfort problems. You have 122mm rounds. Yes, they make a huge bang, they also take up a lot of room in here. There's always a penalty to your efficiency versus your protection. So shall we say hard stats versus soft stats. So if you want to put it this way, this is a hard stat tank.
Chieftain, what can you tell us about the engine?
They had the engine and transmission and differential all at the same end of the tank. This made a very compact design and at least alleviated some of the crew space issues. The sloped armor is still completely visible at the rear of the tank where nobody is supposed to be shooting at it to begin with.
That's one of the reasons why the Western leaders kind of peaked their eyebrows to see the amount of angles that were on this tank compared to the Western counterparts.
Yeah, if they were, God forbid, going up against the Red Army, they'd have to find a way of killing this.
One of the things I'm going to notice is this huge gun.
First thing to note, it is big, 122mm. This thing has a useful high explosive round, because remember, the job of a tank isn't just to kill other tanks, it's to kill everything.
Yeah.
And so the bigger the HE round, the more stuff you're going to kill. Now the downside with such a big gun is that you only have room for 28 rounds.
We see a lot of professional esports teams choose the IS-3 in a number of different battles. How does the IS-3 work in the game?
Well, as you say, it is pretty much the core of any team that you'll find, mainly because of the gun, but also because the armor values mean this is very survivable. Because of the pike nose, IS-3 is usually most effective if you're aiming directly at the target, because if you try to angle a little bit, you've just made part of your front hull more vulnerable. In some maps, this is far less effective because the low turret roof means that you cannot depress the gun very far. So if you're on a more mountainous or at least hilly map, you may very well find people shelving the IS-3 in favor of something like maybe the T-32.
The IS-3 is used by the pros continually in esports matches. It may not be the roomiest tank, but she's got it where it counts. We'll see you guys next time in the garage, and I'll see you on the battlefield. Lock and load, comrades! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks. I'm Clutch, joined in the set by Rookkill. We have a couple people that are watching us, well, a lot of people watching us from around the world, and they're sending in their tweets at WGLNA. And we were asking them, hey, you know, what tanks do you like to roll out with? And we have someone at LHOS, at Laos, and it says, nothing's better than melting slow heavies than with the E25. Can't wait for the finals, hashtag roll out.
Oh man, the first time I faced
off. Turtle tank.
First time I faced off against the E25, I was in a T29. I didn't know it could get underneath my gun depression, an American tank's gun depression. It is so tiny.
You gotta like lay down flat in front and move like this.
I'm amazed people can fit in that thing.
Yeah.
It's just so small and so potent. It fires so very fast.
And who do you have?
And actually, I have one for the T52 from Stored Wall. Aww. And he says, T52 rocket tank will always be in my heart. It will always be in my heart as well. And it's just a magical tank. I will always miss it. Rip T52. I'm sure Nagatron misses it as well.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. The exchange happening between all the players that have been watching and all the fans is still going on after that series. People are still recovering from that. And that was only the first series that we have today. We still have 3 more to go. And next up is going to be Top Tier versus Simp. But before we get into the history of these two teams and what they were able to do yesterday with their performance, we want to give you guys a new Twitter question. Right now, the question is, ever hashtag roll out with a strat you learned from the pros that didn't go as planned? Tweet your screenshots at WGLNA with hashtag rollout.
I can tell you about one right now, Clutch.
Sure.
I tried to go right up to the mines in WZ-132, and usually you can stop people, but what I did was I did stop 3 people, but then no one else showed up on my team.
Oh.
And so I stopped 3 people, but all I did was just stop 3 people on the entrance to the hill and die horribly. it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I kind of know the feeling.
That's one of those times when things just don't go as planned. You're like, it works really well. I think I'll just keep doing it in pub matches. Sometimes it doesn't go that way.
No, it's kind of tough.
Yeah.
It's kind of tough. It's kind of tough, man. I mean, just hold down positions in T-32s is usually the standard strat that I try to do in pub games, but I try to do, you know, a couple other stuff, going east on some of the maps, and they're going, why? Why are you doing this? Just believe me, we can do it. And sometimes I follow them into, or I lead the charge into our dismay, or I lead the charge into a victory. It's usually the victory, though.
Especially pub matches for you, Clutch.
I know. All you got to do is listen. Okay, guys, we want to remind everyone that betting will begin right after the coin toss here for the face-off between the captains of our two teams. We're waiting for confirmation that both the team captains are ready to go. I believe Max G is finalizing his settings, and Valatio is ready to go with the beautiful Lauren Elise. So before we jump to them, I have to say I'm impressed with what Top Tier has been able to do, and they were saying, hey, you know, stay tuned. We have a couple other tricks up our sleeve, but this is a reminder as well that, yes, tank lineups do play a factor, but the most important thing is the fundamentals and the execution of your strategies.
Exactly. We saw that yesterday, the 30-2D actually performing incredibly well, even though it's just a Tier 7 tank. Just sometimes it's the way you play the tank, and that's one of those things that I think we might see out of Top Tier. Them bringing Tier 7 tanks, or maybe even Tier 6 or Tier 5 tanks here and there, and just performing incredibly well for the price. Price performance is always what we're looking at. Tier 8s, some incredibly efficient tanks, but Tier 7s, you're almost there. You're just barely a little bit less, and to be able to bring those and perform as well as a Tier 8 is very difficult, especially at this level of skill.
What about all Tong 2s?
Oh, that's quite a lot of health, Clutch.
It's a lot of health, but it's very
But the thing is, there's not a lot of maps that the Tog 2 can really perform as well as it's intended to, because there's just not enough water.
It's a boat. It's a boat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the face-off is ready with Lauren Elise. Let's kick it on to Lauren.
Hi, everyone. We are here for the second face-off. You guys have a lot of fans here, and you're playing in front of a live audience. Does it provide any extra pressure for you?
No.
Good. You guys are back. Third season in a row, second day of finals, and you guys are really great in front of a live audience and have a lot of fans too. Any extra pressure?
No, I don't think so. Admiral Drake was rolling through us with a map tactic last night, you know, showing us what Top Tier does, and he's like telling us, letting us know how different tanks are different, so I think we'll be ready today.
I think you will be too. Let's get to this coin flip. As the higher seed, you get to choose heads or tails.
We'll go with heads.
All right, now it might be a coin drop. Haven't been too successful in my coin flips lately. All right. You said heads?
Yes,
I caught it! And it is heads.
Defer.
You get to choose the map.
Pokrovka.
And you get to choose the spawning point.
We'll take the south.
All right. Thank you so much. Do you have something else you want to say?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You may take a seat. Good luck, have fun. Let's battle.
Thank you, Lauren. I couldn't make out what Mac G had said in the microphone. South, but what map? Rulenberg? Prohorovka. Prohorovka. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's. Thank you. It's really crowded here, man, and so the ambient sound was kind of tough to hear what map you chose, and it's important to know what map. Prohorovka, first map choice.
Interesting choice.
Simp, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. That's the map against Fnatic last time they played.
Well, the first season finale, that was the shot that cost $25,000 for Simp. Yep.
And I don't remember them having as good a time the second time they played on Prohorovka in season 2. So I'm not sure if I'm confident in their skill on that map. I feel like it goes very slowly for them, no matter what side they go on. It doesn't feel decisive for me. A good way to start off with any kind of momentum. So I don't expect Simp to bring their best strats on this map. I think they're better suited for other maps, maybe like Ents, Himmelsdorf, where I expect to see them perform well. But, of course, I guess maybe I'm wrong. 100% win rate.
The stats speak better than our opinions sometimes. Rookhill Simp is doing just fine on Prohorovka for Season 3. Top tier, not the same.
But the average duration of their battles is very long.
Simp has the longest average duration out of any team.
Yeah. But I feel like on Prohorovka they're going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, but they are the surgeons. They call themselves the surgeons, and they do favor that patient play, not going into the crossfire of their enemies. And because of that, some people complain that they're campy. Simp refutes that. And they refute that with their wins. Even though they hit second place against Fnatic in multiple seasons, they are the only team to go undefeated in all 3 league plays of Season 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, but they have dropped in the finals to Fnatic both times. Does that say that their playstyle is superior in that it just wins in league play, in group play, but then at the finals they're not able to overcome the more aggressive styles?
Well, Fnatic says that their aggressive style will win out against Simp style every single time. And that's what makes them rivals. But Top Tier has a different type of style. Their style is all IS-6s on mines. Their style is 3 T-32s on Prohorovka. And their style, some of the veterans teams say it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And I counter that and say it's worked so far, it's worked so far.
I'm becoming a bit of a believer in Top Tier.
You got to be in the belief business when it comes to Top Tier, Rookkill.
Well, we know you are, Clutch. You're just at the head of the belief business, the CEO of Belief.
I am the
Inc.
CEO of the belief business, and also a special shout out to Waffles from Simplistic, because him and I were in the belief business together during the Season 2 finals. He was also one of our hosts last time. Unfortunately, his team was not able to make it into this season. They were knocked out in relegation.
Yeah, they're in the Silver League now.
Yep, and they're rocking out in the Silver League. I got to talk to them here and there on TeamSpeak with the Simp Clan. Well, just waiting for the final confirmation. Everyone's good to go with their settings. Tech guy Brent was out there. He's working like a boss, making sure everyone's good to go on all their computers. And I don't think I've seen anyone hustle as fast whenever there's a tech issue to go and fix it.
Yeah, it does take a little bit. You got to reset your settings. Everyone's got their own mouse sensitivity that they prefer. Some people have different graphical options that they prefer as well. Of course, these guys are on fantastic Alienware PCs with only the highest level performance.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Alienware, also a huge shout out to our sponsors, Azel Monitors, available at Amazon.com. You mentioned Alienware. We also have Kingston and, of course, Razer. And Razer is... Simp is a member of the Razer team now. Razer is sponsoring Simp. That was a huge pickup for Simp and also for the entire World of Tanks community to have such a big sponsor. And it's the same for Fnatic now, joining one of the biggest organizations and longest running organizations in esports.
Yeah, I remember seeing Team Razer just gear showing up here in
Endo,
boxes. They
Endo, the one smiling on the camera there, had a picture on his Facebook with all of the Razer gear that was shipped to them.
Wow. I did not get to see it. I'm going to have to go check that out because I think you can follow him on Facebook, right?
Yep. Definitely can. He posts that a lot as well. And you can also follow these guys. Simp Gaming on Twitter.
And on Facebook as well. They have a website. And now we're looking at Heavy 20, and we've just passed by Adroxus. Those two guys are just the best IS3 battle buddies. I love seeing that there are teams where you have two players with just absurd synergy together, and they're always in those IS3s. They're always together, and they're just doing brilliantly almost every single battle. I really think Adroxus and Heavy 20 are two of the top performers for Simp, and they're the people we need to watch out for to succeed and sometimes be taken out, and that is what I think is the fulcrum for victory on Simp.
10 points to you, good sir. Well done. We have less than 90 seconds left for the battle to begin. Once everything is in place, these teams have 90 seconds to choose their tanks. Usually they choose them at the very last couple seconds here to not reveal their picks too early.
I'm seeing T1s, of course, are always picked first because almost even, except for Top Tier, the picking of T1s doesn't mean anything. Top Tier, the only team to ever not bring the two T1s and instead go for something optional.
Switching out, Tetrarch. Yeah. That was crazy, but it worked. It worked. Crazy enough to work.
It actually did like 300, almost 400 damage.
Yeah, almost 400, about 396 from what I can remember, 386.
That actually sounds pretty close. Nice memory there, Clutch. Yeah.
Well, hey, when I see something that crazy, I try to log it in my mind. Of course, remembering what Top Tier's been able to do so far in Prohorovka. Now, it didn't work against Fnatic, the only team they lost against in group play. They were 6-1 in their record. The only team above them was Fnatic.
Yeah, although you have to say that when they faced Fnatic, I didn't feel like Top Tier was quite as comfortable as they are now. Yeah. Top Tier's really come a long way from the beginning of the season because they're a new team. They joined us through the open qualifiers as T32, Best Tier 2013.
Beautiful name, but a little bit too long for the record keeping, so they had to change it to Top Tier. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Simp versus Top Tier, match 2 for today. Battle number 1. The map is Prohorovka.
And taking a look at the tanks, Object 416, Pershing, and 3 1390s for the side of Simp in the blue. They will be spawning in the south. And on the other side, 2 T32s, a Object 416, and 2 1390s for the side of Top Tier in the red. They will be in the north.
Changing it up from the 3 to the 2, having that faster moving object 416 and the 1390. 416 could have been the audible play for the tank lineup. And they're going to be cruising towards the center, a little bit to the west, coming from the north side to the south. It looks like this is a southern play coming from center.
Yeah. Looking at the opening scout runs, I'm seeing Heavy 20 being the main scout for here. I think that's based on spawn, as Blue Boys is generally who you would consider to be the main scout. He will meet Agamemnon. They will both make nice little routes, but I'm not seeing a whole lot. Only Agamemnon is spotted on the side of Top Tier. Who is spotted on Sim?
Blue Boys captain, Adroxus, and previously one of the other light tanks. He just disappeared, Agamemnon, to the front with that initial scouting. Past the 920 mark, which means the 1390s will be loaded.
But Blue Boys has taken fire. He's down to 719 hit points. Nice shot by, I believe that was Sublime Banana. And if I remember correctly, those T-32s are mounting the 105mm. They're going for those pot shots, which you favor, Clutch, as opposed to me. I prefer that DPM and penetration, also with the accuracy of the 90mm.
Whoop, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry, guys.
Shameful.
Checking my Twitter account to make sure you guys are getting your gold codes. Sorry about that.
Okay, now everyone's happy. You promised gold codes. Great.
Anyways, we interact with the guys on Twitter, and I keep it open, and also to mention how incredible the last series was. But I was holding down tab to check the 105, and then I pressed Alt to have my indicator. I went, wait a second, that's not going to work.
Well, thank goodness we removed your Windows key. But here's a push into the bull. Vallejo, Sublime Banana have taken that position, forcing Blue Boys to actually back off. Or else he could go down, although Vallejo does get a bit aggressive, and Adroxus just punches him in the face. Get back down.
Vallejo with that big hit at 1295. He's going to back up a little bit with Sublime Banana right next to him. Takes a shot from behind, 953, down to 678. Vallejo is taking some serious fire here as Simp is trying to draw him out for a longer engagement, but not going to be the case.
I love this position for Heavy 20. No one is stopping him, though, and Heavy 20 is able to get damage onto Agamemnon and Vallejo. Because of that, we need to see some counter action, and there it is. There's a huge push right over the 3 line.
Sublime Banana pushing in along with E63M6. E63M6 really low, down to 7, and he falls. Sublime Banana, the T-32, going for the ram damage, and he's next. Vallejo is still too far away to stay in the engagement. He's too far away to continue in the engagement. He's trying to stop the other tanks moving across the field, and now it's down to the Object 416 and the 1390 along with the T1. T1 takes down the Mac attack, but Uperlichi's the last one that can do any damage against the rest of the Tier 8s for Simp. Endo lands another shot against him. The consistent fire against Endo. How many shots does Endo have left? I think it's none.
Yeah, he's done, but here is Heavy 20. Does Heavy 20 have anything? Singh will be the one that should be able to save this. He is sniping from a distance, but this low ground may allow Uperlichi to live just a little bit longer. Yeah, I don't see Singh able to get any fire, but Uperlichi is the only Tier 8 left alive. This is a thin chance for him to scrape this one out.
Uperlichi gets a nice shot against Heavy 20. He takes a shot to the rear, though, and he falls. It's only Backstas and McBlack that are left alive for Top Tier. And now it's just McBlack, and he's all the way to the west on the other side of the road. And Heavy 20 is seen, and that's it. So this is going to go in favor of Simp in battle number 1 on Pro Hero.
A well-played but an aggressive push. I think a bit reckless from Top Tier.
Slightly, but they were... I could see where they were going with the overmatch in that bowl area, but the rest of Simp moved very quickly, especially Endo, across the field to get there.
Well, when you start an engagement like that, you're going to lose health early on, but when you've already lost a lot of health because of just not strong enough positional play, you can't afford to make a push like that. You're just walking into a crossfire. Simp had too strong of a crossfire, and they're too good at being reactive to pull that. Top Tier just not, I don't think, understanding their opponent quite as well as they could.
And shots fired, and that's it. Simp takes battle number 1 against Top Tier.
Yeah, Simp very rarely pushes out early on in that game. They stay very close within covering fire. They always have that crossfire going on, and you just can't push it. Top Tier just pushing right into it, right into the middle of the crossfire. And Simp just with a perfect setup. Well played by Simp.
Well played indeed, but that's only battle number 1. Top Tier, I'm sure, has other tricks up their sleeve that we haven't seen yet. Quick commercial break. We come back. Battle number 2 between Simp and Top Tier. Stay tuned. You're watching the Gold League.
Well, I was a troublemaker growing up as a kid. I was always outside causing mayhem. The only thing that kept me inside, was video games. Luckily, it kept me out of getting in trouble, and I could have wound up in a much worse situation than I am now. Graduated high school on time, because games kept me in the house studying and everything. When I was 20, I found World of Tanks, and it changed everything. I played World of Tanks, I took it seriously, I really liked the game, and then I started realizing, you know, I'm really good at this game. I really want to take it to the next level. So I started networking and got on Team Simp. I realized how I can take gaming and I can use it to really help me improve, you know? And I didn't know, like, I could get such good relationships with people online too. Marcus, he's someone who really pushes you and like tries to just teach you to live your life, you know, with logic, I guess. He doesn't kid around, and I'm like a man-child, and he's like serious. So I've learned a lot being on this team. The money is one thing, but the experience, it's better, and I'm really grateful for it all. Family is the most important thing, and I invited them all out to come check out World of Tanks. So, well, my uncle is supposed to be out there, and my mom too. Biggest influence. Have so much respect for that woman. If they're out there, you know, thanks for coming and everything. I love you guys. And that's another. If we win this tournament, you're gonna see some real endo tears. If we win this tournament, you're gonna see some real tears.
And there's Endo. How much stakes, how high the stakes are for Simp? How many tiers will we see? Not sure. Not sure. All that's important right now is to see how they're going to perform here on this map, which is going to be Mines. Now, the Endo tiers thing comes from how emotional him and his entire team were after the Season 1 finals when Fnatic barely took the win. The shot that cost $25,000 was in the air. Yeah. And it was so close to call that we had to verify real quickly, and it was Fnatic that did take home that $50,000 check.
Yeah, and right at the end when they were receiving the check, Endo had this little speckle right here, just right there. And you could just see the Endo tier just streak right down. It was as if right out of a commercial. You remember the Indian with the tier, just one tier going down? It was just like that.
No. Well, the battle's going to take place on Mines, my favorite map. Simp has an 80% win rate out of 5 games, top tier at 75, and top tier brought IS-6s last time, the first time they played on this map, and the second time that was more effective. There's a couple IS-6s, a T-69, and an Object 416. Could see the same thing here. Tanks are almost finished selecting for both these teams. Possibly more standard play coming out of top tier after that loss against Simp on Prohorovka. Yep. Prohorovka's got a bit of a tougher map compared to Season 1 because of no Artie and also because of the longer drawn-out T-32 positioning that we see for these teams, especially in Season 3.
Yeah, but the battle has begun. We're about to start battle number 2, Simp versus top tier on Mines.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the game. Can Simp continue winning the series, or will we see another major upset? Let's find out.
Taking with the tanks, 5100 T-32, T-69, and T-39. I thought I was looking at the side of top tier for a moment. Very strange for Simp to bring a T-32 to Mines. On the other side, IS-3, 3 IS-6s, and Uberlichi in the Object 416. Another strange lineup for top tier. I'm not quite sure what to expect, as Heavy 20 is already booking it to the hill.
There we go. The IS-6 is leading the charge. I'm going to follow Sublime Banana.
Is it a charge, Clutch?
I'm sure he's blasting that Banana song. Well, they're going as fast as he can. It's still a charge. No matter how slow you're going.
Ring. It's a little slower because you're an IS-6.
It is a little bit slower, and it's echoing a little bit louder here. Instead of Rider of the Valkyries, the Banana phone coming out of Sublime Banana. Moving up, finally up to the hillside. Sing is seen, and the T-69 of Alatio is going to actually move past, and they're going to push forward. Damage being done from Heavy 20 against Valatio. First, Valatio actually hesitating, and multiple tanks ready for that position. They fire into Valatio. He takes a significant damage, and E63M6 cannot land a shot against Heavy 20.
And then they're saying just T-69 not able to perform that well against IS-6. There's 2 bounces already on IS-6s. Heavy 20 finally making 1 bounce on the E63. This heavy armor coming into effect, but they're getting shut down just because of their lack of maneuverability by Simp. Great crossfire, Adroxus, Sing, and Heavy 20. Dealing plenty of damage.
Valatio takes another hit, down to 416 HP. They're just trading fire and winning in this engagement. Simp is in a really good spot right now, and they do have more map control in the center, but not enough to get a flank position, especially on the water side. I'm going to check on who's on the water side for Hammer Time, and that, or excuse me, for top tier, and that's Uperlichi in Object 416.
And for Simp, you actually have Mac G. You took a little damage. He's down to 16 hit points, but he's not out yet, and he is being protected by Big Brother Blue here in the 1390, who is looking for some cross shots on the hill or onto that water side. Other side of the map, Crimson Corsair is the T1 waiting around there with perhaps, and is that Backsaz or McBlack in the far east?
The farthest to the east is your question? That is not Backsaz, it's McBlack.
Ah, okay, so they're just kind of waiting around there as this develops under the hill. There's so much damage being put out on these IS-3s and IS-6s. Another hit on Agamemnon will take him down to 292 hit points. Heavy 20 looks to be trying to get a finisher or shots in the back of Valleccio. First one does miss, second also a miss as he takes one and down to 294. Just not a lot of hit points to work with. Heavy 20 losing most of his hit points now. He's one shot away from death.
Endo takes another big hit, 974 out of 1400. Uperlichi needs to move quickly in the Object 416. This is his window of opportunity, except Blue Boy's captain stops him and takes 2 hits. One is a bounce. And another shot being fired from the hillside, I believe from Endo. That's a key indicator that perhaps the IS-6s could move up, but they're going to be facing a T-32, and no one wants to face that take head on, especially in a hold down position.
Exactly. Mac G may go down soon. I'm expecting that IS-3 and about Charlie 4 to maybe back off and try and get that shot. Mac isn't in perfect cover. He's slightly exposed, and he's actually going to be adjust as I say that to try and perfect it, but slides down the hill, and he's a bit exposed. McBlack goes down on the east side.
So the trifecta of powerhouse fire from the IS-6s are around this corner, but they cannot push. They've taken way too much damage, and now Simp is going to hold the east side. They've lost both T1s on the side of top tier, losing those eyes and ears. And Uperlichi has taken some even more shots, significant damage, 511 out of 1200.
Yeah, Simp finally getting that T1 advantage. They've struggled getting that early on in this tournament, but now they have much stronger T1 play. Crimson Corsair and Mac are still alive, and even though they only have 16 hit points, it doesn't really matter. If you take one hit from any of these tier 8s, you're going down. And with that T1 advantage, they can spot in the backfield. There's Crimson Corsair getting some of that spotting. And he may have been the one to just spot Uperlichi. I'm not sure about that. No, I think it may have been Blue Boys, actually. He gets a shot.
Nice, long range fire from Blue Boys. The second one's a miss, but a third one coming from, I think, Adroxus.
That was mid-map all the way downtown.
T-32, no cons.
Amazing play from Adroxus. And that's actually going to prompt them to take the hill. Singh being blocked out of it. Adroxus has to stop to let him through. Shot fired, but no connection onto Agamemnon.
5 minutes, 40 seconds left on the map. No tanks have been completely destroyed on the side of Simp. 3 tanks gone for top tier.
Now I'm waiting for that push to happen, but as we've talked about before, they're surgical. We've got Blue Boys just moving in ever so slowly, safely, and he has that rear shot now, lining it up. Agamemnon spotted, and he backs up. Will Blue fire? He's actually going to hold his shot.
Over top tier.
What an amazing ace. They did not lose a single tank in that battle. Simp looking very good on mines. No surprises there. This is one of their stronger maps, I'd say.
They played patiently enough to enact those shots and to play almost a game of attrition against those IS-6s. And they landed so many good shots around that corner. It's tough to play that corner game. Many times we'll see teams ineffectively push around corners, but that T-32, Adroxus held the line. Let's take a look at his stats. 10 for 16 out of the consistent fire tank, 2,852 damage.
Just really well played by him. Another thing, T1 stayed alive that battle. Mac did not go down when he pushed up on the west side there, and on the east side, Crimson Corsair did not die. Notice how they did much less well after they lost their T1s in previous battles, but when they finally, keep Mac alive, they don't actually go for the Mac attack. They actually do incredibly well, and they're able to push through on the flanks, both sides of mines.
That's right. All right, Simp is up 2-0 over top tier. They could continue the lead, or top tier could start a comeback. Quick commercial break. When we come back, the Gold League continues. Don't go anywhere.
So I'm 16 years old, and I came across World of Tanks when I was like 14. I was bored, and I wanted to play a game, so World of Tanks seemed fun. A tank game, I love tanks. Since I was really little, I drew them all the time on paper. And I said I might just try it out. And I mean, at first I thought it was just some like arcade game, but I realized just how deep and how strategic the gameplay really is. And then I realized there was a pro scene for this game, so I decided to go pro because I realized I was pretty good. In season 2, I was on nerve, and they were really helpful. They just brought me through all this. I was really quiet last season as well because I didn't know what's going on, and everyone was like 20 years older than me. And it was really scary last season, but this season is a lot better because the guys I'm with now, I'm really familiar with them. It has been a really just life-changing experience for me, right? Because I'm only 16 years old and I'm going through all this and flying to different places in North America, and it's really cool. It's kind of odd to command people who can be as old as my dad to play this game, and it's enjoyable. And it's also challenging as well. I just don't really want to think about the stress and pressure of being a leader. I like to just move forward, think about the next step, how to make this team better, how to make everybody on the team, including myself, improve their gameplay and teamwork and everything. So in season 2, I wasn't extremely confident that my team can make it to the finals. But with this team, with the people I'm commanding and the confidence I have in them, it's definitely so much easier for me to think and just be like, okay, I know we can make it to the finals. I know we can possibly defeat Simpson Fulcrum really easily. And it's so much more relaxing for me because you're not under pressure to say, thinking, oh my God, there's no way we can make it. But with this team, I really think that we'll have a very good chance of making it. I had to beg on my knees for 3 days, 7 days every week, 5 hours a day on my knees, begging my parents to go to Las Vegas last season, and it worked. And then after they saw me on stage, it's like, oh my God, my son might be famous. So they let me go this season pretty easily. Right now, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to be, what I want to do when I grow up. So it gives you so much more options. I have so many more connections in the world. I can just, kind of just ask people around, maybe ask for a job or something, maybe even work for you guys. It's so much more important to me than almost anything else, even than maybe my school right now. So I'm getting so much more experience right here than just staying in a classroom. At least that's what I feel like.
All right, Rootkill, let me know if it's coming back online.
Clutch, we are.
I found it! I got the fix. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I think we're good to go. All right, cool. We're back. We're back. We're live. All the cords are in place.
He kicked it out. That's
I
what
have
happened.
size 14 shoes. It happens. I apologize.
You wear size 14?
I do.
Really?
I do.
Jeez.
Yeah, ladies, do the math. All right, guys. It's time for Himmelsdorf. Almost. Valacio is changing out his monitor, and we're going to be ready just after he's done. Tech support's with him right now. Simp is up 2-0.
Yes.
And the comeback, the mental comeback, having top tier been in a difficult position. I think this is where a lot of the veteran teams are saying, hey, these guys are going to be able to continue in this type of scenario because they're playing more methodical, because they're playing more standard.
Yeah. I just think Simp is prepared for top tier. We talked about this with the previous matchup. Top tier, when they are catching their opponent by surprise with those unexpected lineups, sometimes they succeed. And that's what happens. They just catch them by surprise, and you're not prepared for it. But Simp, I think, has had enough time to study their opponent, and I'm not sure top tier has enough left to catch Simp by surprise. They pulled out some really crazy strats, but there's not much more I think they could do. And that's, I might, eat my own words in just a minute, but
well, we haven't seen anything different from top tier yet. We've seen this IS-6 approach on mines. Prohorovka, we've seen more T-32s compared to what they brought. So could this be nerves playing a factor for top tier? Again, this is their first live event ever as a full team. Valacio was here in Season 2 when he was on Nerve. So I believe that could be a factor with this team for today. Yesterday, they were on a high. They were so excited based on that win that they had with the Tektronix and the other crazy tank, the
VK3002D. That's a tank we do not see ever.
Or just call it VK for short.
Well, some people just call it the D.
They just call it the D.
That's really what they call it.
We also have members of the Russian commentary team that's joining us as well. You'll see those spectators in the game. They're having a lot of fun. A lot of them are rooting for #RU, but unfortunately they got knocked out by Hammer Time.
I guess they're rooting for Fnatic now, Soviet there. But
Probably.
I guess maybe Simp because of Abrasive.
Because Abrasive. Abrasive was formerly of #RU, and now he's joined that team. Looks like we're almost ready here. We need to get verification from the admin that all players are good to go, and from there we will begin the 90-second countdown on Himmelsdorf.
And I'm looking, Himmelsdorf, interesting pick. Simp strat on Himmelsdorf. I want to actually talk about that, and I'll bring that up on the telestrator to explain to everyone what we've seen in the past.
The crazy thing about Himmelsdorf is that we keep seeing teams have this hesitation period for a while, especially on the hillside, and we haven't seen a lot of full-on drives across the hillside. A lot of it is stopped by T1s because the T1s are able to scout what heavies are being brought up, and usually a heavy will have to kill that T1, a lot of times being an AMX 5100. And because of that, they will be one shot down in that first on engagement. But Rootkill, you have it drawn on the map. Detail for us some of the possibilities.
So here's the opening move for Simp usually. They're going to send some tanks up the hill, and they're going to chill around the tank alley area. Now, following that from the north, they would aggress down tank alley at the same time, and assuming they win the castle side, they can take around the switchback, and the fight will generally happen somewhere, I expect, in this area, if they win on all fronts, or at least have advantages and haven't really lost out anywhere. Now, they do give ground, though, on the tank alley, because often enough, when they take that hill, what their opponent sees is they've taken the hill, and they say these tanks are out of position. And so a south push down the tank alley happens. But Simp gives a little ground, backs up, and goes off somewhere else, which allows these tanks to come in behind and catch them in a pincer, as it were. They're just flanked. They've got guns on both sides, and those are 5100s usually, about 2 of them up on the hill. This is almost the same from the south side, which will happen as well. They can give ground, and they also take that hill, and they'll come around often enough. Sometimes we've seen them return, but ideally what they want is they want to catch their opponent right in there and just destroy them somewhere in transition, somewhere in that attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for battle number 3 of Simp versus top tier. The map is going to be Himmelsdorf. We've been waiting for this, and now it's time to start the battle. Let's jump into the game.
And taking a look at the tanks, I see 3 AMX 5100s and 2 IS-3s. Of course, a Droxus and Heavy 20 in those. Battle buddies for life. On the other side, Agamemnon E63M6 in 5100s. We're actually going to see Uperlichi in IS3 and Sublime Banana and Velatio in IS6s. Again, they're bringing those IS6s.
This is the legacy now of top tier with the IS6. And if you look at the difference of the IS3 and the IS6, the only hard stat advantage for the IS6 is that it can fire a little bit faster.
Yeah, the armor is a bit interesting, and a lot of players aren't
shaped
as used.
differently.
It is. That is maybe not an advantage, but it's something that a lot of pros have to get used to because it's so uncommon that they don't pay attention to the armor map of it, and so they haven't learned how to fire at it quite as effectively, especially with T69s. But with IS3s, 5100s, generally it's not as big of a problem. However, we have seen players just really blow shots into that side armor, those skirts on the IS6.
Well, Uperlichi's going to be in the corner. That IS3 trying to line up a shot. Nothing is seen so far because this is going to be some significant hill play coming out of Simp.
Yep, there's that choo-choo train of death again. Heavy 20, Blue Boys sing with Endo in the rear. Mac G just kind of watching around on the side in this little T1 Cunningham. They do this all the time.
Both T1s, real quickly, Rookhill, are on the west. For top tier, no one has gone hill at all.
Oh, wow. And that'll mean these tanks are not going to be able to find anything. That could be wasted time for Simp, but they're not so far away from their cap that they're completely unable to return if we see that cap pressure by those two T1s. But I'm going to jump to Crimson Corsair, who is possibly going to run into a T1 soon. Not quite sure when. That depends on Backstairs entry. But Backstairs taking fire, but Crimson Corsair goes down.
Crimson Corsair, the first to fall. Fan of the Seahawks, recent Super Bowl victors.
Although now Adroxus, not quite as big a fan of football, is firing right down the 8 line, and he's making one connection to Velatio. Another shot does miss. He hasn't taken any damage yet, though, and I'm waiting for that cap pressure to begin because a few members of Simp are returning to base. That is Blue Boys, Sing, and Heavy 20, whereas Endo is going to be going in with Mac G into the backfield. This is the typical Simp strat. We've seen this many times before. Whether or not it succeeds, I believe, is on top tier.
Well, the last engagement we saw that was like this was actually mixed with Simple Takers moving in from the west against Simp. But Simple Takers went off the flag cap, which led to their downfall. Adroxus in the IS3 is spotted. And there's Heavy 20 and Blue Boys caught in the crossfire is top tier. Shot fire from Agamemnon down towards Blue Boys captain. He does get one hit at least at 837 left for Blue Boys. Sublime Banana's low in his IS6, 593. Adroxus stopping Agamemnon and Velatio from moving in to help his battle buddy. And they're trying to play that corner game. Adroxus takes down Velatio.
And there's that rear fire. Endo is putting shots into the back of these tanks in the 8 line. And now I believe Simp has a perfect crossfire on this position. Don't see that cap pressure working, and I don't see this fight going anywhere in top tier's favor.
Beautiful play by Endo, and that's the power of the hill player when you can separate your forces. Endo down to 683. Heavy 20 Blue Boys captain. Pushing across the corner. Adroxus 470 out of his IS3. Gets a nice hit against Uberlichi. Backstats in the T1, spotted. Moving down to the south, E63M6 in the 5100. Low health, but it looks like Endo is reloading. And he falls. Heavy 20 gets the kill in that IS3. Now it's turning into the consistent fire versus the heavy auto loaders.
Yep, now Blue Boys is going to be able to take down McBlack as T1 Mac G is in the south capping the base. He's actually now found McBlack and Backstabs. He's having to take on both T1s. I don't expect this to go. This is a little bit funny actually because Blue Boys is taking quite a bit of damage.
Well, Backstab is still trying to get a couple shots on the side, so is McBlack, but Endo is going to probably be reloaded here. Tries to aim a shot, gets a shot right over Blue Boys' front of the tank. McBlack trying to get some shots right in the center. Armor's too tough. I mean, Endo gets the next shot. Simp is up 3-0 over top tier. And Simp is one battle away from going on to the finals against Fnatic.
Simp playing a fantastic game. This is how they play Himmelsdorf every single time. They know how to play it. And this is top tier just with walking right into it. It's just amazing how I feel like they should have predicted that play out of Simp. It was great with those T1s in the west. Maybe cap pressure could have been their key, but it's I'm not sure. I'm going with what ifs here, Clutch.
Well, they're lining up in a really good position for flexibility. And this is something a little bit different compared to what people have been saying about Simp. But Simp said they want to prove, they want to set the record straight. They want to prove that these naysayers, these non-believers, saying they're too campy are incorrect. We're going to take a quick break, guys, as we get ready for battle number 4 between Simp and top tier. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Gold League for World of Tanks. Welcome back to the Gold League for World of Tanks, coming to you live from San Francisco. Can I hear you, San Francisco? Having a great time. Great time. Fnatic in the finals. Simp 1 game away from bringing back the WGLNA Gold League Classic, pretty much for the finals between these two teams. And the next battle is going to take place on Ensk.
Ensk is one heck of a map for Simp. If they're north, always they have a beautiful defense on that map, and they do have a high win rate. But Top Tier has only played this map once in regular season play, and they did win, though. So, statistically, 100% for Top Tier.
Top Tier undefeated on Ensk for Season 3. For their entire Gold League career, they're undefeated Simp. Multiple times playing on Ensk. All right, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Simp, 1 battle away from joining us in the finals, or it could be a huge comeback from Top Tier. Let's find out. The battle is Ensk in battle number 4.
Taking a look at the tanks. 2 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and an Object 416 for the side of Simp in the blue, spawning in the south. Top Tier in the north, the red team, 2 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and Velatio is going to bring that IS-6 again.
He's in that belief business for that IS-6. He wants to make it work.
Well, I'm waiting for somebody to bring a T-28.
Wow. What about
I don't think the IS-6 can actually pen a T-28 with gold runs even from the front.
Well,
so I'm waiting for that. Maybe maybe a KV5, but a KV4 could work against it. That'd be hilarious.
Fires, blind
New
fire.
meta clutch.
Down the 1 line. Nothing landed, looks like.
Just a little blind fire. Well, Mac is going to lead the way, scouting again. Oh, very aggressively. I'm worried about Mac. He's very close. He's able to spot both Uberlichi and... Oh, there's a miss. And he is proxy spotting E63 M6. This is very dangerous for Mac as E63 is backing up. He should be loaded now. And he may be able to take out Mac G. Oh, but he takes a hit, and he retreats down to 329.
One shot could take him down if it's a high roll. Uberlichi is hit, 12-10 at a 1500. IS-3 and 5100 are now going to have to back away, as Endo did take 1 hit at 1033 at a 14, and Uberlichi is going to be caught off guard and alone. Shots fired against Mac G in the T1 battle, but Agamemnon sees Uberlichi's in trouble. He's going to fire back against Singh around the corner. Endo trying to line up a shot against Agamemnon, and they fully commit around the corner and get the first kill. Simp now 1 tank in advantage, but that's returned as Agamemnon gets the kill, but Adroxus fires and takes him down. Endo.
Wow, trading back and forth, but the advantage is going now to Simp. They have a huge advantage. Sublime Banana, though, jumping in the face of Heavy 20. He could bring it back.
Seeing who's over to the north, and it's actually Backstas and McBlack. Sublime Banana almost fires into Heavy 20, waits for it. Can he get the shot? And he does, he gets the kill, but here comes Blue Boy's captain, the Object 416, along with Adroxus. The double fire on both sides. Who's gonna focus on? Maybe Blue Boys. He actually trades, and he has to wait for the shot. 30 HP left, and he's gonna fire into Adroxus, but he can't get it. Ram damage goes for the kill. 2 T1s left alive, and this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it for Top Tier in Season 3. Simp only has 2 tanks to kill in order to go on to the finals. Crimson Corsair hanging back, going for the flag cap. T1 damage from Backstas gets the kill. McBlack now moving up towards the red base for the runaway. Blue Boys moving up closer, goes for the shot, gets it. 1 tank away for Simp Gaming to go to the finals. McBlack is on the run, moving down to the south. Blue Boys captain, the Object 416, has the shot. He's gonna line it up around the corner. He fires and he does it. And that's it, folks. Simp is going to the finals.
An incredibly clean victory for Simp, every single one. Prohorovka, Mines, Himmelsdorf, and Ensk, all victories for them. Top Tier, not playing as strong a game as I felt that they did yesterday, but still really well played on, I felt like, Mines and Himmelsdorf. Yeah.
This was a tough fight for Top Tier. They made it far. It was a huge upset against the Cunninghams yesterday. But this is it. This is where the road ends for Top Tier, and their favor for the T-32, for the IS-6, and for the other tanks that they were brought here in the finals. And you see the hugs and the congratulations coming from Top Tier for Simp. So that means once again, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be Simp versus Fnatic in the finals for the coveted spot of top team in North America. Incredible play coming out of Simp here. Patient play, surgical play.
Yeah, it's what we expect now. We expect these 2 teams. They're the top of their brackets. They're now here in the finals. But we will have our 3rd and 4th match first, correct?
That's right. It's going to be the losers of the last 2 matches. Top Tier versus the team that Fnatic played, which was Hammer Time, and they'll determine who's going to be third, fourth. And that is a big prize difference for cash and also for seeding into next season. But after that, it'll be the grand finals. We currently have Lauren Elise standing by for a quick interview with one of the team captains from one of the teams that got knocked out. Lauren?
Thank you, Clutch. My name is Lauren Elise, and I am here with A. Martin. Do you think that that game was pretty predictable before it even started?
I know most of my team was predicting a 4-0 or a 4-1 for Simp, so yeah, it came out as expected. It's kind of what happens with top tiers, that a lot of the strats they run, they depend on the opponent making a lot of mistakes, and Simp rarely makes those kind of mistakes.
What do you think that top tier needs to do to start making better comebacks?
I think they need to be more confident in their ability to win with a more standard setup and not something gimmicky like IS6s and IS6s and more IS6s.
But do you think that they have, like, I mean, they kind of have a bit of pressure on their shoulders playing against Simp, being at the finals, but do you think that they even expected to win themselves?
I don't think they really expected to win. I think they thought there was a chance, but it really seemed like they were just trying to kind of go for something and hope for the best and not really trying to play their game or play a game.
So from one professional player to another, what is the advice that you would give top tier to push forward?
Just practice playing strats that give you more map control, that give you a stronger sense, and it's not something about just going for this one thing and hoping the other team reacts poorly.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Lauren Elise.
Welcome back to the garage. Let's review Tiger 2 Combat Tactics. The Tiger 2 is best used on city maps, as long as you take any position that can cover the vulnerable lower armor plate. This can be a mound, a vehicle, a tank's hull, a keyhole, and so on. The King Tiger is quite effective when shooting from behind a corner if you exit cover at a right angle towards the enemy. In situations where you are at the bottom of the list, it's worth it to stay behind high-tier comrades and use their tanks as cover. In these conditions, you need to aim for the weak points in the enemy vehicle's armor or damage their mobility by blowing off their tracks. If you are at the top of the list, make use of the tank's sturdy armor. Play aggressively. Select an attack direction by yourself but do not forget to cover your lower armor plate. Open maps may be somewhat difficult because the low mobility of the King Tiger make it an easy target for the enemy artillery. When at the bottom of the list, you should try to make a run for the nearest cover and prepare to meet the opposing light and medium tanks while monitoring their possible avenues of approach. If there is no threat to your artillery, then move to a safe zone behind allies and help repel the offense of the opposing team. When on some maps, it's worth it to take positions that are mostly used by tank destroyers. Being at the top of the list does not guarantee safety. The low speed is definitely the biggest disadvantage of the King Tiger. You need to clearly know which positions you will have time to take before you are spotted. Don't rush to the enemy's half of the map at the beginning of combat. Take advantage of your accurate gun and high view range. When dueling light and medium tanks, it will be very hard to protect your weakly armored sides and rear. These agile opponents will circle you while shooting at your vulnerable points. Here is how to counter such situations. First, try to stall your opponents by knocking off their tracks. Second, try to keep your rear pushed against an obstacle. This will help get rid of a kill zone that is a great target for an opposing vehicle. Third, try to increase the enemy's movement radius by moving in the opposite direction. When facing heavy tanks at a distance, place your combat vehicle at an angle to form a diamond shape. If the opponent aims for the lower armor plate, then increase the angle. If he switches to shoot at your side, then return to the starting position. If you are in a brawl, remember that opponents with high gun elevation arc numbers can shoot your Glacius plate at an almost 90-degree angle. So even at close distance, try to place your tank at a diamond-shaped angle and swing your hull and turret, making it harder for your opponent to aim at your vulnerable points. Your opponents will want to aim at the upper part of the turret, protruding points of the hull, or the commander's hatch. Remember that most of the same tier opponents will try to increase the distance to survive. Do not allow that to happen. When facing a higher tier heavy tank, there is no point in brawling because they can effortlessly penetrate the Tiger II's armor. It would be best to retreat to a covered position and destroy the opponents through their weak points. But if you do brawl down with a lower tier enemy, there is nothing for you to fear except for the shots at the machine gun mount and the commander's hatch. Apply these tactics and all your opponents will bow down to you as the King Tiger on the battlefield.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks for North America, where the best teams are battling it out to find out who is going to be the best overall for the region. And the best overall when it comes to MVP is joining us on the desk. He is, from the Cunninghams, Commander Jay. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
So first off, Cunningham's had a tough fight. You had a tough loss against top tier. We just saw top tier fall to Simp. Even though it's a challenging place to be as a member of a team that's been here 3 times in a row, I'm sure you're very happy with how much you've been able to accomplish over the last 3 seasons.
Oh yeah, we're very proud of what we've been able to do. We still have more, but we're really happy to come here 3 times in a row.
Now, this is different, San Francisco compared to Las Vegas, but where do you hail from? Where are you playing when it comes to group play? Because everyone is actually playing from their own computers in their homes, so where'd you travel from?
I'm from Western Massachusetts in a small town, and it's a pretty far trip for me, but I really like it.
What did you think of this venue? What do you think about the live setting for World of Tanks? I'm sure it's a lot different compared to playing, on your own setup, on your own monitor, on your own keyboard and mouse. So, how is it adjusting, and what's it like playing in front of a huge crowd?
Yeah, it's different. We take a lot of time to use the practice computers. We make sure to bring our peripheral devices. And once we start, we tend to really get focused on the game. After the first minute or so, I tend to forget about the crowd, and I'm just focusing on the screen.
Yeah, you're in that zone on that monitor. Well, overall, Commander Jay, we hear a lot of great comments about you, including your team as well. But tell us about your involvement with the community of World of Tanks. Rukil told me that you actually teach a lot of players how to play the game better. So what's that like?
Well, I started off with a little clan, and we started doing some little tournaments. After a while, it became pretty successful. And we started sharing it. We wanted to grow the community, so we pretty openly were joining other people, teaching them what we knew, and trying to get them into esports as well.
Now, the MVP award is huge for any of these players, and we've had other players such as Mac Chi, who's the leader of Simp, win in Season 1. You get to take home $2,500 and 25,000 gold. You're going to have a lot of people spamming you on the World of Tanks client asking you, hey, can you divvy out some of that gold for my account?
Luckily for me, I can't move the gold.
Yes.
So it's an easy answer.
Yeah. Well, overall, where do you go from here? Where do you go from here as an individual with tanks, and where do you go as a team for the Cunninghams?
We're going to keep up our good work. We're going to keep practicing. We're going to keep focusing, and we want to still come back to the finals. We want to be a top team, and we want to be the top team. There's a couple of spots we haven't gotten yet, and we're looking at #1.
Well, everyone's looking for #1 because of the prize pool and also because of the pride that a team would have. Any last words you would like to have, Commander Jay, before we take another commercial break and get ready for the 3rd, 4th place match?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone for coming, and I'd really like to thank my teammates. I really could not be here without them.
All right, let's hear one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Commander Jay, the MVP of Season 3. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the 3rd, 4th place match of Hammer Time versus Top Tier. Don't go anywhere. Again, congratulations, sir. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks. That concludes our halftime show. Again, a huge congratulations to Commander Jay, the MVP of Season 3 for the Gold League. The next series is going to be Hammer Time versus Top Tier to determine who's taking home the 3rd and 4th place checks, the big prize pool, and also the coveted placement to be the top 3 rather than the top 4. And Lauren Elise is ready for the face-off between the two team captains. Lauren, take it away.
Thank you, Clutch. I am here for our next face-off. So you guys just watched Top Tier play. How do you feel about going up against them, and what are you feeling?
I think it'll be a good fight. It might be pretty close, like we've been cutting out all our matches. Probably another 4-3 game, something close like that.
All right, and you have seen them play too. Do you have any vote of confidence?
Yeah, we have a lot of confidence going against them.
Good. Well, both of you, good luck. You are the higher seed, so you get to choose heads or tails for the coin flip.
Tails.
It's down there. What is that? It is heads. So, would you like to defer or pick the map?
We'll pick Himmelsdorf.
And you get to choose the spawning point.
We will choose south.
All right. Thank you. You may take a seat. Good luck. Have fun. Let's battle.
Thank you, Lauren. When it comes to these two teams, Top Tier got swept by Simp, and earlier on, Hammer Time almost took out Fnatic. I'm feeling a lot of people are going to be placing their bets, which you can do right now, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets in the chat for Twitch. Make sure to follow the syntax of what the bet bot says, and we'll calculate those points at the end of the night. But I think a lot of people are going to be putting their bets on Hammer Time based on the performance against Fnatic that they had earlier on.
Yeah, I might agree with him. Hammer Time looked great taking on the top team in our league and performing incredibly well. Top Tier just did not have a very good time against Simp. I'm not sure how they feel. Probably not all that well, I'd guess. You know,
that's a tough loss, but now they got to come back. A tough loss for both these teams, but Hammer Time is a little bit more rested, you could say, compared to Top Tier. But Top Tier may still be in their playing setting. You know, they'd have to change up a little bit.
You know, never mind. They actually look pretty comfortable right there, joking around, kind of poking at each other, having a good time.
Buddy. Also, our Twitter question: which pro World of Tanks player do you want to be your battle buddy? Let us know, and why? Tweet at WGLNA with hashtag Battle Buddy. Could it be one of these guys from Top Tier, someone from Hammer Time, or maybe from Simp or Fnatic, or maybe another team that is not joining us, couldn't make it to the top 8. But we're having our people behind the computers, behind the production area, giving out those codes, and a lot of people are spamming me, and I'm telling them, hey, go to at WGLNA to send out the codes. I'll send out some codes later on in about a week or so when I jump back on Tanks. I'll be traveling for a bit. But it's fun. It's fun to stream World of Tanks as well. You've been streaming some as well, Ruko.
Yeah, I do that occasionally, but I really think I love just streaming here. Like, I love watching now.
Yes.
More than I just use. I like playing my Lukes. I like going home and just doing that, but I really get just so much enjoyment out of watching these guys face off against each other. Just this high level of play. It's so much more satisfying, I think.
Oh, it is. It's the top play that's available in the region, which is crucial. And we see top play in other regions of the world as well, either live, way late at night for us, early in the morning, or watching via VODs. And it's best to watch what the top teams are bringing, because this is all culminating into the global finals happening in Poland in April. So far, Fnatic's going. And guess what? Simp's going. Both those teams are now locked in to going to the grand finals.
Yeah, so congratulations to Simp. We failed to congratulate them on making it now. They've gotten past that. Big, congratulations, they did it.
Himmelsdorf going to be the first map here. Top Tier win rate higher than Hammer Time, but they have one game above them. I still feel that Hammer Time could perform because of their, I don't want to say ingenuity, but they're just genius in how they play and how strong they played against Fnatic. And I feel it's going to carry them through this series, but anything is still possible.
They play comprehensively, Clutch.
They play very comprehensive. They play solid, and their T1s, I think, are the best performing T1s in the league.
But Clutch, who doesn't play quite as comprehensively? That's Top Tier. We do not understand half of the strats they bring. They are just a crazy team. They bring a VK3002 and win with it. They bring IS-6s and get some victories here and there. It's just crazy. Top Tier is a very interesting team.
Top Tier is a team that joined us via the qualifier number 2. And because of that, their seed wasn't as high compared to other teams, but they performed so well. 6-1 in group play, and they only lost to Fnatic, and now they took a loss against Simp.
But Clutch, they took your heart when they named themselves T32 Best Tier 8 2013.
They did indeed. And they took out the Cunninghams.
That they did.
Yesterday, that was the first big upset that we saw. That went to game 7.
Yeah, that was very surprising to see. You'd think the Cunninghams would have been able to study their opponent and understand the weird strategies that they'd started bringing, but the thing is, Top Tier brought out stuff we'd never seen before, things that did not happen in competitive play. And I think that's the one thing that they have really going for them. They can bring out a strat that no one else can play and actually really do well with it. I'm talking about Cliffs, I'm thinking Mines with those IS-6s. Now, we did see it finally beaten, but it was performing rather well. Also, they bring those IS-6s to Ensk and Himmelsdorf. And just Valacio's just a fan. That's all he is. Huge fan of those tanks.
All right, well, it looks like we're having our players finalize everything for their settings because there had to be a setup for Hammer Time. So it's going to be about 2 to 3 minutes here, folks. So during that time, please send us your tweets at WGLNA, hashtag Battle Buddy. Which of these pros would you like to have as your Battle Buddy? You know, Rukil, you and I have played tanks a little bit here and there. I mean, we do tanks almost 24/7, it feels like, so even playing it is not as often as we would like. But when you play the pub games, how has the fundamentals and the understanding of how the 7x42 workings in 7x42, how has that helped you in the pub matches?
Well, just the same things that help you in a pub match help you in a 742. Just understanding vision mechanics, good positional play, marksmanship, all of these things that matter in a pub match also matter here. But the thing is, you have so much more teamwork in 7x42, and it's hard to get that in a pub match where you're not familiar with everybody. You just randomly put together. But the thing is, that's the challenge of it, working together and actually finding people in a random match that you've never met before and working with them as a team. I do that when I play. I find battle buddies, and I'm like, I'm going to scout for you, so shoot the bad men when I spot them. And those are the kinds of things you can do in a pub match that many times you see in 7x42 play.
All right, we're still finalizing everything for these players, folks, so we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the third, fourth place match between Hammer Time and Top Tier. Stay tuned, you're watching the Gold League for World of Tanks.
So you guys have already met Intern Terry. What you might not know about Intern Terry is that he swears to me that he is a legit K-pop style rapper. So I've put him on the spot. I've made Terry put together a World of Tanks rap, and he's in the studio spitting truth right now.
So originally I just came here to be an intern, to learn and to really learn more about the esports industry. What?
All right, man. You ready to go?
All right, let's do this.
Rolling.
In middle school, there was a talent show, and I was really into Korean rap then. I had one of the best crowd reactions ever. Yeah? And I had so much fun, and I was like, hey, I want to keep doing this. A friend of mine posted on YouTube. I got so much shit. Can I say that? 2K views with like 20 dislikes and 3 likes.
That's it. As somebody who works on the internet, you're going to get bad feedback from time to time.
Sorry, like the IS-3 threw me off. Oh, we're doing one more take. Okay, wait. Okay. Now I'm on the same page.
Just gonna have to take it easy on the intern for a day. He's earned
for one day, 24-hour, yeah. This is what happens when you got nothing else to do at 2 a.m. and you have an epiphany. Yo.
So, Mighty Jumbo Sherman song, take number 1. Jumbo Sherman, the mighty Jumbo Sherman, it's the greatest Sherman of them all. It's the Jumbo Sherman, the greatest of the Shermans. And then there's Jumbo Sherman's armor, the greatest of the armor. I love it.
That is gorgeous.
That's pretty good. That's really good. Really? I'm not usually a rap guy, but I like it.
We just finished recording Intern Terry's World of Tanks rap. It was, in my opinion, a smashing success. What did you think about the Jumbo Sherman song? Because I've been working on it for a long time.
It was one of the most artistic and very sophisticated song that I've heard. I've never seen a song that beautiful. Excuse me.
Terry, I have to ask you, how was it? What was the experience like?
I hope it's gonna be good. I hope everyone listening to it will at least enjoy it and not throw rocks at me. Yeah.
All right, man. You ready to go?
Yeah. We'll just see how this goes.
Countdown, battle's getting closer now. Can no longer run and hide. If you're only one shot to be the battle god, battle bodies rolling out. Put your hands on your mouth, you can either kill or die. Wargaming League, where you prove yourself that the game that you love improves yourselves. Esports, it was just a dream. Now look at us, it's the reality. Trophies in Vegas, patiently waiting for anyone to take it, so you come and try to claim it. The question is, are you ready for it? The question is, are you ready for it? We need you right now, time is right. Take the battlefield and we watch our backs. Radio check, ammunition check. Welcome to the world of tanks.
I hope you guys enjoy Intern Terry's World of Tanks rap. I know you'll like the Jumbo Sherman song. We'll see you guys.
Welcome back to the Gold League, ladies and gentlemen, and we are almost ready for the third, fourth place match. Now, there's a bit of a storyline that was really funny that happened during our last broadcast that we had before the finals, and that was the Googly Bobbers in their playoff match. And at the end, we were able to interview Spoon, one of the faces of the Googly Bobbers, 16-year-old kid, and Lauren Elise was joining us for the broadcast, giving out gold codes to our Twitter followers. And Spoon asked out Lauren on a date. But Lauren didn't have an earpiece in, and so we looked over to Lauren, and Lauren was talking to some of the community, and she goes, "What? What happened?" And so Spoon had to re-ask her again, and then she said yes. And we actually brought a film crew to show what the first date was like. Let's take a look.
How great it is to be loved by Spoon.
Be careful what you wish for, kids. Be careful what you wish for. That was fantastic. Good sport, Lauren Elise, and also Spoon. Thanks for that. Well, he had the courage. Unfortunately, unable to move on past Fnatic. They lost 0-4 in a sweeping series, but I think Spoon's still a winner for this weekend.
He is a huge, resounding success. I'm pretty sure when he gets back, every girl in Canada is going to be jealous.
Oh, indeed, indeed. And he had quite the flight, and it's actually the first time he's ever traveled alone. Well, he does have one of the family friends traveling with him, but there was some hesitation from his family to let him travel this far on his own, but clearly it was worth it. So
he's
well
doing
done.
all right.
Well done. I believe we're almost ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, for the third and fourth place match. We apologize for the delay, but it looks like all the tanks have been selected between the two. We have our Russian comrades joining us as well, broadcasting the series over in Russia to the huge audience over there for World of Tanks. So, privyet to everyone watching. And here we go, folks. We're ready. Himmelsdorf's going to be the match. is going to be the battle for this match for the 3rd and 4th place series. Hammer Time versus Top Tier. Let's battle.
Taking a look at the tanks on the blue team, 2 5100s and 3 IS-3s. On the other side, for Top Tier, we've got a 110, 2 5100s and 2 IS-3s.
A little bit of a standard loadout coming from Top Tier. The 110 has been favored by teams such as Fnatic on Himmelsdorf and other city maps.
Yeah, it's a solid tank. The front Shuka is very well angled, making it, I think, a little bit more effective than the IS-3s. However, as far as cons, it does not have that side skirt, that spaced armor that the IS-3 has. And we do have a DC declared, actually, so we're going to have to jump into Garage again, restart the match.
How unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to have to back up here and wait to see what the problem is. Tech guy is working on it right now. Again, our apologies. There was a disconnect.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. I mean, these guys just set up their stuff. Someone probably didn't install their drivers.
Well, each of these teams are actually, some of them are bringing their different peripherals here. Yeah. And I've been working in the realm of esports for over 3 years now. Wow, time's flying. And going to international events with the amount of different peripherals and drivers and manufacturers was sometimes a nightmare to deal with. But luckily, through trial and error and through tech gurus that knew the best way to fix those type of issues and actually be prepared ahead of time, or having these players sit in their drivers ahead of time, it proved to be more effective the way that we've been able to handle some of these. But unfortunately, some of those issues do creep up, and we will have to fix them as soon as possible so we can get you guys the match. Tech guy Brent's actually talking to Hammer Time right now. Looks like the disconnect was happening on their end.
Yeah.
Photo finish, I have to say that he has probably one of the best face-offs so far of Season 3.
You're going to have to remind us all, because some people weren't actually here for that. What exactly happened there?
So he was saying that he was from Jamaica, and that they don't have hashtags in Jamaica. They don't call it that. It's actually called a pound sign. So he said they're going to pound RU.
Well, that's pretty much anybody over about 20 that should know it's actually a pound sign.
Where did the hashtag come from then?
I don't know. Reddit and Twitter?
No, I always call it the pound sign.
I always call it the only time I started hearing hashtag all the time was Twitter.
When people used rotary phones, you had the star and you had the pound sign. And then people on the phone would say, please use the pound sign, pound, whatever. And then to get the call, somebody called you, and to get the number of who called you, you'd *69. Remember that code?
But that has nothing to do with the pounds.
No, but that was one of the symbols on a phone you'd hardly use. And if you did use it, it would charge, and your parents would see the charge and they'd get mad at you.
Well, that's
so I remember not to press those.
That's why you don't call people back.
Yeah, but it was cool. And he actually brought a spoon up as well. Talking about Spoon and the Googly Boppers, that was fun.
He's actually, I think he actually lives in Canada now, so he's actually a Jamaican Canadian.
Yes.
And actually,
yes,
there's only one other person I know that's like that, and you'd think that's rare, but apparently it's not as rare. It's Jarasta, who was from, you remember Ermiger Carniver?
Yes.
Yeah, he's Jamaican Canadian as well.
Hit that battle button for me. It looks like all the players are online and in. We're going to try this again as soon as they're ready. There's first tanks from Hammer Time, one of the T1s that performed exceptionally well, especially in that harassment pressure on Cliff against Fnatic.
Now to remind everyone, because there was disconnect, they replay the same tanks. Nothing changes there. Everything is the same as far as tanks, same sides, everything. Just restart the battle as if we didn't have the, we just had to disconnect. We allow for that technical issue to be resolved.
Yep. There you see Valacio, 16-year-old, the same age as Spoon, coming out of Canada, leading this entire team, Top Tier. And there you see Top Tier on their well-designed, I must say, jackets for their team. It's cold up there in Canada. It's cold out here in San Francisco. That was a smart choice.
And getting those fleeces, they're also soft, too.
You and
like I appreciate
feeling the material of these jerseys. Are you looking? Are you shopping for a jersey?
I could use some free jerseys. I mean, I could use a Top Tier fleece.
I know you like that WCG jacket that I got.
Yeah, maybe
awesome jacket.
It does look pretty snug. Well, I appreciate some soft fabric because I mean my hat.
You are a connoisseur of the fabric, especially with the hat style. I don't wear a hat.
You just need to do it. It was raining outside. I have a hat on. Didn't get wet at all.
I went for the umbrella.
Great. Although the rain out here did kind of dissolve it a little bit. Really damaged it. I'm sad.
What, dissolved your hat?
Yeah, the fabric is just torn apart by the dripping.
Strong rain. Strong San Francisco rain. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the battle has begun. We're in the countdown on Himmelsdorf. 3rd, 4th place match. Hammer Time versus Top Tier. Here we go. It's time for them to battle it out. Same tank selection. Go ahead, Ruko.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, 2 5100s, 3 IS-3s for the side of Hammer Time. In the blue, Top Tier will have a 110, 2 5100s, and 2 IS-3s. Interesting lineups, but everyone, of course, T1s are of course going to mount that 20mm. I keep looking at that because so many players today have changed that up on more open maps like Mines.
Everyone's moving, no disconnects. We should be good to go. Following Velatio in the 110. We're talking to the front. We're talking about the front, about the sugar to the front, but not having the space armor on the sides. Chinese tank. Nice shot on the run from Velatio. On the move, Sazzy takes a big hit in that IS-3.
Oh, wow. Down to 831 hit points. That's more than one hit. And he is not in a good place. That's a huge lead in the first 30 seconds of the battle. But there is plenty of spotting in return. Sublime Banana, Velatio spotted. And we might see Hill Play could bring it back for Hammer Time. Top Tier, though, just a great play. Really love that. Great shots in the beginning of the map. That's the 110 accuracy really coming into play.
Yes, indeed, especially on the move. Velatio's going to be up in this key window here, poking back and forth. IS-3s are still spotted from Overlord Prime 1. It's photo finish. That scene. So I'm going to be on the side of Top Tier in the red, who spawned to the south. Let me switch on over to E63 M6 in the 5100. Defensive play down that golf line coming out of the red team.
I'm looking towards the hill, though, now. NYPD, Kriegsmaster. But Backsaz is spotted as Kriegs does back off. He may return, and we could see a T1 fight or some kind of trap be sprung, because both of these teams are taking different approaches to secure the hill. We've got one side, and this is the space-off. Kriegs is zeroed, but Backsaz is looking like he wants to peek out just ever so slightly. Maybe he baits out a shot from Kriegsmaster, forces him to miss, because at this range it's about 150 meters. T1's accurate, but you can't really depend on it too much at that range.
Still that spotting from long range with McBlack and Backsaz happening for the T1 against Kriegmaster in the AMX 5100, but no shots fired up on the hill yet, at least nothing that's landed. 7 minutes, 56 seconds, still plenty of time for these teams to make a decision. Sometimes we'll see the 5-minute mark in place, which means that at 5 minutes, if a strategy is ineffective or if it's a standstill, we'll see both teams, or at least one of the teams, try something differently. Go for a different position, push in their position, or try to go for a double flank or pincer attack. That courtyard has been opened many times and used many times as such a thing, not just at the beginning of the game, but sometimes in the mid-game.
Well, at this point, though, neither team, I think, can really use the courtyard too much. It's kind of locked down. I mean, with tanks on both sides, aggressing at all is incredibly dangerous, very risky. You're going to have to go with the outer portions of the map, either the far west or possibly the east. I'm thinking that the blue team, Hammer Time, could probably do better on the east, and of course Top Tier having an advantage in the west right now.
Sublime Banana the IS-3, still no shots ready for Overlord Prime. Kriegmaster still spotted up top. Velatio on the 110, no shot yet. It's going to be a standstill between these two teams for a while. I say that, and then a shot fires and a Sublime Banana.
You jinxed him, Clutch. You jinx him every time.
I keep doing that. It's a commentator curse.
Well, with that, that's evening up a little bit on those health pools. That's really nice for Hammer Time. Zazzy being at 831 hit points is a real liability for his team. But with Sublime Banana taking a little damage, that brings it a little bit closer as far as health pools. Of course, we have to point out that the 110 has a slightly larger health pool to draw from than those IS-3s. So right off the bat, you do have that going for the red team Top Tier.
Well, Backsaz falls back along with McBlack and those T1s.
Oh, shots fired again?
Yeah, shot fired, but something lands. Sublime
no
Banana, Sublime Banana has the same HP as before.
They're trying, sniping in IS-3s, of course, never does go all that well.
No.
I mean, it's not that accurate across the range. I mean,
It's got great alpha, though.
With the dispersion now out of most tanks, I mean, it was changed in a recent, I say recent, but in one of the more recent patches. Every tank's a little more accurate. But
recent's just relative right now.
Yeah, exactly, relative. Yeah, it's okay, but I wouldn't depend on an IS-3 to make connections. We see that in shootouts a lot, where it's just miss after miss, which is why people throw out HE at that range. Maybe we can see some nice HE shots from Overlord Prime. I've seen some crazy connections. If you hit an HE on the top of a T-30, an IS-3 turret, the same place you'd pen with APCR, you could actually get a full pen. and do some really sick damage. Also knock out possibly
A lot of crew
gunner.
damage.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're looking for.
Kaboom, and a high explosive round inside of an IS-3. It's a cramped tank. I've been inside of it. The Cheaton talked about that.
Well, Clutch, you're kind of a big guy.
I'm 6'2", and it was, I'd have to hunch down.
You're not the kind of person that tanks were designed for.
No, well, I fit okay in an M4 and, you know, the American tanks. German tanks, no, I would not fit.
Hey, HE, Agamemnon fires HE at Overlord Prime, and he actually does damage Overlord Prime's optics.
Hear the crowd going, wow, as they finally land a shot against Overlord Prime. Past the 5-minute mark, both these teams are playing very, very passive here, trying to judge who's going to be more aggressive and will they get punished because of it.
Yeah, neither team is really comfortable as of yet. This is actually really uncharacteristic for Himmelsdorf. I think we only had one draw in regular season.
From what I can remember, yes. This was the map that was played the most, correct? According to our stats.
Yeah, it was. It's also almost, it's pretty much 49% for each side.
Yes.
As far as
it is the most evened out spawn. I think the next one behind that is Cliff. And the only percentage difference of it being that 2% of 50 and 50 is because of the drop that had happened. Over 40 games. Season 3 on this map.
It's quite a large pool to draw from. I really like Himmelsdorf because that I didn't really think there was any huge advantages for the longest time, but I did get a little biased for the beginning of Season 1, thinking that the North was in the advantage, but I've changed my mind now. I really do think this is a wonderfully balanced map. It's probably one of my favorites as far as balance, although I do prefer open maps just for scouting, like Pravorovka. I think Pravorovka is a wonderfully balanced map. I just like symmetry.
Backstaz in the T1. Sees Kriegmaster from far away. No shots yet. He's just over that cobblestone hill.
Although First Tanks is firing on McBlack, and McBlack does have to back off, hiding on the 1 line. Don't think any other tanks that have been spotted in that area. First Tanks could be taken down if he's not careful. He may need to pull out at this point, because as time goes by, the tanks from top tier are going to inch closer, and some of them are spotted now in that approach, and First Tanks now is not going to be able to escape. Poor First Tanks. He will go down in the next few minutes, I expect.
Uberlichi following behind E63M6. And shots fired against Photo Finish. Glacio was the one that was tagging that, and here's the push coming out from top tier. Shot fired into the AMX 100. He trades fire with NYPD. Uberlichi takes damage. The T1 falls.
Poor
Fly Banana gets the kill.
And with that, there's control of the 3 line by top tier, and we're waiting for a reaction, a counter push out of Hammer Time. Hammer Time needs to make that. They've got 2 tanks a little bit split from the IS-3s. And with that, if the 5100s get caught out, they could go down, or those IS-3s could be taken down very quickly by 5100s. I'm just waiting for that quick move from either team. Another T1 goes down. Kriegsmaster takes down Backstaz in the hill.
E63M6 and Agamemnon close together, moving up. But they don't want to play that corner game, especially with a great defensive spot that Hammer Time could be in.
And actually, Kriegsmaster's doing a great job on the hill. He spots Velatio on the 8 line, verifying that he is out of position. That could prompt a push from Hammer Time if they... I'm waiting for it, but I'm actually seeing no movement. And that actually, I think this might be a mistake by Hammer Time. Hammer Time needs to make a move.
And there they go, shooting into the front of Agamemnon. E63M6 trades fire. Agamemnon takes significant damage, but he falls back. E63M6 down to 666 at a 1404. His French heavy autoloader. And this is going to be an HP share program happening between these 3 tanks.
And now we see that move by Velatio. He is flanking. He gets to take the attention of Photo Finish, while the rest of the tanks are going to be able to move in on Drynitz NYPD. Drynitz is now pinned in that position as Sublime Banana closes the distance, but he takes a hit on the way there.
And here comes the push coming down the center line, up against Drynitz. Sublime Banana in the IS-3. No, it's E63M6 that gets the kill, and they're going to continue the push. NYPD is low. Shot fired against Overlord Prime. So now one hit, another hit from the side. NYPD tries to fall back. No HP share going to be available here. This is a cleanup crew time for E63M6. Fires. Track shot. That's a bounce, actually. NYPD hit on fire. Not
no,
dead
that's
yet.
a T1. That's McBlack doing all that damage.
Wow.
He could actually pick up the kill.
T1 trying to get loaded. Can he get from the far side? McBlack tries to line it up. And
T1 kill.
He gets the kill. Nice shot from McBlack. Surprising Photo Finish
falls. Now it's only 2 with 22 seconds left. They're going for the run, and the 1T1 up on the hill could turn this into a draw.
Yeah, Kriegsmaster's success on the hill will actually probably be able to save this one. Yeah, he will be able to save the battle and actually bring this to a draw.
Sublime Banana reloading, trying to get the shot on the Zazie. That bounce shot from Agamemnon. And that brings it to a draw, folks, between the two teams. Long engagement on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, they're just squaring off across the courtyard. Neither team really all that comfortable yet with their opponent. They're not willing to risk anything too early in the game. But towards the end, when there was the possibility to save it with a draw, they went for that.
Quick commercial break. We come back. The series continues for the 3rd and 4th place match of Hammer Time versus Top Tier. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Best of the best in North America. Currently, 2 teams are fighting for 3rd and 4th place. Hammer Time, as you see on the screen. And they're up against Top Tier. Draw for the first battle in this best of 7. Next map will be Cliff.
I love Cliff. Cliff is a great map. We have an engagement that almost always begins very quickly right at the middle of the map. Or we could see Hammer Time actually pushing the west side and making it an east-west fight. I believe we've seen that a few times out of Hammer Time. Especially, I believe they did that when they fought against Fnatic.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, and we've seen that a number of times from Hammer Time. I remember that happening multiple times during the group stage, and then I would also notice on this map, Cliff, that #RU would not send T1s up to the east side compared to other teams as a regular play.
Well, a lot of teams will just kind of invalidate that entire push, assuming there's a T1 on the east side of the map. But T1 play is kind of shifted towards the west. A lot of teams will either keep them back at home to kind of wait for the enemy T1s to come in or enemy T8s to get into the backfield, spot them, and then recognize what tanks are out of position and take advantage of that. Or sometimes we've seen the meta where 2 T1s will simply push up the 1 and 2 line against each other, and the better T1 wins.
Indubitably.
Quite.
About 30 seconds left until we start the battle. Overlord Prime, the young kid. Had a great interview with him that you guys got to see a little bit earlier. He was playing tanks late last night, and I was talking like, dude, go home, get some rest.
But tanks clutch.
His teammates are saying, no, this is how he prepares. He keeps playing tanks. He's playing on Pro Horovka at the time.
I actually liked watching the Googly Boppers. Those guys practice playing tanks. They were having a fun time. They were on, I think a few of them even got on sheriff accounts and were just handing out the gold. I mean, if you guys see pro players in a pub match on their sheriff account, you can actually get 150 gold for killing them.
Yes, and many people complain, oh, they're always on my team. They're always on my team. Well,
that's awesome. You're going to win.
Yeah, it means you're going to win. That's right. All right, ladies and gents, time for battle number 2 on Cliff between Hammer Time and Top Tier.
Oh, clutch. Look at this. It's back. It's back. Uberlich in the T69, 1390, 1390, 1390. And guess what? Felicio in the 3002D with backstab in a Tetrarch.
It worked last time. They could work a second time.
Oh, please.
Cunningham's wanted to kill him with that tank, and they were unable to do it.
They went all in for it. The other team's going to have 2 T69s and 3 1390s, NYPD, Zazie, and Drynitz.
Agamemnon's going to be pushing up.
Actually, go ahead and jump on that 30-odd too.
Oh, I will. We'll see how fast
I wonder how fast does it go? Is it going to get there?
Fast. I mean,
no, that's booking it. That's moving, man. It's not bad. It's like a T69. Oh, actually, a little faster. He's gaining on him.
Well,
he's going to win. He's going to win. He's going to win the race.
Go
30-02.
The pickup speed's a little bit longer to get up to.
It doesn't have
top
the
speed.
immediate get up and go,
No.
but it's the
Once he
long
does,
distance that he does.
He goes for the cross country.
Exactly.
Overlord Prime is spotted. Tetrarch up to the top. Can he land a couple shots? Backstaz tries to line up something. Nothing yet. T69's pushing up. Overlord Prime right behind him. First tanks behind him.
But what do I see? Is this a flank on the east side of them from the blue team?
I love it. I love it coming from the east. The Nuberlich's getting lit up to the front. Overlord Prime the same. The T69. He'll be the first to fall. It's Overlord, but the revenge kill around the side. NYPD, Zazie and Drynitz are dropping the hammer as Hammer Time pushes up against Velatio. Velatio, could he die in the tank for the first time in season history? Takes another hit, and he falls back behind the rocks down to 123. But here comes Sublime Banana, Agamemnon, and E63M6 from behind. First tanks. Is that first tanks? Did he get the kill?
May have just, yeah.
We're going to have to check the stats on that one, folks. Sublime Banana still left alive. He gets taken down. And now
you stop jinxing people, Clutch, because Agamemnon's about to go down.
Well,
155, and he's going to try to slip away, but there are two 1390s.
I got to check if First Tank's got that kill. If he did, that's pretty incredible. Agamemnon on the ring around the rosy run from Zazie. Here comes Drynitz. Are they reloaded? Can't tell yet. Oh, lines up the shot. He would have shot if he had the shell ready, but not the case. Goes for the ram damage. Oh, that scrapes against the side. Shot fired from one of the 1390s to miss.
Now photo finish should be loaded, and with that, he might be able to punish E63 for chasing him, but the first shot is a miss. Second shot does connect. Third shot is a track. Yeah, and
3M6 turns his turret towards photo finish. And shots coming out from Kriegmaster in the T1 way far away. He must be using the Browning.
Let me check. Tetrarch is Nancy 2-pounder. 37s on First Tanks and Kriegsmaster. So yeah, that is the Browning.
Yeah. E63M6 rounding the corner. Last tier 8 left alive. Sees Zazie. Zazie fires on the move. Another shot from Kriegmaster from far away. Not able to land it. Zazie stops, gets the hit. Drynitz moves in for the kill. McBlack, last one left alive. And this is going to be the first point on the board. It'll be in favor of Hammer Time.
Well played by Hammer Time. What map do they go to from here, though? That was incredibly decisive.
I could see Crazy Ivan Rule on Cliff, or I could see Mines after this.
Because they say our 30-02 deserves to win.
Yes.
They won the first time.
Yeah, they want the other spawn. Oh, and this is it. And here comes Hammer Time pushing up against the T1. We're going to have to check the stats of First Tanks. But there's a point on the board for Hammer Time against top tier. Battle number 2. So First Tanks was behind Velatio, and no kill.
He did do 122 damage, though.
Not bad, not bad. He was the only tank that I saw that was spotted.
I think it was one of the 1390s that picked up the kill. And although, give it to Photo Finish for getting 3 kills and 1853 damage. He really did work for his team. Unfortunately, I think that those T69s pushed in a little bit, like just a few seconds too soon. Yep. And even though they win the brawl, that was very dangerous. I thought those T69s were just going to take a whole bunch of fire, die horribly, and then the 1390s were going to be too few to take everything else out.
Well, this best of 7 series is just getting started, but you'll see this battle happening. Bam! T69 falls, and there is that east side push from Hammer Time. They were not prepared. Top tier not prepared for this push. And quick brawl mode battle, it did go in favor of Hammer Time, but it could have went drastically differently if they didn't land their shots.
Yeah, it comes down to, I think, a lot of teams not putting tanks in the east set anymore. They assume it's safe because they somehow assume that there's going to be a tank spotting there, but many teams are just not putting a tank there anymore. They're not putting a T1 there. They're not watching that east set approach, and because of that, the flank from the north works out very well. I haven't actually seen a flank from the south to the north, though, with 1390s. It's a little bit more open. There's not that city in the north that you can use as cover and to hide your approach as well.
The series continues between Hammer Time and Top Tier in battle number 3 after we take a quick commercial break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Currently in the 3rd and 4th place match, but don't go anywhere after this because it'll be the grand finals of Fnatic versus Simp. The rivalry in North America. Some words have been exchanged here and there, some people in chat over this season, and we want to see what will be the result of the culmination of these two teams that have practiced so hard and now so much more at stake for the both of them. But that's later on tonight. Right now, it's Hammer Time versus Top Tier. Battle number 3 will take place on Ensk, and the countdown has begun. Let's battle.
Taking a look at the tanks, I see 2 5100s and 3 IS-3s for the blue team. That is Hammer Time. For the red team, 3 5100s and 2 IS-6s. Sublime Banana and Velatio taking those tanks. Okay. They really love these IS-6s. They're an interesting tank. They've succeeded before, and they've actually succeeded on Ensk before. I'm just not as sure. It's not a tank that I feel like it makes a win or a loss. I'm a little skeptical though. I'm still a little skeptical.
Well, the E63 is pushing up to the city side here. Really different from what we saw earlier from Fnatic.
Good opening moves using a T1 to scout ahead in the north, but in the south, we might actually not see that T1 lead the way. Photo Finish taking a great spot, and he does not get a chance to fire Sublime Banana, but Sublime Banana does put one into the dirt right ahead of Photo Finish. Accuracy coming out as a con today for that IS-6.
Well, Velatio sees the T1, goes, "Hello, sir," and gets the kill. First tank to fall, but the IS-3 from Overlord Prime gets a nice shot on the IS-6. And Velatio falls back. So does Overlord. But here comes the prong attack on two sides. Uberlich in the 5100 going up against the corner. No tanks are there to stop him. And he's going to be in a great position.
Well, they're just going to have to stage up. With that T1 gone, there's no proxy spotting, and that is crucial to make sure that this might work.
though took so many hits down the one line at 624. And here's the engagement. Dryness down to 745. Uberlich trying to push up against one of the IS-3s, but the 5100 is the target down to 16. Doesn't get the kill. Sublime Banana pushes up and gets the kill against Dryness.
But those 5100s have bounced so many shells, they're going to lose steam very quickly in a moment.
Agamemnon in the 5100 rolls up right behind Uberlich and bam, gets the kill. Uberlich lines up another shot against NYPD. He might be the next to fall, and he is. The 5100's targeted and well done so far from Top Tier. They have not lost one tank yet.
Well, they've done just enough now that even though these 5100s should be mostly reloading, these IS-6s should be able to finish off. The superior fire rate comes into play, and there it is, Sublime Banana getting another kill.
Well, Velatio now moving in against last remaining tier 8 against Zazie. Fires, it's a big bounce. Sublime Banana turns around on the IS-6. He gets a hit, and here comes the E63 M6 in the 5100. Is he reloaded? Not yet, it looks like. Waiting for the shots. Oh, yes, he is. 75 HP left for Zazie. First tanks will be the last one here in just a second, and he will be the last tank left alive. And his location's all the way to the north, and he falls. Top Tier ties up the series 1-1 against Hammer Time. Really effective play, that pincer attack from both sides, using that cross-section next to the Lenin statue, which I talked about during group play, of teams selecting that position, of course, being cautious, but allowing that type of play to happen.
It's very dangerous, though. If you're caught out there, there's not a lot of cover to retreat to. You just have to back straight up, and it's a bit of a risk, but they understood that their opponent was most likely all grouped up in that northwest. It's a comprehensive way to play, and guess what? That's just who they are.
Tied up 1-1, still 4 battles left to go between these two teams. When we see this engagement, you're thinking, okay, who is really in the clear here? And that has to be Top Tier because they have the cover and they have the two approaches.
What worried me was these 5100s bounced a few shells, just not quite as perfectly placed, and I thought that might come back to bite them if we saw a counter push from Hammer Time. But Hammer Time didn't make that counter push. They just kind of sat there and tried to maneuver, tried to react, but it wasn't a strong enough reaction to really stop this push and to really shut it down.
And locking down the 5100s, you can see they were a little bit more selective on their fire, and that's crucial. When you take down the 5100s, that is a bigger blow compared to the IS-3s because of the burst damage, unless it's in that window gameplay of the mid-game where the 5100s are reloading.
Yeah, once the 5100 is reloading, sometimes you can let that go and go for that consistent fire IS-3, especially if you have a autoloader heavy setup. You want to try and take out the consistent fire tanks and then make sure all these autoloaders are reloading. It's a weird choice, though. A lot of the times it just comes down to your convenient target more than choosing the 5100 over the IS-3.
That's right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, quick commercial break. We come back. This series continues between Hammer Time and Top Tier. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Gold League for World of Tanks. Battle number 4 is almost underway between Top Tier and Hammer Time. The map chosen is going to be Abbey, one of the longest maps that we see with duration because of the 3 to 4 avenues of approach. And when we have these teams choose different avenues, it means for a longer play because their engagements won't happen for a while.
It's also really one of our least popular maps in league play. It's only been played 9 times during the group play, and the North has won 4 of those times, South 1, 2, and we actually had 3 draws. So not just because a lot of teams are not comfortable, I feel like what happens is we get stagnant play. Once teams get more and more comfortable playing the map more often, they will probably improve, and we'll see more dynamic strategies out of them. But for now, there's not a whole lot of experience on this map. Actually, Hammer Time being a large percentage of that with 3 games.
Top Tier average duration, 10 minutes. They take all of 10 minutes to play this map. Average first kill, 1:23 though. But usually what will happen is they'll have an engagement later on in the map, and then one of the T1s will be able to escape, causing the draw. Now, if 2 draws happen, that means we'll go into a best-of-3 scenario.
Yeah. And for Abbey itself, you get a 6-minute and 49-second average duration, which is our second longest average duration. Clutch, the map you talk about is the favorite one to draw, and Steps is actually our longest duration map for about 7 minutes and 36 seconds.
Wow, so Steps is the longest overall, and Abbey is second.
That's right.
Steps has played more than Abbey, though.
Yeah, it's been played 13 next to the 9. It's still a very small pool of play for that map. Of course, the favorites are Himmelsdorf. You've got Mines being second to Himmelsdorf in popularity, and then third, of course, is Cliff.
Cliff, all right. Okay, folks, it's time for battle number 4 between these 2 teams. Who will take 3rd place and who goes home with 4th? Still great achievements to have, but it's not 1st and 2nd. 1st and 2nd, we'll find out after this series is over. As Fnatic will battle against Simp, but this is Hammer Time versus Top Tier. Battle number 4, let's battle.
Taking a look at the tanks, I see 5100, Pershing, T69, and 2 1390s. Also Kriegsmaster and the Lull Tractor. for the blue team. That's Hammer Time, top tier. It's going to bring 2 5100s, 2 T69s, and Agamemnon in the 1390. All T1s mounted at 20 millimeter.
Sublime Banana, the T69 pushing up. Along with McBlack and Agamemnon falling right behind him.
I'm going to be following first tanks with this nice American flag on the side of his T1 Cunningham. The other side, an eagle. And then Kriegsmaster is...
I'm looking at both approaches. I'm actually seeing how far Hammer Time is going up to the north. And I remember in Season 3, Week 1, they actually preferred the west side and used this water play, which was very effective. Right in this area where Agamemnon is actually, there's a little bridge. Let me jump over to it. There's a little bridge that these tanks can cross over, this little land bridge. And they're able to use that.
You can actually make it right through the water if you keep good momentum going in.
Zach Kuhn couldn't.
No, he couldn't. He accidentally stopped, and then he realized how big of a mistake that was.
Yeah. I'm drowning, and GG.
He actually surprised all of us. We barely even noticed. We just, all of a sudden, this tank was dead. It was so out of just the realm of possibility in our minds, we didn't even say anything about it. Backstabs gets spotted by Overlord Prime, and he begins to back off. He may be able to escape, but I don't think anyone's covering him right now. Overlord Prime may go for the shot, may just jump out into the open for it. It's a little risky, him not knowing other positions, but Backstabs barely slips away into a corner, and Overlord Prime will now break cover into the open, looking for Backstabs.
Backstabs is creeping up against the mountainside. Here comes Overlord Prime. Can he land the shot? Not yet. Backstabs trying to hold the wall, and he's going, haha, you missed. But now he got him.
Yeah. There's not a lot of hope there,
No.
Especially without any cover fire on the Abbey
It
side.
reminded me of that scene in Batman, starring Michael Keaton, where he fires the back cable, and the guy's, you missed, and he pulls back, and the concrete hits the guy in the back of the head.
I think I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
And then it evokes the memory of a commercial where they do the exact same thing with one of the action figures.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I don't remember that.
It was an advertisement.
Well,
I don't know.
Look at the positioning of top tier. They're going to have the flag cap potential harassment. That's going to be big.
And Kriegsmaster's actually not going to go down as he has spotted shots fired from Velatio and Sublime Banana on him. And now in the south, first tanks may go down as Agamemnon is looking, and he gets him. Poor T1.
In a minute 35. Oh, there's one long range shot. Drynitz saying, Uberlichi, guess what? I can hit you from here. But Uberlichi is returning fire against Drynitz, but he's taking damage on both sides. This could be the first tank to fall, and it is. But look at McBlack's position, right behind this shell of a tank. And Agamemnon's going to be right next to him as well. This just created cover fire, this cover from the fire, and that's going to mean Drynitz and Zaz are going to have to push up to this location.
Also, a tank in the Abbey was able to hit Drynitz, but without being spotted. And that's great cover and harassment potential for the red team. Photo Finish is on the way to stop Cap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it. McBlack looks to take cover behind that dead 5100. Photo Finish searching for it, but he gets the shot.
Agamemnon moved away, and now there's going to be no tanks on Cap. And that's one tier 8 down for both teams, 2 tier 1s down for top tier. Agamemnon hit from the rear, he's going to back away. Velatio, E63, M6, and Sublime Banana trying to get to the center as fast as they can, but at what cost? Real kill. Velatio down to 157. Return fire from E63, M6 in the 5100 to punish. Gets 2 hits and then backs up.
Well, now that Zazie has moved to the south, that really gives up a huge potential flank advantage for the 1390. That would have been a great use of the 1390, but they've given it up. Now there's no T1s though, so no cap pressure I'm seeing. It's going to have to be an interesting fight that I'm looking forward to. I'm waiting for Zazie to decide it though. He has that mobility and he has a health pool to draw up on. He's about 1090 out of 1100. He is in good condition. Everyone else is a little beat up for his team. The other side though, Sublime Banana is the healthy one.
Agamemnon now pushing to the center. And the rest of the team needs to hold out in the center. This could be another draw scenario. I don't want to call it before the 5-minute mark, but
with 5 minutes left, there's still a lot of potential for Cap with tier 8s. Their Abbey control going to top tier is huge. With that, they actually can flex from north to south and control the lanes from the north to the south of the map very easily. I'm seeing that 5100, the 1390 moving to the north, and they could be moving down the 8 line, down that east side road, or they could decide to go for the Cap and force Hammer Time to actually stop the Cap and make them fall into some kind of trap.
E63M6 rounding the corner, the only tank not to have taken any damage. Well, nope, Sublime Banana did not take any damage yet. I'm going to head on over to where his position is in the T69. He's still at 1350 out of 1350. Positioning now, those heavy tanks on the east road.
Well, Zazzy is taking one of my favorite positions on Abby, and here's why. He spots E63M6 and is able to back off while being safe from fire in the Abbey. Just building right here, protecting him, but he has to be careful. If he gets too aggressive and backs too far up or goes too far forward, he could find himself in a bad spot. Takes a shot, though. Does he hit?
I see no hit. I was looking at Sublime Banana.
All right, well, on the 8-line.
Yes, E63M6 is hit.
Yes, nice shot by Zazzy. He was not spotted, and he's going to probably go for another spot if he can, but I'm seeing a tank actually move around to the south, possibly going to flank. That's T69.
Look at the field of poppies and violets. How beautiful.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Well, last thing that Valacio could see here on Abby.
But here's the push. Photo finish leads the way. Zazzy has the high ground. E63M6 at 277, 14 hit points, and he goes down.
And Agamemnon is left to fight for himself, and he falls. 2 tanks left alive with 3 minutes and 53 seconds left for Hammer Time to get another point on the board.
Well, this is a long map, but with 3 minutes and 44 seconds left, victory is almost assured for Hammer Time. Top tier could bring it back. T69s have such amazing burst, but they need to be together.
Top tier needs to go north now. They need to go for the flank cap.
Yes, that would be a pretty good idea, but they are kind of hesitating, wondering where those T69s were. They knew they were in the Abbey, and with that, that's a lot of potential protection on their cap. Very nice vantage, and you can spot your own cap easily from the Abbey.
You're up against a snipe fire, but look at the HP value difference. Sublime Banana is the one at full health.
Yeah, but with a 20-second reload clutch.
Yeah, but they have 20-second reloads on 2 T69. They have a 5100, and they have Zazzy at full health.
Well, here's the thing: if these guys split up, which actually is kind of happening, these T69s could pick apart a tank if they catch it in an ambush. Well, all they have to do is make that T69 hide himself. Just play it safe.
Well, the T69s are also in a flag cap position. They're not going to go for it, though, because the 5100 on that eastern road could pick them off, or at least Valacio. Well, now they're going for the flag cap.
Well, no, they're not, actually. I think they might go around to the west and then try and make it up the 1-2 line to protect
That's
their
not
own
enough
cap.
time. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. One of these T69s could turn tail and leave, bringing it down to a draw. They got to go for the victory right now.
Yeah, it's a very thin opportunity, though. They could stick the 3-on cap, but they're risking that these T69s have moved out to the west and are actually defending the base already. They don't know where these T69s are. I don't believe they spotted them in transit at all.
Minute 36. Now they're putting pressure on the
they're going to move Zazzy out to screen the cap and try and spot those T69s moving into the west.
If they would have kept them on the flag cap, they probably could have capped by now by the time they get to the north. I know they don't know that. We know that. They can't see that.
I think the 5100 might have been able to get back in time. Drynitz earlier had 6 shots on the cap, and he's very easily able to get in some nice vantages to stop that cap pressure.
Sublime Banana will be turning the corner. 25 seconds left for the flag cap.
Now Zazzy is going to be able to stop the cap. I do see a victory, 20 seconds left, and no one should be in range right now to stop it. That should be it's really a formality, I think, at this point. If a real engagement happened, Hammer Time would come out on top, I expect. Top tier, though, just not able to get back to defend their own base.
2, 1, and Hammer Time gets the capture, and they put another point on the board, leading the series 2-1. Long, drawn-out fight on Abbey. So we'll usually see here, unless both teams choose the same road, and we'll have a hell of a firefight if that happens.
Yeah, I don't think Top Tier really was comfortable on Abbey. Just they were not getting a lot of damage out. Their crossfires were not coming together. They didn't. I don't think they accounted for a lot of positions that Hammer Time used.
Well, still 3 battles left to go. Hammer Time, 2 battles away from scoring the victory. Top Tier will have to win every battle after this in order to win that 3rd place placement. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, battle number 5 between Hammer Time Hi. Welcome back to the Gold League, everybody. San Francisco, you still alive out there? Right on.
Yeah, they sound pretty good.
It's a cold, rainy day in San Francisco. Dozer, as you saw, doing the letters from home and also the waiter in that skit that we had. I believe the quote, he said it was from Mark Twain, but somebody said it wasn't from Mark Twain, but that doesn't matter who it came from. He said, the coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco.
What does that mean?
It means it's really cold in San Francisco, but it's a clever way to say it. Coldest winter I ever spent was in Kansas in an ice storm. Super chilly. It has been rainy here, which means that people like to stay indoors and play video games, and that's where the majority of our audience is coming from. They've been watching from all over the world. And again, a very special hello, privyet, to everyone watching in Russia and around the world as well. And we have players, honestly, from around the world that are participating in the North American League, but most of them live in North America.
A lot of Canadians, a heck of a lot of Canadians.
They're part of North America.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing at the Canadians because they're awesome.
Yeah, they are. I'd love to have a finals event in Toronto. That
would
is
be pretty cool.
That is one of the best
Just
cities
not
when
during
it comes
winter.
to esports.
Maybe during the summer.
Winter's all right. Wasn't too bad.
No,
I got the jacket for it, thanks to World of Warplanes.
I don't do well in snow. It just doesn't happen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for battle number 5 between Hammer Time and Top Tier. It's going to take place on Ruinberg. Let's get into the game.
And taking a look at the tanks, 2 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and a 1390 for the blue team, Hammer Time. Top Tier will bring 1 5100, 2 IS-6s, a T69, and a 1390. Lace, actually in the 1390 instead of an IS-6 this time.
Ooh, what is this?
Interesting change-up.
Changing
You'd
it
expect
up.
him to be in it, wouldn't you?
Yes, he's the big advocate for it. He's in the belief business when it comes to the IS-6. He's defended his choice many a time. But will it be the right choice against Hammer Time?
Not sure how an IS-6 will perform on Ruinberg. Have we even seen one on Ruinberg before? And I really just can't remember one. I'm wondering if you do.
Not that I can recall.
Yeah. Okay, so this will be maybe the debut of this tank on this map. Nope, Zazzy might be spotting it. Mick Black. I'm not sure if Zazzy is spotted in response, though. This bush cover looks pretty solid.
E63M6 in that T69.
And now that T1 is able to get away. It's nice west control, though. Bit of a smaller spread from the blue team Hammer Time. Red team, Top Tier is, they have really solid map control. It's a nice spread, very flexible. They've chosen a nice flexible lineup of tanks. The IS-6 doesn't move all that well, but if they keep it at the center of the grouping, it should do just fine, just like an IS-3.
Agamemnon in that IS-6, pushing down to the south, trying to get closer to that flag and put some pressure against Hammer Time. Top Tier behind, 1-2. They had a draw in the first battle. That's why the battle number. You're like, wait a second, it's 2-1, it's battle 5. That doesn't make sense.
Happens.
No, it's a draw.
Well,
shot fired against Agamemnon on the IS-6. Another hit. He's getting on that flag cap saying, come at me, bro, around the corner.
That's a very aggressive move. Did not expect that. I'm expecting him to continue past, and he will, to screen the cap. But this is dangerous because I don't think this is a united enough front to really make this fight happen evenly. Agamemnon should be taken down relativily easily.
Agamemnon is just on his own. He's not hugging the corner at all, and they come out and kill him. No idea why he's out in the open like that.
He just went full YOLO.
He went full IS-6 is what he did. It's just sometimes you can't go full IS-6, guys.
I'm really surprised. I honestly have no idea what just happened. Well, why did he do that? Was he expecting cover from his allies? But they're so far back.
You look at a wall, you go towards the wall, especially on a corner game like that.
I mean, forward is the best direction, but not constantly.
Not that forward.
Yeah.
Not that forward. You can turn left or right.
Yeah.
Starboard and port. Tanks, they don't say
he's not in
starboard
a
and port. No, he's not in a tug. He's not in a boat. E63M6 and the T69. I like following him. He's got a cool name. Reminds me of IG-88 from Star Wars, but he's going to the top here. And safely as well. You think about those tanks that are over in the fountain side that could be looking down the F crossroads, getting some of those long range shots that open up, but the spotting happens just in time for them to aim towards the left of that road, but not the case this time. Uberlitchi up to the north, and the 5100 is going to be guarding the front gates of the castle.
Yep, now that they've lost a tier 8, they're probably predicting cap pressure or the potential for it from Hammer Time. But Hammer Time doesn't look to be deciding that they would like to do that. They've decided they're going to keep still, and they're going to wait a little bit longer. This is the way they actually play out Ruinberg a lot. They're very slow, methodical on this map. They actually fell back against #RU after losing their T1s. So they're just trying to wait for their opponent to make a mistake. When you play the west side, I feel like it's hard to aggress.
The E63M6 spotted a tank for a bit, and he's going to fall back.
Palacio is spotted and pinned in the northern part of the F road. This is what I was talking about when I saw Fnatic play the 1390. I felt like it's an easily pinned position, and a 1390 that is immobile is not nearly as effective as one that can utilize its mobility and camo to get itself anywhere on the map with a very short amount of time.
E63M6 has a South Korean flag on his tank. I find that very intriguing. It's one of my favorite countries I've ever been to visit. Seoul, one of the greatest cities in the world. Currently learning Korean, tough language.
Yeah, you have been practicing. You've also been practicing your Spanish, haven't you?
Yeah, especially to talk to the Cazadores. Yeah. E63M6, again, in that T69, trying to land a shot, take a little bit of damage. I'm going to fall back here. I've spent a lot of time on the E63M6. Go to Uberlitchi in the 5100, into the defensive spot in the Alpha 6-7 quadrant. In that little village, they're waiting for Hammer Time to come up. Say, come on in, the water's fine at the flag cap. We won't harass you. Psych. Shoots him in the face. Takes some damage. Hammer Time falls back. They push along the crossroads. Get some crossfire. Move in for the kill. At the 5-minute mark, that is a possibility, but they've lost Agamemnon. Hammer Time still in the lead here. And again, they could play for the draw.
And they're also down at tier 1. I don't see a lot that top tier is going to be able to do to win this one. After a mistake like that, I'm really questioning what the mentality of the team is right now, how together they are, how motivated they are to win.
Look at the positioning coming from Hammer Time, though, overkill. They're getting close to that flag. They're setting up for an attack pattern. Well, they're locking their S-foils into attack position. They're pushing up towards that flag cap here. Uberlitchi has some great fire, and wow, shots fired against him.
But all misses.
Yeah, the misses hit the building.
He's going to have to make another
run.
run.
He's going high. Listen, and ain't nobody got time for that. He's going to fall back. 1390 now pushing up. NYPD is spotted. Fires against Zazie. It's a miss. NYPD misses a shot against Uberlitchi as well. Zazie going straight for it.
Oh, but he misses on the first shot as he goes the distance, and now he's down to 522, 221. One more shot will finish him off in that 1390, but Red Base is under attack with 15 seconds left.
Uberlitchi now going to have 2 tanks to focus on. I believe he shot at least 4 of his shots here. Takes a hit to the front. Tries to go for the reset. 5 seconds left.
And no one's going to be able to get there in time to stop it. T69 barely not able to get there, and that is going to be victory.
Hammer Time now leads 3-1 over top tier with a flag cap happening on Ruinberg.
It's been a little while since we've seen a successful cap fast on
It has been. I liked how Zazie and his battle buddy pushed forward to get the 5100 to back up, to not have more of those guns on the tanks that were vital to get the flag cap, and because of that, they were able to get the victory.
Yeah, you needed to get those shots out. You can't have the 5100 holding onto him, and he actually held on to one shot, tried to use it at the end to delay, and if it would have connected, that would have been a different cap, but because of it actually bouncing on the front of an IS-3, it's a completely different story. The cap was not delayed, and we saw Hammer Time victory very quickly.
Hammer Time 1 battle away from taking 3rd place, the highest rank they'll ever have taken in the Gold League for World of Tanks. But same could be said for top tier, since this is their first appearance ever in the Gold League. Quick commercial break. When we come back, the series continues for the 3rd, 4th place match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rookhill and I were able to successfully eat 2/3 of our burritos for dinner within those 2 minutes.
I actually only got through like
We're
1/3.
chained to the desk. We're not going anywhere. Don't worry. The series will continue. Hammer Time versus Top Tier. Hammer Time is up 3-1. One battle away from securing the 3rd place spot. I think they can do it. We saw them almost take away the potential of Fnatic being in the finals today. Close series. And Mines will be the next map.
Interesting choice. IS6 is a T32 again for Top Tier on this map, or do you think they'll change it up even more than they have in the past?
Want to have some fun with the IS6s. So Top Tier win rate 75% overall. Hammer Time is 67. We see some T32s brought from Top Tier as well. Well, let's find out what these teams are going to bring as we jump into battle number 6 for the 3rd, 4th place match of Hammer Time versus Top Tier.
And for tanks, we're going to have 3 T32s and 2 1390s for the side of Hammer Time.
It's so beautiful.
And on the other side, almost as beautiful, 3 IS6s, a T32, and a T69.
Awesome.
Just interesting lineups from both sides. Really slow. I guess we're bringing these T32s with 90 mils, by the way. 90mm cannons, better DPM, better penetration.
But not as much damage in that one shot.
Yes, but if they focus fire really well, they're going to tear apart these IS6s. They're going to get that second shot up faster, and with that, they'll be able to take down the IS6 before that IS6 can nuke any of those T32s.
Backstaz and the T1 will continue to push up to the north on that east side. Splitting the forces is Velatio, along with his teammates of Top Tier. Velatio in the T32, the tank with no cons from America, being followed by the IS6. Not the IS-3, the best tank in space according to Soviet, but the IS-6 is a close cousin. T-32 shoots and hits Velatio to the front. Drynitz fires but misses against Sublime Banana.
Oh, this will be an incredibly effective push if it can come to fruition. I'm waiting for it to happen, but I don't see anything happening yet. It's spotted. E63 is spotted. Agamemnon is spotted. I'm waiting for the push forward. There it is. Zazie, NYPD into the fray.
Coming in hot is Zazie and NYPD pushing it up against Sublime Banana. Boom goes the dynamite. He falls. Zuperlichi pushing up against Zazie. Zazie down to 760. Velatio at 601. Overlord Prime right behind them trying to land it. 88 HP, 88 miles per hour to get into that Back to the Future mode, but that's not the case here.
But Zazie's burning down to 210 hit points.
Uberlichi on the run, 261 HP. E63M6 takes down Drynitz in that T32. Uberlichi trying to get away from the firefight as fast as he can and join the rest of his teammates that have taken the northern position. And the T1 McBlack is going to be cruising for a bruising towards the flag capture to the north.
But now Photo Finish and Overlord Prime are not in advantageous position. Oh, Agamemnon misses a crucial hit, and that may allow Zazie to come in and possibly save this. He does see both T1s, McBlack and Backstash both spotted. Kriegsmaster, though, is the one who gets the kill on Backstash.
Agamemnon pushing up against a T32. Bounces a shot from Photo Finish, saying, homie, don't play that, as he moves to the side. Nice little side skirt movement. And Overlord Prime tries to get to the front. Nope, shooting from the side against Agamemnon. Down to 17 HP. Photo Finish in the T32 gets a shot from the side. E63M6 lines up the shot, gets a hit from behind. Photo Finish tries to line it up, gets another big hit against Agamemnon. E63M6 still alive in the IS-6. NYPD bounces a shot off him. From behind, it's Zazie.
But now Photo Finish will be able to absorb one more shot before he is able to, with a battle buddy, Zazie, possibly do this, but he does simp it for a little bit, not completely, and there he goes. T32
One
gets the kill.
tank left alive. That's McBlack going for the flag cap. Hammer Time's going to close it out. Kriegmaster around the corner, waits for it, he kills him, he kills the crew. The crew's dead. The crew is dead, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hammer Time is your third place team.
Well played by Hammer Time. Interesting strats by Top Tier. Took him this far. It got him all the way to 4th place.
It got them all the way to 4th place. It got them all the way to 4th place. That's the best way to put it, Rookhill. And they say, listen, if that gets us all the way to 4th place, to better hone in these type of lineups and our execution on these maps, they're going to continue to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, just imagine Top Tier next season. And also Hammer Time. Hammer Time making it all the way to 3rd. Just a beautiful play.
Incredible play from both these teams. And they're shaking hands, they're hugging it out. Hammer Time had one of the best performances we've seen for a third place team today. Again, bringing Fnatic Gaming to the brink, making Fnatic sweat. And I am going to watch their career with great interest into season number 4. I am impeccably impressed with this team. And the same for Top Tier. Again, led by a 16-year-old, first time ever in the Gold League this season, and first time ever attending a season finale, and they made it to the top 4.
Yeah, just great. Congratulations to both teams. They're shaking hands again. Everyone looks to be in pretty happy mood, especially from Top Tier. Those guys just cannot be put down.
No, they can't. And again, I talk about the refinement of the tank lineups. I think with the exposure that Top Tier has had because of the Gold League and also at this finale, I feel that more teams internationally may be looking at potential differentials, if you will, for the tank lineup, the potential for being more flexible, the potential for adding that surprise. But again, I will echo this many, many times, that the fundamentals and the execution of strategy will trump mostly the type of tanks that you bring.
I would have to agree with you, Clutch, there. Although bringing intelligently chosen tanks is an important part of just good play. You've seen how new added tanks to the league, and also sometimes bringing a lower tier tank and performing admirably with it can really help you be more effective, can help it just...
Sufficient.
It's
it
a
makes you
skill.
more sufficient, yeah.
I'm trying to just search for the best way to put it. It's like a skill multiplier. And the tier 8 tank, you've got 8 points to use, but sometimes if you can make that tier 7 work just as well, you're going to be in a good spot.
All right, folks, so that does it for us at the desk for a little while. Sruko and I need to take a break to get prepared for the finals, but we're going to throw it on over to Lauren Elise before we take that break. Lauren, take it away.
Thank you, Clutch. I am up here in our loft with Ute, an esports manager. What do you think about this live event?
Oh, I think this event's fantastic. We have a great crowd downstairs. We have fantastic battles going on. We're having a lot of fun. There's a lot of people hanging out, having a good time, watching some good fights, some kind of upsets going on. We're having a great time. I know it's a lot of fun.
What do you think about esports and wargaming right now at this point?
Oh, I think it's fantastic. I think this event, is really a success for us, and we're having a good time. It's our best final so far. Like I said, there's tons of people down here. We're growing. We have a lot of teams gain some sponsorships this week. I think we had like 2 or 3 teams in the last 3-4 weeks pick up some big time sponsors. So overall, it's really going great.
Who do you think is going to win the finals?
Oh, all right. So a tough question here. Who's going to win the finals? I don't know, man. I've dealt both these teams obviously for all 3 seasons, and they've been very, very close matches. So I'm not really going to say someone's going to win or lose. I think overall I'm in it for the good battles. I want to see it go down to the wire and see who can just pull off that last shot or that last, hold their composure for that last second.
What do you think is the best part of World of Tanks?
I think the diversity. I mean, every battle you go into, there's a variety. I mean, we're watching strats out here by the best guys in the world, and all of a sudden someone throws a wrench into it and completely changes, what they're doing, and completely changes the whole game. I mean, we've seen some strats today and yesterday. I mean, we had guys throw tier 7 tanks into what normally is only a tier 8 battle, and completely blew up what everybody else thought was never going to happen. So I think it's the diversity is really good in our game.
Where would you like to see it go, Wargaming and just the whole company? What would you like to see for its future?
No, I think we're just going right down the same road we're going right now. We're growing every time, and every season gets better and better, and the teams are getting better. The competition, I mean, heck, the battles we've had this week were some of the best we've ever had. Some of the matchups, and a lot of these games have gone down to the final game and really been down to the wire. And I think that's just where we want to keep going. We want the competition to be so strong that every match is going to go to the end, and there's not a lot of 4-0s or 3-0s in the mix. We want to see 4 3s and 3 2s.
Yeah.
So.
Well, awesome. I think everyone's really looking forward to it, looking to be excited for the next season and for the finals. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you guys.
Imagine, if you will, a tank that could be launched from an airplane and glide down to the battlefield. Sounds like a pipe dream. But today in the garage, we're going to take a look at the manifestation of that imagination with the M22 Locust. Joining me to talk about the M22 Locust is none other than the man himself, the Chieftain. What can you tell me about this incredibly tiny tank?
Well, it was either a great idea that was never really allowed to prove itself, or just outright a terrible idea. Of course, the US military developed the airborne forces, so somebody had the great idea. Not sure, if you're going to be throwing people out of airplanes and all they have is their rifle and what they're carrying on their back, why not give them a tank? Even a little tank is better than no tank at all. Now, the problem is, if you're going to be landing at an airfield with a large transport aircraft, a significant asset, you probably already own the airfield. In which case, why bother bringing a tank? So after thinking about this, I realized this was pretty much a stupid idea. They looked across the water. The British Army already had the Tetrarch and Harry Hopkins light tanks, and they had a glider big enough to carry it, the Hamilcar. So after having built 800 of these, they said, okay, well, let's give a bunch to the British. Now, the problem, though, is once you land on the battlefield, even though you have the best tank that you could bring, you still only have a half an inch of armor and a 37mm gun, whereas the Germans are still driving around in their Panthers and Panzer IVs and Tigers. So all you're doing is just giving them a little bit of target practice, really.
They could pretty much crush this tank.
Yep, they would. Be a very embarrassing way to go.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the treads.
The suspension is a vertical volute suspension system again. You have a couple of bogies at the front, and then common to a lot of American light tanks of the era, you have a much larger trailing idler. It actually is on the ground as well to help spread the weight out a little bit more. The engine was 165 horsepower, like Homing 6-cylinder. This was actually a fairly nimble little thing.
So what can you tell me about the turret?
It's small. If it's two people, the gun is a 37mm M6, your standard gun found on light tanks of the US Army. Fired a somewhat useful canister round, kind of like a shotgun shell of 37mm in caliber. I also had an armor-piercing round if you came across a half-track or something really small like that, and you could find a very small little HE round, like lobbing a hand grenade. On the plus side, if you're going up against infantry, it's more than enough to cause some hassle. If you meet anything that actually has a gun, you're not going to be able to stop it.
So how does this tank actually work in World of Tanks?
It's small and it's fast, which means it's hard to hit. That's about all you can say for it. Really, the 37mm, even if you're shooting premium ammunition, it's not going to do a heck of a lot of damage. And in a tournament game and an esports game, its sole function is pretty much reconnaissance. That said, knowing where the enemy is no insignificant part of fighting.
The M22 Locust was not the dream come true that the American military wanted it to be, but it's still a fun tank to play in World of Tanks. If you like a light, fast scout that is a premium tank for the American forces, make sure to check it out, and we'll see you on the battlefield. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wargaming.net Gold League Season 3 Grand Finals. It is time to find out once again who's going to be the best of the best in North America. Two teams are now faced to the ultimate question. And will these teams move on to the global finals? They will. They already secured that spot, but this is for $50,000 of first place, $25,000 to second place. Joining me on the set, as always, Randall Rukil-Holcomb and our special guest, ladies and gentlemen, from River of Blood, Captain Blood. Captain Blood, you've been able to watch all the series this weekend. Any big upsets that you would like to comment on?
Well, I'd have to say that Hammer Time's performance was an upset. I mean, yeah, they didn't win in the end, but not to say that Fnatic was stagnant in any way, but Hammer Time, I mean, they just brought it out there. They were ahead of the 50% mark on every map almost every time, and they really pushed the envelope. I was really impressed.
With the series today, Simp won in a 4-0 sweep, an impressive sweep, and with that series of Hammer Time versus Fnatic, I have to say that Fnatic could be jarred. They could be a little bit maybe off kilter compared to that series. Is that a possibility for them, or do you feel that because they're such veterans to the scene that it's not going to affect them?
Well, Fnatic they're just a testament to persistence and dedication. I mean, I really think they're unshakable, and I think they proved it by what happened. Like now you have, it's kind of a different school of thought, but you have Simp who, you know, not to knock top tier, but they they kind of had what seemed like an easier time. They knew these gimmickier tanks were going to come, which was fun, and they worked on teams that maybe weren't ready for it, but Simp saw all that. So they were all over it. So now they've just rolled forward, and they might be in the mindset like, oh, this is easy, whereas Fulcrum had to earn it. I mean, they had the stress right there. They fought through it. They have to be mentally just like rock solid.
But what do you think of day one? Simps matches were very close against simple tankers. And that was another instance in which we had incredible play against a team which may have also similarly jarred them.
That's true, but those two, they're almost like in-division teams that have played each other a lot, practiced each other a lot, they know each other. So, I mean, sometimes I think there's teams that know each other so well the dynamics change. They know the strats the other team uses, and it just changes the mix. So the better team on paper sometimes, you know, falters a little more due to that familiarity with each other. So.
Do you care to comment on the overall changes in the evolution of the Gold League for World of Tanks that we've seen from Season 1 to Season 3, because your team has been a member of the Gold League ever since Season 1, and this is actually the first time your team was unable to make it to the Gold League. So how have things changed and how have things improved since the inception of the league about 8 months ago?
Well, I definitely have to say it's better to be here as a player, but I think it's gone really well. I mean, the sponsorships scene alone is just incredible. I mean, what the teams have picked up really is big for North America. But the skill level has definitely increased. I mean, I think what you had early on, you guys started the league, you're going to have some sort of casual teams. I mean, there just wasn't enough people with the time to commit, and 7 guys can get together that can stand each other and be as committed as something like Fnatic. I mean, they put in the work, you know. So slowly but surely, I think as the seasons go on, it's going to start edging out these teams that are sort of casual until finally the final 8 here, or how many of your teams always go, are going to be truly pro teams.
The hobbyists versus the professionals, but everyone started out as a hobbyist really for World of Tanks because there was no established esports league yet, but now that there is, you would say there's more teams and more individuals that see how the dedication and the time put in for these teams like Fnatic and like Simp is paying off, and they think that if they can do it, we can do it.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're seeing the bigger picture slowly, and now they're going to see these two teams go to the World Finals, and everyone's got to be jealous. Everyone's got to be like, why didn't I put my foot in the door a little earlier? Maybe I could be one of those too. So I think it's really a good role model, everything that's going on here for all the other teams. I mean, all it really takes is a little bit of dedication, a little bit of a group you can teamwork with, and you can get your foot in the door and at least get the 16 going and get into your guys' season play.
Well, you guys can follow us on Twitter at WGLNA, and our last question for the night is this: who will win and why? It's as simple as that. Make sure to use #rollout and follow us on Twitter. As a reminder as well, betting will start right when the coin flip happens. River of Blood, one of the best teams that we've seen when it comes to the changes you guys have made. Hyper aggressive at the beginning, now more flexible. Again, it was a tough fight between you and Simple Tankers. Simple Tankers made it out. But Captain Blood, any final words, and where can people follow you on Twitter, and who do you think is going to win?
Well, our Twitter is at River of Blood, WOT, and during every face-off, I'm always going to try to give away code or something. We're going to give away codes as contests, so should follow us. You can get some stuff. Codes equals followers. But to the main question, who's going to win? This is, God, it's such a clash of titans. I mean, look how close they were for 2 seasons. They were so close. And I really, you know, if you had a job where you knew someone else made twice as much as you doing the same thing, like, you know, well, I assume Rookhill might make, no, maybe it's the other way around. But, sorry. But, you know, like, so here you got...
He's got more fans than I do.
That's true. More tank fans. He's from Tanks. But you got Simp, who's doing the same job, but getting half as much money for 2 seasons now. So they really want it. And, you know, so you kind of have like this tenacious, on paper, awesome team with Simp players. And Nagatron has told me, and them specifically, that you guys, you might be better than us as individual players. So he knows that they have this chemistry that could explode at any time. And then you versus Fulcrum's preparation, and they can... Oh, they're just so good at analyzing the map and knowing when to push, and it's going to be so tight. So now, at the end of the question, do I actually have to pick someone? Like, who I think's going to win?
You can
can they hear me right now?
A little bit, yes.
A little bit.
Nagatron is nodding his head saying yes.
Okay, I think it's really tight, so I don't envy you your bettors out there, but I think from all the factors that I've seen by a little bit that someone with this shape letter, is he looking? No? Okay.
He couldn't see.
Might edge out. That, like if I had to bet in Vegas, that's probably where I'd put my money.
All right. Captain Blood, thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure to see you, and thanks for your help this weekend as well.
No problem. It's a pleasure to be here.
Best of luck next season.
Thanks.
All right. Fellow clanmates, River of Blood, Captain Blood, the leader of that team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It is time for the finals for the World of Tanks Gold League for North America. Two teams, Fulcrum, formerly Fulcrum, now Fnatic, versus Simp. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. Ruka and I'll be bringing all the action to you, and it's time to kick on over to the desk for our first face-off with Lauren Elise.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Elise. Before we do this first face-off, I just want to talk to all of my Russian fans out there. Ya vas lublю. That means I love you for all of those who don't speak Russian, but that wasn't for you. Now, Spoon and I have other ways of communicating. So, you've been here before. You've been here before. Come on. You've got to be serious. We've all been here before. Third time. Is there anything, I just want to know, that you want to say to your fans out there?
I just want to say thank you to the fans.
It happens to me all the time.
We really appreciate it. You know, it's been great. It's been a lot of fun. We're hoping you guys keep watching, and a big shout out and thank you also to Razor, you know, who's helped us out a lot as well.
And I think a lot of people really look up to you because you're one of the most consistent teams that we have. You're always here. You're always strong, always confident, and a gentleman. For all of the underdogs, do you have any words of confidence for them?
I mean, I think, you know, it's easy. Anyone can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. So just work at it. Just keep going, and you can be up here too.
Thank you. And you're back too. Do you have anything that you want to say to your fans or any shout-outs?
Thanks for your support all the way through. I kind of lost my voice yelling at the end of that last match, but basically this couldn't happen without you. We love you guys for it, and hopefully you keep watching. Hopefully we keep it entertaining for you.
And congratulations on your sponsorship as well. Do you have anything that you would like to say to underdogs that are trying to build their reputation?
Pretty much the same thing he said. It's anybody's game. Just keep working at it, and it's only a matter of time.
Great. Let's do the face-off. Coin flip. God, I hope I can catch it this time. It would be so nice, the last coin flip. Heads or tails?
Heads. Heads.
It's tails. Would you like to Would you like to choose the map or defer?
Defer.
Mines.
Spawning point.
We'll do the north.
Okay. Good luck. May both of you do your best. You may take a seat. Good luck. Have fun. Let's battle.
Thank you, Lauren Elise. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. $50,000 goes to first place, $25,000 to second place. Fnatic Gaming, new big team backing them now. First time that a Fnatic team has been in the esports scene in North America. Simp, now a member of the Razor family. This is huge for both teams here to, one, be in this position, two, to make it to the global finals in Poland in April, and three, to take home that huge cash prize.
Yeah, and then there's also this constant rivalry between the two teams. Fnatic has always been on top, but Simp is here, and they really want to break out of that shadow. They need it. They're hungry for it.
Well, Fnatic had quite an engagement against Hammer Times. We spoke to Captain Blood earlier on about that. Against the Googly Bobbers yesterday, it was a quick 4-0. Simp took out Simple Tankers in a huge series. That was close. And on Himmelsdorf, it could have been a different story if Simple Tankers stayed on the flag cap. But hindsight's 20/20 in any matchup. And they had an easier time against top tier today. So both these teams, out of the two matches that they have, one of them was close.
Yeah, just a much more hard-fought season. Everyone is getting so much better from the middle and lower areas in our group play. They're just so much better, and they're really challenging these top two teams to get here. They're having to fight much harder than they used to.
Mines will be the first map. And we're waiting for all the team members to be ready to go here. They have about 90 seconds from the map choice to join us, and there are the stats between Fnatic and Simp. Fnatic, 100% win rate out of 3 games. Simp at 80% out of 5. Average duration and first kill, trading off Fnatic with the lower tie of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Wow.
But took them a little longer to get their average first kill, whereas Simp actually does have a decently aggressive beginning of the game, but they've been shut down a lot in their aggression, and so it takes them a lot longer to try and, you know, end the battle there. It's just, you see the way they play the T1s on the east and the west. They like to put Mac in the water side, and he pushes up rather aggressively. And until the past few battles on Mines, I felt like they weren't quite covering Mac very well. They were having a problem with that. But the last time they played on Mines, they did very successfully use Mac and cover him. Blue Boys doing that. The two of them working very well together.
Antonio Handsome from Spain. Jackie Rudo, one of the newer team members. Relics, one of the old ones.
Oh, he's ancient.
Not in age, folks.
No.
But when it comes
they say
to
he
a member
comes
of Fnatic.
They say he comes from a time when there were no books.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the countdown is almost over with. This is it. I only have one question to everyone watching from around the world that are fans of World of Tanks and fans of the Gold League in North America. To everyone watching and everyone here live in San Francisco, are you ready?
Yeah, so she's still here, and she's got a friend.
Crowd's ready. The players are ready. They're selecting their tanks. We're about to begin battle number 1 in the final best-of-7 match between the two best teams in North America. Once again, for the 3rd time, Fnatic is up overall in wins against Simp in the Gold League by 2. Simp, a lot to prove, trying to get out of that shadow from Fnatic. Fnatic, a lot to prove themselves, with more stakes for both these teams, more eyes, more ears listening in, and more people to please and also more people to let down in the world of esports for both these teams. The loading has begun for Mines, ladies and gentlemen. The final match, the grand finals of Season 3 for the Gold League of North America. Battle number 1 between Fnatic and Simp. Let's battle.
Looking at the tanks, 5100, 2 T69s, 1390, and Nagatron in the WZ-132. On the other side, Simp in the red team will have a Pershing, 2 T69s, and 2 1390s. Notice 37 Brownings on Endo, Mac G, and Relics. Friction will have the 20mm on his T1. I'm expecting a brawl very quickly in this match.
Heavy 20 is going to be leading the charge in the 1390 based on the spawn position of his tank. The red team will be Simp, and in the blue will be Fnatic. Simp to the north, Fnatic to the south.
And already I'm seeing a huge problem for Fnatic. Nagatron get a horrible spawn in his WZ-132. This should really hurt in his approach. He may not be able to block any of these 1390s in his approach. Actually, he might just. Heavy 20 is stopped on his approach, and he may take a lot of damage.
He is from the sides of those T69s. They have that front rock covered. Down is the first tank. Fnatic in the lead already. Sing took a little bit of damage in that engagement in the T69. The rock still trying to cover. And shots firing between the T1s. Endo falls. Crimson Corsair and Adroxus are towards the west, aiming to the south. Sing falls back at 909. Still a couple more shots fired from Adroxus. Blue Boys captain takes out Nagatron in the WZ-132.
Yeah, really risky play by Crimson Corsair.
There goes Blue Boys.
To try and get those shots onto Nagatron. Soviet, of course, able to clean it up. But now here comes the push. Jackie Rudo, Antonio Handsome, Hugo Maximus all pushing forward, and they're going to focus on Sing.
Sing down to 649. Antonio falls from Sing. Sing still holding the line, but he goes down. Hugo Maximus being focused by Crimson Corsair, but look at Soviet on the mines, getting that high shot on a Crimson Corsair. Mac G wins against Relics. Friction from behind, getting a couple shots into the T-69. Adrox in the Pershing at 8:53. Mac G still trying to get those Browning shots, and he gets one against Friction. Still trying to fire against the T-69. Adroxis takes down Jackie Rudo.
Nice shot. Adroxis, this Pershing really coming to play with this consistent fire, and there. This is a comeback, it's looking like, with 2 tanks versus Soviet alone. Does he have the damage to do it?
The Pershing with that consistent fire will be pressing up against Soviet. Mac G in the T1 could have the opening to move to the south to go for the flag cap. Shot fired from Adroxis, it's a miss. T-69 will be reloading, and Soviet's going to push up against Adroxis. Mac G getting it.
But Mac G catches it, and it's a track!
He bounced! It's huge, huge for Mac G to get that track shot. Soviet now pushing up against the Pershing. And he pushes up with 17 HP. And Simp takes battle number 1 against Fnatic. The track shot on the T1's one of the biggest storylines we've seen all weekend with these track shots on the Cunningham.
He went to block the shot, and even better than he could have ever hoped for. It was a track. Mac gets to live even longer. Not even attack. This is a new Mac attack clutch.
Huge Mac attack happening for that. He's not dying anymore. He's just swallowing shots. Nice play coming from him. We have a replay of that track shot ready for you to see how crucial this positioning was from Mac G. Soviet unable to get the damage against that take and has to move around. And he's going to continue to fire against the Pershing.
And with that, the T-69 is reloaded in time, and just not enough damage left in Soviet's clip to finish it.
Yeah.
And there's Soviet, stoic as always.
These finals are going to be brought to you in limited commercial interruption thanks to AZO monitors available at Amazon.com, Kingston, Alienware, and Razer. We want to continue the action here, and these guys have 90 seconds from when the map is chosen, and I believe we may have a crazy Ivan rule in place. No, it's going to Himmelsdorf.
Okay.
Correction. Himmelsdorf South is the call from Nagatron, the team leader for Fnatic.
If I were Fnatic right now, I'd hold on to that mines, Crazy Ivan. I'd wait until a little bit later and say, you know what, maybe we can do mines again. Just the little things didn't come together. They won on the hill early in the game. It's just later when they pushed in, they did not have Soviet with shots on target. He was not quite there soon enough. If he'd been there sooner, maybe he would have had the damage necessary to really throw it into Fnatic's favor, but they paid too much to begin the engagement.
You can see Mac G bouncing up and down in excitement, getting his team prepped, heavy 20, Adroxis down the line, and these guys are looking solid. There's Jackie Rudo from Fnatic.
He's been a top performer for Fnatic today. Earlier, you saw him make an amazing shot in his T-69 to save a battle. Just all around great player.
Simp has the advantage when it comes to stats. More games, higher win rate, Fnatic at 75%. And on him, and this is in group play, on Himmelsdorf, this again is the weakest map statistically in wins for Fnatic. Now they'll disagree because they don't think, they think it's just because of them and their flexibility and changing things and different calls, but you have to look at the hard stats, you have to look at the books. And Fnatic has been having trouble on Himmelsdorf.
And as I think about Himmelsdorf, I'm trying to imagine the usual strategies we see out of Fnatic. Now, them being, did they get the south or the north?
It is Fnatic taking the
north. That's the north side.
South side.
Is it? I see you in the.
I'm towards the north, and I'm on Simp. So Fnatic.
I forgot you were on Simp. Okay, that
yes,
was earlier.
I'm on Simp. You're on Fnatic.
We were on the opposite ones earlier, and I just got used to it. Anyway, with that, I'm thinking that the Simp strategy and the usual one we've seen out of Fulcrum, if Fulcrum plays their usual strat, I think Simp has an advantage just because it's designed to beat that approach to the map. Fnatic will have to react incredibly quickly to take advantage of the split that we expect to see out of Simp.
The people here live in San Francisco are on the edge of their seats for this Best of 7 series. Huge crowd we got here, the Folsom Street Foundry. One of the best events I've ever seen produced and one of the best venues I've seen for esports. Fantastic time here. If you ever have a chance to attend a World of Tanks event live, do so. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Himmelsdorf is the map. Battle number 2 between Simp and Fnatic. Let's get into the game.
What do we have for tanks, Rootkill?
For tanks,
2 5100s and 3 IS-3s for the side of Fnatic. They're going for the alpha instead of that burst out of the 5100s. But Simp is the one going for the burst with the 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s. Now, they've switched their 20mm back, except for MacG. He's actually kept 37 on his T1 Cunningham. Interesting choice. I don't know if it's going to be as effective here because of there being only 2 5100s.
Endo in the 5100, one of the top performers in this tank in the league. Nigh the world. His family is here watching live. Quickly introduced us to his mom, who's in the crowd. He's going to be following Blue Boys captain MacG up front in the T1. He'll play coming out of Simp for 2 of the heavies and 1 of the lights.
And already we're going to see a bit of aggression here from Fnatic. This isn't something I believe we may have seen before. This is I'm getting a bit of deja vu. Last time this happened with T1 up there, which was MacG, was spotted and actually taken out on the move. And that was a huge blow to Simp, who were still able to win out that battle on Himmelsdorf. Crimson Corsair does back off and is able to actually live with MacG being the T1 to take the hill, waiting for those 5100s, which there are 5100s up in the northeast, right? Or are those...
They're still in the northeast.
Okay.
It's Endo and Blue Boys captain.
Okay, so they could go up to the hill, go all the way around the backfield and try and do a flank. But Simp's doing a little bit different than what they usually do. Adroxus and Heavy 20 are not in their normal positions. They're shifting it up. They know Fnatic has seen their matches in the past, and they're deciding they need to change a few things in order to keep their opponent from being able to hard counter them.
Crimson Corsair will be the first to see a straight-on push down Tank Alley because of his position in that T1. Fnatic not crossing through the courtyard, which proved to be insufficient for them many times. And they're staying on that Tank Alley, and now they're grouping up even more of their heavy tanks, while one of the heavy tanks is staying down to the west, down that 3 line. It looks like he's poking out.
Now, if Fnatic doesn't get out of this position soon, I get a feeling like they'll be scouted again by a T1, and then we'll see the collapse by Simp, because they will have a beautiful surround on this position if they get a chance to work with it. But the thing is, Fnatic is kind of along one real lane. They can go north-south. Into the west is, I feel, risky and putting yourself out of really safe cover. So I'm not as fond of the position from Fnatic, but I can see how flexible it is. You're mid-map, you're able to return to your base or go to your opponent's cap very quickly, but I feel it's prone to being flanked.
Heavy 20 was covering the western side, but sees nothing. Now, as soon as I say that, he sees Antonio Hansen.
Stop jinxing people, Butch.
Hey, I'm just predicting things coming true by negative reinforcement. Antonio Hansen is seen down the Gulf line. No shots fired because no shot can take place that'll hit him. He disappears.
If any spotting, if more spotting happens in the northwest, if Relic sees the right tanks, I'm expecting to see a very aggressive push from Fnatic. And as they do begin to make a little bit of movement now, it is huge though. If Relics can get the right spotting. I see pinging going down at about Echo 2. Maybe they're saying Relics need to move up, or maybe they're telling Antonio to move around because Antonio is kind of the cover tank for Relics. Unfortunately though, he doesn't have the best ranges of fire to shoot at whatever Relic spots. He can only spot that IS-3 that's in the northwest, I should say.
Adroxus will be the first line of defense against any of the Fnatic tanks poking up across the Delta line. No commitment yet coming from Fnatic, but they are past the courtyard section. And they're waiting for any opportunity to trade fire, and they could get some isolation here. Actually, smart move
and
from
Adroxus
Fnatic.
spotted.
Nagatron is seen from Adroxus with the 50-meter view range. Proxy spotting here, and here's the push! The isolation coming in from Fnatic. Engaging against Adroxus, 3 shots, 2 of them bounce. Adroxus takes hits from all sides, and he will be the first to fall. Soviet lining up a shot, another big hit. Did anyone take damage? Yes, Hugo did, and so did Soviet. But now that's one of the tier 8s down, and Fnatic's going to have to push into another direction, probably go forward, as Simp's going to clear around to the side and go for the flank on multiple angles.
This reminds me of what Fnatic did against Wreak Havoc on Himmelsdorf, the one where they actually dropped. They trapped themselves in this D line, and they failed to move out from here. They have a very short time to move out before they find themselves surrounded. And I'm waiting for it to happen, as it looks like 5100 IS-3 Heavy 20 is closing the distance, but a 5100 from downrange is able to continually put shots to him. Heavy 20 is down to 452 hit points.
Look at Antonio Hansen's position on the west. He's able to continue firing against that IS-3, but Endo gets 2 kills back-to-back in the 5100, taking down Nagatron and Hugo Maximus.
Yeah, and this is like what I was just saying, very reminiscent of the last time I saw them really drop the map huge, and that was to wreak havoc just it was like 2 seasons ago.
Antonio Hansen was in a good position for a long-range firefight, but not for the brawl mode, and that's where they needed him. Jackie Rito still spotting the IS-3, is not taking any damage. Heavy 20 and Sink over to the west. Antonio Hansen takes a big hit. We can hear Endo saying, hey, get over here, get over here. Antonio Hansen running. Mac G in the T1, now putting flag cap pressure, along with Crimson Corsair to the south behind the church. That is huge.
And I'm hearing some yelling. Endo is taking fire down to 378 hit points. Soviet, it might be able to finish him off. One more shot, and he gets it.
He's calling out for Blue for help. Blue's going to push in against Soviet, but Soviet tracks him. Blue, can he get another shot? Soviet, 1 shot away from taking down Blue.
He's empty.
Captain.
He's out of shots.
He's got to get out of there. 16 seconds left, and Fanatics moving to the south as fast as they can to stop this flag capture.
But here comes Jackie, and he is able to get Blue.
Right behind the church. 8 seconds left to go. Can they get there in time?
He may just, but it's going to be incredibly close to get the shot. 3, 2, 1. He makes it around the corner. He spots back. G fires, but guess what? The T1 saves it. Frickson gets the shot.
Base is captured, and that's it. Simp is in the lead, 2-0 over Fnatic. The crowd goes wild. Simp smiles and goes crazy for a bit, but it's not over yet. We've seen this scenario already today with Fnatic. They were behind and they came back against Hammer Time. They could do it again. Looking at the team score, Soviet 2,316 damage, 9 for 9. Jackie Ridd on the IS-3, 4 for 5. Hugo Maximus, this is where it starts to fall apart. 2 for 4. Nagatron, 2 for 2. Antonio, the 5100, locked down, 4 for 8. Not hitting their shots.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, Ruka.
I would have thought that T1 at the very end, though, Frickson getting the damage would have actually stopped the cap. But I guess it was just a fraction of a second too late and locked in.
Fraction of a second and locked in. It was a declared victory.
Yeah.
The map ended. Wasn't able to get it. It hit 100%.
Yeah. I really thought he did it for a second, but he did not.
It was close.
Yeah.
It was close. You seem baffled.
I am. I actually, I honestly thought he got the shot, and I was really confused for a minute there.
No.
But it's just, it happens.
No, it was 100%. Yeah. It was declared. I waited for the game to end. It was declared 100%. The game ended, and that's how it goes.
Well played.
All right, looks like the teams are going to have a little bit of time here to get set up for the next battle. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the series continues for the grand finals of the Gold League between Fnatic and Simp. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Simp is currently up 2-0 over Fnatic. Some say the favorite team, historically the favorite team in the finals for World of Tanks here in North America. But the Gold League continues here. It's still anybody's game in this best-of-7 series. The next battle is going to take place on Ensk. Let's get into the game. Countdown continues here as the crowd waits in anticipation to see if this will be a major upset. If Simpy could say declared underdog, we'll take it. Go ahead, Ruko.
And they're barely able to take it ahead in the last one. Will they catch a lead, get momentum here? They might just 250-100, two IS3s, and Blue Boys captain the Object 416. They're falling back on an old strategy that we know well from Simp, highly effective as well. On the other side, 350-100, two IS3s. Hugo Maximus, Jackie Rudo being those battle buddies. The Droxus Heavy 20 for our Simp, always together, always IS3s.
Mac G and the T1 is going to take a familiar location along the Echo and Delta cross point on the 2 line. As the rest of his team continues to move north, Heavy 20 will switch positions with Mac G and Adroxus will get behind him.
Yeah, I'm seeing shots fired by Hugo Maximus, blind fire, and don't see any connections yet. And this looks pretty familiar, doesn't it, Clutch? This is something we've seen out of Fnatic before, but again, this is something we've seen out of Simp before. That's probably what I'm seeing on the mini-map, Echo 2. There's a tank on the little ramp there. Is that Heavy 20 or Adroxus? Probably one of those IS3s.
It's Crimson Corsair. It's all the way to the south. The IS3s were on the ramp.
I was talking about Echo 2.
And yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Clutch. I wanted to see.
There's only so many things I can do, man.
It's Heavy 20.
All right, Mac G getting a couple hits on the side in the T1. And it does not clear him fully.
That's actually, that's Friction making those shots. Froxy spotting by Relics, and Jackie Rudo takes down Crimson Corsair.
And there goes the other T1.
That is both T1s down in within a second of each other. Great move by Fnatic. Just getting that. That's really hurts. That's a lot of communication damage now.
Soviet is seen, and they're getting on the flat cap. 2 strikes against Soviet on his tank. He has to fall back. Friction, the T1 scouting for the center. Sacrificial scout. He blows up. He does see Adroxus. He does see Blue Boys captain. And now here comes the center line push from from Fnatic down the center.
Yep, Jackie Rudo, Hugo Maximus, but 2 missed shots on Heavy 20 will allow him to cross without taking damage. However, Singh is not nearly as lucky. He takes 3 hits and is down to 97 hit points. Who is that? That is Nagatron from down the way, and he gets the kill.
Adroxus is going to push up against Jackie Rudo, but this could be a mistake as Hugo Maximus in the IS3 is joining his battle buddy. Maybe Hugo takes a shot to the side, but they're going to push up against Adroxus. It could be a bait because here's Endo in the 5100. Gets a track shot against Jackie Rudo. Hugo still trying to focus fire on Adroxus. Jackie and Hugo sharing HP as Hugo falls back, and they're in trouble. It's an overmatch. Hugo, Jackie. Now joined by Soviet Antonio Handsome. And Relics to the north, but Blue Boys captain gets a kill against Jackie. Soviet pushing in against Adroxus. He wants the revenge kill against him, and he gets it. But Blue Boys in the Object 416 is able to get the kill against Antonio. Nagatron now joining the fight. Blue Boys down to 159.
Nagatron should be able to, yes.
Boom. Nagatron pushing up against Endo. Endo seen by Relics. Endo on the run as multiple tanks from Fnatic are on the chase in Heavy 20. The last one left alive is coming in from behind in the IS3 with a consistent fire tank. He's trying to focus down on Hugo. Nice shot to the rear of Hugo. One more shot and he will fall.
Oh, but Hugo blows the shot, puts it in the side of a building, and that will mean Heavy 20 can finish him without taking almost any damage. Nagatron needs to save his battle buddy, and Heavy 20 misses the shot.
And Nagatron pushes up. No shots available yet, but he's going to pin Heavy, and he's going to try to absorb that damage from the IS3. Hugo not committing around the other side yet. Nagatron takes a big hit to the front. Hugo's loaded. He's trying to go in for the shot.
But Heavy moves forward and he gets away. Heavy playing this so exceptionally. He's just one of the top players, I think, on Simp. And there's the possibility he clutches this. He takes down Hugo. But Nagatron's loaded.
And that's going to mean longer time for IS3 to get those shots out compared to the burst damage of the 5100. 88 damage left on Heavy 20, and Nagatron gets the kill. And that's it for the battle. Fnatic puts a point on the board in the grand finals for Season 3 Gold League.
And that's the way it usually goes. Fnatic dropping usually some early battles. Now they're starting to get the momentum. This is exactly what they needed. Simp not able to snowball it. I'm worried about them now because this is usually something we see when Fnatic and Simp fight. Early on doesn't look great for Fnatic, but but they do bring it back, and I think this is the beginnings of it here on Ensk.
Signs in the crowd for their favorite teams, and we can see right here the replay of the engagement. Look at the cross fire happening from Simp. They want to go for those tanks, but Fnatic pushes up first, focuses on one of the tanks to the left, and Nagatron will move in later in his 5100. An excellent play, doing 2,251 damage, 9 for 10 out of his shots.
Yeah, just really risky play though. Those IS-3s for Fnatic played it so aggressively, and they walked into a crossfire that was, I have to give it to Simp, putting their tanks right there, seeing that coming like 10 or 20 seconds before. Just amazing prediction right there, almost taking it back. Looking at Soviet, he looks a little bit shaken though. I don't think Fnatic is very happy with the way they're brawling right now. They're almost never satisfied when I talk to them with their performance. They always want to perform better.
Looking at the performance down the line, Hugo 6 for 9 in the IS-3. Even though they still won that series, missing some very crucial shots in such a close engagement.
I'm actually looking, I can see why Soviet is actually probably holding his hand over his head. I'm looking at his post-game stats. Do you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I see it. 307 damage done to an ally.
So somewhere in that brawl, he actually shot one of his own allies and not an enemy. That would explain the look on his face.
Mentally, they're in a better position than where they were 10 minutes ago, because now they have a point on the board, and that means so much to any team that's at a deficit. And you know, the amount of competitions I've been in, either in traditional sports or esports, when you know that you can at least see your opponent bleed, you know you can kill it. And that is huge for any team, to stop the momentum of their opponent and to get some traction. Fnatic has that, and Fnatic is a team that when they have traction, they can go all the way.
Yeah, that's just the way most of their matches work out. You saw it against their previous opponents in this tournament. Every single time, they might drop one or two, but they do come back. Googly Boppers being an example, though, of them just starting off on the right foot and how it can go from there.
As a reminder, join the conversation on Twitter at WGLNA. Who do you think is going to win and why? Hashtag rollout. As we take a look at the stats on Cliff, Fnatic, 100% win rate out of 4 games. Simp at 50% out of just 2. Surprising that Simp only had 2 games in Season 3.
Yeah, and it's such a popular map as well. To see it actually not played that much by these teams. I mean, we've seen Cliff 36 times. It's our 3rd most played map in the league. And these guys just shy away from it a little bit more than a lot of other teams. However, when we've seen Fnatic play, I feel confident in their play. Simp, I'm not so sure. We don't see enough of them actually on this map to be for me to say that I'm confident in their performance and in their understanding of this map.
It all comes down to this, folks. 3 weeks of intense group play, and now 2 intense days of matches for the top 8 teams. We're down to the final 2. Looking at the win rate of Cliff, and this is based on draws, of course, with the difference because of those 2 draws. 36 games. Average first kill, minute 18. Fastest average first kill on any map, even over mines.
Wow.
Intriguing.
And I guess that's usually because a T1 will go somewhere towards the 1 line, and that's where we'll use an or 1 crossing into the east.
Well, usually the firefights are actually a little bit longer on mines because the T1s are hiding back in the water side or going to the east. All right, folks, this is it. Battle number 4 between Fnatic and Simp. Who can take it? Let's find out. Let's get into the game.
Taking a look at the tanks. Pershing, T69, and 3 1390s for the side of Fnatic. On the other side, Adroxus in the Pershing, Sing in the T69, and 3 1390s. Identical lineups for both teams. And Mac has actually switched away from that 20mm he was bringing last time. That really confused me when he did that. I did not quite understand that choice of gun that he was bringing on city maps.
That Browning, maybe with that long-range fire, perhaps he feels a little more accurate.
Yeah, it does have better penetration.
No.
But you bring it when you don't expect to be fighting other T1s or you expect to be fighting at great ranges.
All right, Endo climbing up on the east side behind the donut. Well, heavy 20 Blue Boys captain. Blue Boys captain is spotted. He spots
Megatron goes up and over a little bit.
Little seesaw happening between the 2 teams here.
Very risky, especially in
Soviet. He may have shot on Soviet. No, he doesn't. That rock's in the way. No, I take that back. He was loaded and he gets it. Soviet takes a hit and falls back. 851 damage, and that is the dent they may need.
And Blue Boys has fired twice now? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. I thought I saw a 3rd shot somewhere in the air that may have been from Nagatron or Antonio.
And if they can count the shots, maybe they can get an engagement at an advantage while Blue Boys is reloading. It's something to pay attention to, especially with such heavy autoloader lineups. Pershing, though, will be a crucial tank because often enough it's not focused down early in the fight because of how important all the burst that is around it. And so often enough it's the tank that brings back the fight, and the top Pershing just really carries their own team on this map.
Nagatron and Antonio are hugging the mountainside. And Antonio's going to fall back along with Nagatron. They're going to readjust their position. Simp has taken the middle ground, and a good placement. Shot fired towards Hugo Maximus in the Pershing from Heavy 20. Not a landed hit.
Now we're actually seeing movement from the 1390s. They're going along that play, maybe somewhere towards the east. I'm not sure if we're going to see that east side play, though.
Heavy 20 lands a big hit against Hugo. Hugo falls back. Heavy 20 unloading continually. Blind fire into that position.
Well, he is able to take Hugo down to 681 before Hugo's able to back
That was
off.
2 shots at least. One of them was a scouted shot. The other one was blind fire.
Okay. He took quite a bit of damage. Was it 2 shots? He's down to 681 from 1440. Yeah, I see the 2 shots. Actually, a 3rd shot into his front. So he's actually taken 3 shots, 3 shells into the front of his tank. That really hurts. That's a lot of health lost. And also, do I see a tank on the top of the lighthouse?
Blue Boys captain, he's on the top.
We almost never see a tank actually make it up there. Blue Boys has figured it out, and he's made it safely to the top of the lighthouse. That is a crucial position from there. He has an amazing vantage, and he's going to be able to hit Hugo. Hugo's down to 218, and he has to back off. Jackie, though, blocking for him, and he's going to take a shell as well. They have to leave this position and give up that ground. Blue Boys, though, is eventually spotted.
Less than 7 minutes left on the map, and we have seen 1390s up on this lighthouse section of the map, but hardly ever. But look at this. Fnatic could be sending one of their team tanks down to the east. It's Relics actually scouting that section. And Blue Boys captain sees him, but does he see Blue Boys captain?
No, he does not. Now he's just going to start backing off, recognizing that he has been spotted, and it's probably a passive T1. These are some of the only 2 teams that actually put a T1 tank in the east side of the map and start utilizing it for scouting. Very interesting to actually see that. This verifies that there is someone passive there, and with that, they can possibly start blind firing bushes with those 1390s.
Soviets in some trouble pushing up, but Singh takes a hit as the Deroxys and Heavy 20 are trying to evaluate where is the rest of Fnatic.
But where is Blue Boys? I'm expecting him to be able to finish out Hugo Maximus. Relics, though, is down to 6 hit points in his T1. Singh, though, is down to 663. There goes the tier 8. Hugo Maximus is down.
Jackie Rito takes another hit from the side, and it's a 2-pronged attack in the center, and also the huge hit from Blue Boys captain up top. Jackie is in trouble at 127, but here comes from the rear Nagatron to the 1390. Jackie Rudo falls, Nagatron down to 407. Soviet 369 firing against Heavy 20 on the other side of the cliff. Singh gets a kill against Soviet. Blue Boys captain leaving the top next to the lighthouse is pushing up against Antonio Handsome. And Endo is still trying to hold the line. Singh takes down Nagatron. Antonio Handsome, the last tier 8 left alive. Simp is looking strong as Relics and Friction are the last ones here. Crimson Corsair in the T1 getting closer and closer to chase down Relics, and Friction is up to the north.
At the very end of this, Relics does actually get a tier 8 kill, but Endo just smashes him. Well played. Simp is up 3-1.
One battle away is Simp to take first place for the first time ever in the Gold League. Fnatic must come back and win every single match.
That's a lot of pressure, but if any team does come back and gets that momentum later in the match, it is Fnatic. Simp, though, looks incredibly strong. They may have the control of this map. They at least have the morale to carry them through this, but they have to stay focused. They cannot get over eager, and that could be what happens. They have to just keep that under control, stay calm, cool, and collected.
Blue Boys captain was the MVP of that battle because of his positioning and also because of his damage. 10 for 12, 2,092 damage done.
Just getting to the top of that cliff, getting up there with the lighthouse is such a potent position in 742 play just because of the number of tanks on the field. There's nothing that's going to be there to spot you constantly. If your opponent, moves out of that position like you saw those 1390s,
you can make a stealthy approach like Blue Boys did with these perfect crew skills. They have amazing camo, and spotting tanks takes it's a little farther, a little closer you have to get in order to do that. And so with that, Blue Boys just an unstoppable vantage.
Prohorovka will be the next map. And when it comes to the type of play that Fnatic has been able to bring out on Prohorovka, I feel that they're a stronger team. They have a stronger style that's favorable on this map compared to Simp. But Simp, one game away.
Now, wouldn't it be poetic for Simp to win on Prohorovka?
It would be, and the stats are in their favor with a 100% win rate out of the 3 games. However, Fnatic does have 1 game above them with 4 and 75% win rate. But look at the average first kill, actually in favor of Simp.
Yeah, and average duration, slightly longer. Fnatic takes a little bit longer to get work done, making me doubt their performance on this map.
The evolution of this map is intriguing to see what teams have been able to bring. Usually all just autoloaders, and now changing it up to the T-32s, to the Pershings, sometimes a tank destroyer for that long-range fire. And there's Relics in a very tough position, a must-win scenario for every battle.
He just looks really stressed right now. And as we look at the rest of Fnatic, we can see the stress on their faces. We can see how tense the situation is. And but that ain't stress. Yeah. He's got a lot of signs.
Chase Smooth's been really busy. The leader of Simple Tankers, straight Simpin', Simpin' ain't easy. A lot of the Simp clan in the crowd, represented by many teams that have been members of the Gold League. This would be a huge victory for so many people that are members of the World of Tanks community and also members of the Simp clan. Big clan.
Yeah, I think Simp would say it's about time for them to come back and finally be able to overtake these guys.
This is it, folks. 1 battle away for Simp, but Fnatic's going to have to win the rest of the matches in this best-of-7 series. This is battle number 5. This is the Gold League for World of Tanks. The map is Prohorovka. Let's battle.
Taking a look at the tanks, I see a Pershing, 2 T-69s, and 2 1390s for the side of Fnatic. On the other side, Simp in the red. Object 416 Sing, Adroxus Pershing, and 3 1390s. T1s are as normal, 20mm cannons. And I'm going to be looking at this opening scout run clutch. That knowledge.
Everyone's going to be looking at this opening scout run, man. I can
crucial.
see people at the edge of their seats right now, literally watching the screen here live from the Folsom Street Foundry in San Francisco.
And then the opening scout run, Soviet is going to make the middle run. I see a nice 3-pronged run out of all the 1390s from Simp. Adroxus looking for that opening shot, does not connect with Soviet. Well played, but no luck this time, as Soviet's able to escape without taking any damage.
Endo in that scouting pattern in the 1390 falls back behind the poles. Adroxus in the Pershing pushes up, gets the first shot and the first blood against Hugo Maximus.
But how much are they going to pay for this position? They lose friction, and now they do have control of the bowl. And with that, we may see another push. They're just going to go up and over. They don't even care. But Hugo is taking so much damage to begin this engagement. Blue Boys is down to 433, 183. He will go down. There he goes.
Antonio Hansen takes down Blue Boys time at the same time. Jackarito pushing up in the T-69, trying to get across to the bowl. Takes a big hit on the side. Endo was able to get a couple shots at Adroxus. Takes down Jackarito. Mac G destroys Relics. Endo down to 388. Antonio Hansen pushing up at 47. Adroxus in the Pershing has not taken any damage yet. Heavy 20 gets a shot. Soviet gets a shot, returns the fire. Singh takes down Antonio Hansen. Adroxus gets hit from behind. The Pershing's in a really good place, but Soviet is still on the run. 2 tanks left alive for Fnatic. Simp now pushing up against Soviet. 1 tank left alive. This is all Simp needs in order to take it. This is all Simp needs in order to be the #1 team in North America for Season 3. Nagatron is on the run. Can they do it? Singh pushing up against him in the Object 416. Plenty of health and plenty of shots up against that tank. He's running for his life on Prohorovka. Heavy 20 now following him. Nagatron on the run still. Heavy 20 getting behind. Nice shot from Singh. Heavy 20 lining it up. Trying to get that track shot. Gets a nice shot on the side. Nagatron at 554 down to 226. 1 shot left. 1 shot left until Simp is able to do it. He returns fire. A couple misses, but they get it. Simp is your champion. people from around the world are in the belief business when it comes to Simp. The team that fell in the Season 1 finals to Fnatic with a shot that cost them $25,000. It was in the air. Season 2, another best of 7, bringing it to all 7 games.
Season 3,
some shots fired back and forth. But Simp has proven to the world that they are the best team this season in North America, and they're going to be representing North America along with Fnatic in the finals, the grand finals. Incredible. They're going to collect their check, and then they're going to join us behind the desk here. I am incredibly proud of this team. Tough loss for Fnatic, though. So close. They went in for the push, thinking the aggression would get them. But Simp does it, taking home $50,000 and the pride of being the best in North America. Rukil, you were a member of this team. What does this mean for you?
This is very impressive. It's taken a long time for Simp to be able to reach this level. It's been a long time coming. They really do deserve it. Well played by Simp, and just congratulations again.
We're going to have an interview with Mac G in just a second here as they join us behind the desk. We're going to let him celebrate on the stage for a little while longer. I have to wonder what the world is saying now as they see this team that has now broken out of the shadow of Fnatic. And I'm sure Razer is very proud of their accomplishment as well if this new sponsor has been picked up. All right, all the photos have been taken. They're going to be joining us on the set in just a bit, folks. Wow. I'm shaking, man. What a series, what a season, and what a story.
Yeah.
What a storyline we have. It's no longer a David versus Goliath type scenario. It's no longer the same team winning first place every time. It's well deserved that they have won twice in a row, but now we have serious contenders.
Yeah.
Now
we have 2 teams that have earned our first place. Mac is about to join us here at the desk. Go ahead and take a seat, Mac. The rest of the team will be joining us in a moment, of course.
Come on, Simp, come on. Let's get you on camera. They're
still
going
celebrating,
nuts.
still incredibly happy to be here. Everyone is here.
I think Abrasive is really happy he joined the team this season. He's smiling. All right, gentlemen, join us. Hold up the check. Hold up the check. This is a huge, huge victory for your team. Congratulations being the #1 team in North America for Season 3. Come on, get closer. We're family. All right, Mac G, we need to talk. What happened in that series, and how proud of you are you of your team right now?
We're crazy proud. That went off just like we practiced it. That was the best we've played all these 3 seasons. That was what we've been striving for. That's what we've been working for, and it paid off.
Worked his ass off. Best captain right here. Love this guy.
Best captain cries Endo. Overall, with the talk that had happened, some controversy that had happened this season, saying Simp was a campy team, I think this puts everything to rest right now with your win. Is there any words you'd like to say to any of the doubters and to the people that believed in you from day one?
I would say, to the doubters, what we've done between Season 2 and Season 3 is we've watched a lot of tape. We've watched a lot of what Navi's doing. We've watched a lot of what Virtus Pro and Mouse Sports are doing. And we've learned from them. We've learned a lot. And it's not easy adjusting. It's not easy, making those changes that you want to change, that you need to make. But we put our work in. We did our time. And it paid off today.
It paid off for a $50,000 cash prize, gentlemen. That's a lot more than $25,000, correct? They go, it's like double. You're clearly great at math.
Let's check our Asians for the math.
Mac G, what would you like to say to your team right now in front of everyone watching?
They've been amazing. I've been hard on them all season. They probably will tell you I bug them, but it was all for this day. This day is pretty awesome. So we all did great. Much love to Swami. I really love Swami. I wish we could have 11 people on our team, but that is what it is. But you know, we'll be taking care of Swami too.
Rukil, is there anything you'd like to say to your former teammates?
How poetic do you guys think it is that that after losing on Prohorovka Season 1, you actually bring it back and win Prohorovka Season 3?
We've always felt really good on Prohorovka. Season 1, we were 2 seconds away.
The shot in the, was in the air. It was in the air.
And then it's just been, you know, we keep working, we keep refining, we keep that chemistry going. And when you keep that chemistry going, when you know that, you know, Adroxis and Heavy 20 are never going to lose, it's a good feeling, you know. You're going to come home pretty happy, win or loss.
Mac G, you are going to the global finals representing North America along with Fnatic. The world has been watching you. Razor has been watching you, is now part of your team. They are in your corner. You're part of the Razor family. I'd like you to take the time to thank your sponsor, and I also want you to send a message to all those teams you're going to be facing at the global finals in Poland in April.
You know, Razor's been amazing to us. We're very thankful for what they've given in support and all that good stuff to us. And we're, you know, I hope Navi's watching, and I hope they know we're coming for them. First thing I told Nagatron when we got off the stage was, we're coming for those Russians. We're gonna get them. So. That's what we're hoping for.
Well, I can't think of a better pair to represent North America in the global finals than Simp, one-time champion in Season 3, and Fnatic, two-time champions for North America in Season 1 and Season 2. Again, congratulations, gentlemen. Well deserved.
Can I get a few shout-outs?
Sure.
You know, Admiral Drake, love him. You know, you know, he makes running Simp so much fun. You know, and everybody, J Smooth, you know, Captain Blood, everybody just makes, you know. It makes it all, you know, makes it a lot more than just the money, which is, you know, it's a good feeling to have, to come home to that. And then I also want to know, these guys are making me laugh.
Come join us. Come join us.
I also want to say, before they get in here, I also want to say, you know, we really wanted to lay everything on the table. You know, much love to Invade. He's going through a really difficult time right now. I hope he knows we did this. You know, we love him, and we hope he gets better soon.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, congratulations. Victors, Season 3 winners, #1 in North America.
Thank you very much.
That does it for us, ladies and gentlemen. A huge thank you once again to Azel Monitors, available at Amazon.com, Kingston, Alienware, and Razor for sponsoring the league. Thank you for all the support, and on behalf of everyone at Hero Level Productions and of Wargaming.net, and on Rukil's behalf, it's been a pleasure commentating with you, sir. I couldn't think of anyone better to commentate with.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you next time. Good luck and good game. We'll see you at the Global Finals in Poland.